You can, my mom always says this, कि जब भी मौका मिले आप ताली अपने लिए किसी और के लिए बजा सकते हैं दिल खोल के. You can always do that. It's helpful. Thank you. Led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, BW Business World is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 70 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 70 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. May I please request my team to now play the BW Legacy AV to give us all a glimpse of the journey of BW Business World.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I'm confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Business World has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacons.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
Because development पूरी राजनीति में ये focus बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020. Marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars. $33 million page views on an average, multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in the conversation and share the learnings from the day using the hashtag IHA2022. That's hashtag IHA2022. Before we start with the proceedings of day 2, let me take this opportunity to partner Taj Palace, New Delhi, a platinum hospitality partners Radisson Hotel Group, Chalet Hotels. A Gold Hospitality Partners, ITC Hotels, IHG Hotels and Resorts. A Silver Hospitality Partners, Royal Orchid Hotels and Resorts, Sarovar Hotels and Resorts. A Tourism Board Partner, Madhya Pradesh Tourism. Our Associate Partner, RMS. Our Category Partners, Lucaris, FPG, 11 Inc., joytravels.com. A Knowledge Partner, Indian School of Hospitality. Our Audio Partner, Herman. A Beverage Partner, Beanley, William Grant, Monkey Shoulders, Hendricks, Four Cousins, and Proust. A Preferred Airline Partner, Go First. And this summit and the awards are being supported by Incredible India, HPMF, Awesome, GHTP, Hotremai, IPHA, PHA, IWH, ICF, IFCA, NRAI, MEPA, and Leclerc's Dio. May I please request my team to now play the partners AV.
In the constant quest of creating value for tomorrow, we at Daikin keep searching for opportunities, technologies, and destinations to grow. India is one such opportunity. A prime global investment destination, where the government is paving the road towards a prosperous tomorrow with an improved ease of doing business ranking. A path-breaking Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan is making the journey smoother, making every sector more welcoming than ever before. No wonder India's soil is seeing footprints of various companies, each edging forward with the help of initiatives and regulations.
We would also like to let all our guests know that just like day one, Herman is holding a lucky dip gift for all the attendees. Attendees may please ensure that your visiting card has been dropped in the designated box at the registration counter. The winner will be announced through a draw at the close of day two. All right, the time is finally here to begin day two of IHA 2022. Let's take a look at what we have in store for you today. But please request my team to roll the event AV. Now, without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the event that everyone has been waiting for. To kick off the Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards 2022, I would request Mr. Ajay Bakaya, Managing Director, Sarovar Hotels and Resorts, Mr. Rohit Khosla, Executive VP Operations, North and West India, IHCL, Mr. Vijay Thakkar, Partner and CEO, Crow Advisory India, and MD, Horwath HTL India, Mr. Bhuvanesh Khanna, CEO, BW Communities, BW Business World, and former President, Leela Hotels, Mr. Rajiv called to please light the ceremonial lamp and kickstart the proceedings of the day. Gentlemen, please. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And I would now like to call on stage Mr. Bhuvanesh Khanna, CEO, BW Communities, BW Business World, to please deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, namaskar. Day one's gone. I was actually pretty edgy for the past few days. Scheduling is not very easy. And coming after 3 years of being on screen, doing a physical event, you actually start asking your questions, can you do it, right? So yesterday was kind of an answer which told you, yes, you can, right? So we pulled off yesterday. We had very good numbers virtually and here. And the sessions were pretty involving and we had a lot of support, right? Support from all parts of the community, the hospitality fraternity, former hoteliers, present hoteliers, and future hoteliers. And I I must tell you, everybody, I saw Mr. Kachru, who's perhaps one of the senior most hoteliers, and others sit right through from morning to the evening. And that site itself actually gives you a lot of push, you know, that look, here are people who are actually there to hold your hand. So lift the bar higher, and we did try and do that. Rohit Khosla is here today. Rohit, you and your team have been a fantastic host for us. Let's put our hands together for Taj Palace, Rohit, Nayan, all of them, everybody, Harsh, Tarunesh, Ananya, Barkha, Divya, I may have forgotten some names. And of course, last but not the least, Chef Rajesh Vadva. He churned out some winners over lunch and dinner, and I'm sure he's lined up something fantastic today. I'm privy to them, but let's keep that for later. I also want to thank Vijay Thakkar for being here. He's flown in. He's one of the first men I met when I decided to start this, and I went across to Mumbai. I owe him a lot. Thank you, Vijay Bhai, for your time and for coming all over, all the way over from Mumbai. Today is going to be another good session. I've tried, you see, I've tried to curate an event where I'm bringing maximum participation and in sync with what we've been through over the last 30 months, going to be 36 soon. So these, some may find them relevant, some may not find them very relevant, but then each day and each outing and each event is a learning on the curve. So I shall try and better this next year. I already have some ideas, and next year will not be October, November. Next year is going to be much earlier, right? We are deciding between us, is it going to be Delhi? Is it going to be Jaipur, Goa, Bangalore, where? So I'm going to be moving around and speaking to everybody, and then we'll decide. I won't decide sitting in my room, which has been at my house, right? So yeah, so let's get on with it. I have this session with Raj Menon. Let's begin with that. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Thank you for your time. And more importantly, thank you all for your good wishes and blessings.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khanna, and congratulations, of course. The turnout itself says that we are there, we're there. And now, time for our first keynote address by Mr. Rajiv Menon, President, Asia Pacific, excluding Greater China Marriott International. So I couldn't be here, but he's been kind enough to, of course, record one. And we've had a session with Mr. Khanna, as you mentioned. So can you please have the session video?
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Singapore. I'm thrilled to be able to join you for the BW Hotelier India Hospitality Summit and Awards today. First and foremost, apologies that I'm not there in person. And believe you me, this has nothing to do with COVID. On the contrary, business has come back strong, as many of you know, and I have a fairly hectic schedule of travels. And unfortunately, I was not able to be there in person. But I do hope to see you in person next year. Now, talking about travel, I think last 3 years have been very telling on our industry, how severely our industry has been impacted because of the pandemic. And every government around the world has, rightly so, put safety of its people first and foremost. But when you look at the resilience of travel, particularly coming out of COVID, it is extraordinary. Let me share a few thoughts here with you. Over the last 2 years, right in the depth of the pandemic, like many of us in the hotel industry, as an associate and as a business leader, I would sit and think, has our industry changed forever? And as you look at how things have transpired, it is clear that COVID reaffirmed the power of travel. People all over the world got time to reflect, think, and realize that there's nothing more important to them than to travel, spend more time with their family and friends, and get to experience the world that we live in. And as a result, what we have seen is as soon as governments have eased restrictions in any part of the world, people have come out in droves and started to travel. So as I look back to the last 2 years, I'd like to share with you my 3 key learnings, which I believe all of us as an industry could use. And then I will talk a little bit about the future of travel, how it is changing, and then specifically about what I see transpiring in India per se. So let me start with the learnings. You know, as we went into the pandemic, it was evident as borders were all shut that while people wanted to get out and, you know, travel or see their family, they really didn't have much options. And that's where we saw people started to explore their own backyards, be it their own cities, their own states, and their own countries. And at this time, we focused on something we call as hyper-localization, which meant that we need to really bias ourselves in terms of our planning and execution on localized activities, localized partnerships, and really push for travel in the best way possible within the cities, within the states, and within the countries. So there was a number of initiatives that our team led, and I know many other colleagues in our competitor in hotels also tried to emulate many of these learnings. To me, when I look at what has come out of it now, be it our partnership in Japan with Rakuten, which has about 96 million members, or the local websites that we have created, be it in Vietnamese or Bahasa or Thai, or our partnership here with Mumbai Indians, just really continuing to push and inspiring travel is been key to our success over the last couple of years. In many cases, this has kept our tills operating and cash flow coming in. And today, as business rebounds strongly, we feel really good about some of these learnings that we've taken, because if we are very strong on the local front, as international business comes back, you've got every possibility to be in a great place and have the international component really be a cherry on the top. India particularly is an exceptional market with huge domestic base, emerging middle class that continues to acquire wealth, that continues to aspire to travel. And I think being grounded and very rooted in this specific country, in coming up with new ideas, new promotions, and really engaging with the Indian traveler is going to be key for decades to come. The second learning I want to share with you is during pandemic and really during tough times, any company's core values and culture are tested to the core. What pandemic did for us was just that. For all companies in the business of travel and tourism, our values and culture was tested to the core. And what I've seen now coming out of the pandemic is that any company with strong culture, strong values, has managed to navigate their way through the crisis in a much better way as compared to ones that were, really low on cultural values and so on. To us, family takes care of family. So even in the darkest times when many companies were being forced to lay off associates, many of us in Marriott actually went from talent sourcing to talent outsourcing. And by that, I mean, we were helping many of our associates actually get jobs with many of our partners, industries that were hiring at that point in time. So as a result, when business has come back and all of us around the world are hearing of these labor challenges that the countries and industry at large are dealing with, many of us are better positioned to deal with those labor challenges versus many others in the industry. In our case, we've been able to bring back over 5,000 of our own alumni back to work at Marriott International just in Asia Pacific ex-China. So it's critically important that while we take care of our people during good times, it's what we do for our associates, what we do for our teams during tough times that matters the most. Let me talk about the third learning. Third, for me, is really innovation ground up. What we saw during the pandemic with our backs to the wall, it was clear that if we had to survive, we had to innovate. And that's where we saw some brilliant ideas coming from our teams ground up. There are many, many such examples. Marriott Bonvoy on Wheels is just one of the examples that I often use to share how innovation can happen ground up. If you'd asked me as president for Asia Pacific ex-China before COVID on how much delivery business we do, it would have been minuscule. But we've been building this up through the pandemic. And this year, just in our part of the world, we would cross over $50 million in revenue across Asia Pacific ex-China through Marriott Bonvoy on Wheels. So these are some incredible examples of how when teams have their back to the wall, they can really start to innovate and ensure that we as leaders learn from this innovation and continue to build it up. So that's the three learnings that I spoke about at the beginning on coming out of pandemic. Travel has proved exceptionally resilient. Our teams have proven to be exceptionally resilient. We recently had our Asia Pacific ex-China general managers meeting in Bangkok. We got over 500 of our leaders together, and you should have seen the energy in the room, the passion as our industry comes back. Our teams across the board, and I know with many of our other industry colleagues, are raring to go to look at the future of travel. Talking about future of travel, I want to share with you what is changing. And what is changing is really a couple of things here. One, we are starting to see the consumer expect more experiential travel. And experiential travel is really about spending money on peculiar experiences. As hoteliers, it's just not about great room or great product and good service. It is about the total experience that we offer, a destination that offers our consumers unique experiences. And as we see the Gen Z, millennials travel more and more, that will continue to build. So for all of us, it's critically important that we build in exceptional one-off experiences. And in many cases, money can't buy experiences that really engages our customers. Example of that is our loyalty program, Marriott Bonvoy, is the largest in the world with over 170 million members. And over the last few years, we've focused on, in simple terms, great partnerships partnerships with Mumbai Indians, as an example, partnerships with Grand Prix, partnerships with Australian Open, Manchester United. These are some examples. And what we are able to do there is offer our customers money can't buy experiences, which creates incredible amount of loyalty. So as we continue to transition out of the pandemic, I would just urge all my industry colleagues to continue to focus on creating these unique experiences that consumer will enjoy and bring back many more of their family and friends to seek for. Now, as we think about the other trend that is becoming stronger and stronger, that is all around sustainability. And when we talk about sustainability, as an industry, we have a responsibility. Marriott believes as a company, we have responsibility to be the leader on sustainability. Our CEO has announced that we will be net zero by or before 2050. And as an organization, we're taking some concrete steps in that direction. Now, the important part is our associates, our customers, and our partners expect us to. And they expect the industry at large to be taking a stronger position on sustainability. In fact, all the research that's coming out shows that consumers will choose brands that are focused on sustainability, and not just about greenwashing, but about really doing specifics that they can experience firsthand to see that we are moving the planet in a more sustainable way and improving the lives of everything that lives around us. In a small little gesture, we launched Good Travel with Marriott Bonvoy about a year ago, and we've expanded it to all our resorts. And Good Travel with Marriott Bonvoy is really our way of saying to our guests that they can engage with local communities, they can engage with the environment, they can give back in some way, shape, or form as they travel to our resorts. And we are seeing exceptional take-up. Example is if you showed up in Maldives at one of our 7 beautiful resorts, say Sheraton Full Moon Resort in Maldives, you would have the opportunity to go and plant coral with a government-approved NGO. And you will have the opportunity to come back year after year and see how that coral is growing. Now, we all know Maldives had a bleaching impact, and this is our way to bring our planet back to life. So as we think about the future of travel, being able to build on sustainable travel will help from a long-term perspective in building the resilience of travel. India is in a very unique place, friends. India has incredible opportunities. It has a large base of domestic population. It has incredible landscape and diversity. It has emerging middle class that is continuing to aspire to travel. So I think India remains a decades-long growth story, a growth story that has the opportunity for us to pivot it towards a more sustainable tourism growth story. And I know all of you would agree with me that if we can refresh our planet, if we can make sure we give our consumers these special, unique experiences and do it in a sustainable way, we will grow for a long, long time to come. With that, thanks so much for your time. Really appreciate you giving me the time to join you virtually, and I look forward to seeing you in person next year. Thanks so much. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Menon. Indeed, sustainability is the future. And with that, we now move on to a very interesting BWH special duel. The Centurion, a Sarovar of Experience. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Vijay Thakkar, partner and CEO, Crow Advisory India and MD, Horwath HTL India, and Mr. Ajay Bakaya, Managing Director, Sarovar Hotels and Resorts.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's important at the start to recognize the achievement that Ajay and Mr. Madok have sort of seen this year, the Centurion aspect. For a chain that is homegrown, if you want to call it, and what I mean by that is developed ground up in India. Yes, operates a little bit outside India, but largely in India. To be able to achieve 100 hotels is, I think, an incredible achievement. And I think we should give a round of applause to Ajay. And also, please communicate our congratulations to Mr. Madok.
Absolutely.
So, Ajay, you would have seen a lot of happy times, a lot of challenges, pitfalls in this sort of game of scoring the 100. Tell us some of the highlights or some of the key learnings that you would have had from this.
A lot of the time people ask me the question of what was the grand strategy. And quite honestly, we didn't have a grand strategy. It was a step at a time. I remember when I started off in our Delhi office, we had one table in a shared office. And when I say shared office, it was shared office. And a table far smaller than one of these here. And there were 4 of us working around it. We had 2 telephones, one didn't work. And I remember I had to bribe the IT manager of the bigger company that we were working with to print out something. So I bought a Toblerone so I could get my printing up in the rank to be able to get an agreement out of the printer. So when you're working with an office that doesn't work, with things falling apart, there is really very little scope for grand strategy. But we had 3 fairly firm pillars or foundations that we started off on. Because when I sat down with Mr. Madok as we started, and this was his brainchild, I said to him, what's going to be different between us and anybody else who has a fax machine at home and who's run a good hotel? Our only credentials were that we run good hotels and large ones. So we decided amongst us on 3 things. One is that the owner would be king. And that's one of the things I learned or unlearned. We had to unlearn what we learned from our earlier organization. The second thing was develop the ability to bring business to your hotel owners. And the third was bring in people as a core group who are your people that individual owners can neither attract nor retain. And we've grown on that all along. And even today, while perhaps there should be grand strategies in place, it's very much adhere to the core values. Make sure you do your work every day, and think of something new. But we're not thinking 10 years ahead or beyond. We're saying, okay, if you're 100 now, what's the next step? How many more are you going to open this year? And the next and the next. So I think that's a little bit of it. There were many ups and downs. In the first few years, it was difficult, sometimes even finding money to pay your people, forget about paying yourselves. But we never went wrong even on a single month. People got paid on time. They didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. And we sort of sat with new things, sat with new owners, always thought from the owner's point of view. You cannot build and operate hotels in India unless you're thinking in the owner's shoes.
But sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there, but the Indian mind is very versatile, and owners across India will sort of add to their versatility manifold. So how do you put yourself in the owner's mind in different parts of the country?
You got to increase your versatility and make sure you can think the same language, so you speak different languages at different times. And we have some phenomenal owners who understand what we're doing and who are extremely supportive. We have a large chunk who are by and large not so challenging to work with, and then you have a set who find it difficult to adapt to the fact that an operator is running the show, and they feel at times that they could do a better job, and perhaps they could at certain instances. So I think you adapt, you increase your versatility, and you increase your language ability.
And staying on the subject of owners for a while, what changes in attitude have you seen, or the maturity of owners over the years, particularly as sort of, the younger generations have come in, and it's been a different mindset. So how have you seen that evolve, and what changes that you have made or that you would advise hoteliers to make?
Well, in my personal experience, to be honest, in the last 27 odd years, I haven't seen a great change. The youngsters are better traveled, they are more savvy, they are more influenced by their pedigree and their business backgrounds, and a lot of the time are just unable to break out of the shackles in the mold. They're too caught up. I haven't seen too many parents saying to the kids, think big, do new things, go ahead and do what you want to do. It's more in the larger families that own businesses that parents are more restrictive, and the young kid on the block is doing more of what he's expected to do, or nodding his head than coming out with new ideas. So in my personal experience, I haven't seen a whole lot, and I worked in India and worked outside of India with our hotels. My straightforward suggestion to owners would be, if you are bringing in somebody to run your hotel, obviously he's doing something you can't, or you don't have the time for. Then within certain parameters, let the guys run the show. Are we going to be right all the time? Of course not. Are we going to be right 8 on 10? Yes. And I think that's good enough. But so be supportive. For sure, watch the numbers. It's very important for owners to watch the numbers. It's also very important. We really strongly advocate owner presence in hotels. We're not against it. I think it makes a difference. I think it makes a good difference. But don't get down to the strong nitty-gritties, and certainly don't get down to demotivating people. We are in the people business. You've got to find ways and means every day to make people who are doing the jobs feel good about their jobs. And that's what we do.
Go back to the first question. Tell us a couple of real markers that were high points for you.
Well, when we started, we were at the stage, and you looked at 4 walls that looked like a hotel. You said, let's find out what this is all about, because you didn't have very much else to do or to work on. So I remember Ludhiana, which is one of our oldest hotels now. We opened it in 2000. And way back in 1996, somebody made a phone call. We got contacted. And our owner, Mr. Kangura, he was a youngster then. He said, Ajay, I'll pick you up and we'll drive to Ludhiana. And this was peak summer, and it was a Maruti 800, I remember, which broke down in the middle of the road, and we sat and spent a couple of hours at a dhaba. And by the time we got there, it was some 4 or 5 in the evening. Barely had time to look at the hotel. And he said, look, you don't have to go back tonight. You go tomorrow. What's the hurry? And I said, I'm so sorry, but I have a 9 o'clock meeting tomorrow. I have to leave. So I got on a bus, which with a very drunk bloke next to me, and that was the odor. I remember that very, very vividly even now. So those are some of the things you went through, but you went through them because I think the essence is, in any business, if you have the passion and if you have the belief that you're going to make it, the rest follows. And your prime motive cannot be making money. Obviously, businesses have to make money. But if you have the passion to say, I'll make this work, and if you then have the sincerity and the belief that it will happen, things happen. I remember my colleagues telling me when I started off, they came and looked at my office and they said, you must be kidding. I would have quit in 2 days' time. And then somebody looked at our first hotel and said, you know what, if I stretch my arms, I touch the walls. This was the Marine Plaza in Bombay. We're still running it 26 years down the line. And so on and so forth. Somebody said, you know, what's this mid-market all about here? Mid-market is rubbish. You started off in deluxe hotels. So you went through all that, but inside you knew here and here that you're going to make things work, irrespective of those things. So I think those are some of the things I remember. Lots and lots of old colleagues. Some of them are still with us, and some of them who've sort of moved on to other greener pastures.
Yeah, so effectively, I mean, you can't score 100 without really putting in the hard work and having the confidence that you'll make it. Let's move to Indian hospitality generally. And I'm saying this on all candor. We could have been and we should be much bigger than what we are as an industry. So what is it, in your opinion, that ails our industry?
Well, I think the biggest thing we've been talking about for years and years and years is cost of land. The next thing is cost of capital. And we've been shouting ourselves hoarse, saying, call us infrastructure, give us at least 15-year loans. So you have a better, longer period to repay those loans and make your projects more viable. Hasn't happened yet. It's going to happen in the next few years. We are very optimistic, but we don't know. Mr. Kachru is sitting here, and we've been knocking on doors for a long, long time now. On the other hand, if you look at the positives, the smaller cities, the smaller towns, the bigger villages are coming to life now. And you have lots of people there who have been sitting on land with family, et cetera, et cetera. So they're not going out to acquire land, because in a lot of these places, land is not cheap. And so in tier 2, 3, 4, 5, there are hotels coming up that you wouldn't have imagined 10 years ago.
Yes, you're right.
What is ailing our industry? Largely lack of imagination. If you look at our food and beverage, and I'm very much part of it, and I think we are one of the organizations that are poor in that area. We haven't really put our minds to it, because we put bodies in beds, we have rooms occupied. You look at your revenues and occupancies and RevPARs. Very few people have focused on the food and beverage element, and the freestanding restaurants are raking it in. So some people, and I have young Rajiv sitting here, did focus on the F&B and made it work. But we're still way behind a lot of the very successful freestanding restaurants, which are full every evening, which are rocking with business, and which are actually taking a lot of money to the bottom line. And we're waking up, perhaps 10, 15 years too late, but we're waking up now. But I think F&B is an area where we're leaving too much money on the table for others to take away. And there is nothing stopping us. I think the cycle goes that as room rates go up, and we're just seeing them go up, more people invest in hotels, and as they plateau off, people start to run away. I think that's a natural part of business. People want to bet on a winning horse and not on one that's dying.
Yeah, I think you dealt with some key issues there, but my question also is that besides the imagination, as far as, let's say, F&B, or the imagination of the potential is concerned, or sort of the fire to make this an industry that's deeper, that's more successful, is there, I mean, policies, yes, and the policy aspect, the money availability aspect is undoubtedly very key. But is there something else that people should be looking at? Something that will ignite them?
I was talking to a young GM, Vikram, at the Claridge's the other day. And he said, I sent a note out to all my employees saying, what are your interests? And he said, you know, somebody came out in accounts saying food and kitchen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, a lot of us have been talking about, and to a lot of cheers and claps, talking about multi-skilling. Have we achieved it in the real sense? Maybe 10, 20% in some cases. Because telling a guy who's working 8 to 10 hours that you spend an extra 2 hours and you learn something else, it'll be good for you in the future. It doesn't work too well, and certainly doesn't work too well in the current paradigm. Nobody wants to put in those extra hours anyways. So now he's saying, okay, I'm asking my people, what are your real interests? What do you want to do other than what you're doing if you're doing accounts? And if the accounts guy wants to be in the kitchen, when I have the need and I'm dying in the kitchen, I know people, I'll say, okay, go spend a few hours there, because he can manage those few hours outside of accounts. So you're not asking him to work those extra hours to be this great martyr and be that 1% of the person who'll put in the effort to learn something else. And he's saying it's actual multi-skilling. How many of us have ever asked our bellboys to do anything else? Can the bellboy make a cappuccino? Is there anything rocket science into making a cappuccino? And in today's day and age, you don't have to worry about the temperature of the milk either. You go to the machine, you press cappuccino, it gives you a cup. Now, have you gotten there? So I'm saying lack of imagination is what holds us back, because we're too used to doing things in a certain fashion. So if we can train our bellboys to be making those cappuccinos, and they're doing it at the Claridge's, he's not here. And if we can get the accounts guys, if he really wants to work in the kitchen to understand more about the kids, say, okay, mate, and go beyond the peeling potatoes after the first 1 or 2 days. And if he can get people more interested and pay them for that, I think we have a story. Our biggest challenge in the next few years is going to be people, and people. There just aren't enough today. It's going to be tougher and tougher and tougher. Applies to all of us. We'll have to re-engineer ourselves every 10 years. The same arithmetic, the same formula, the same chemical formula just doesn't work. It will not last long. So we'll have to think of new ways to do things. We'll have to think of adding a dimension to what we know. We'll have to look at things, doing things differently. I think that's the boiling pot. That's where we need to evolve.
Yeah, it's a very interesting sort of thought there. One more issue there. Scale, size. Why is it that, and this is your thoughts, I mean, why is it that we in India are typically averse to scale, maybe even sort of scared of scale? We don't have, I mean, there's, to my knowledge, there's only 9 hotels in India with more than 500 rooms. None with 700 rooms plus, maybe a couple of combos, but no individual hotel with more than 700 rooms in any segment. Why are we scared of scale?
Good question. The only way you can grow exponentially or geometric progression is by franchising. You can't build and grow and add scale. That's not possible. You can have a brand and you can then try and multiply the brand and bring in.
No, sorry. I'm maybe I didn't make myself clear. By scale, I don't mean the hotel company scale. I'm saying asset scale. So why is it that we don't have hotels with 1,000 rooms, 800 rooms?
Sorry. I think it's the okay, I'll come back to what an owner said to me. They're one of the wealthiest people in the business. They're in the business of what they now call edible tobacco solutions. And he said to me, look, what is this hotel business of yours? I build a hotel today. What is my return? 6-7% return on capital. Why should I build hotels in the first place? I think what puts us back on scale is scale would have to be in the larger cities for it to be viable. Cost of land is enormously expensive. So unless you're sitting on grandfather's land and a whole lot of it, it's difficult to just take it to that scale. I would venture that most countries with very large scale would probably have easy access to capital or easy access to land or both.
So it's really the question of having the opportunity and the capital to back it rather than the mindset issue.
Yeah. And you know, hotels are you're building assets which are going to pay you over a long period of time. It's not a today or tomorrow, day after tomorrow business at all. But then if you look at return on investment, there is very little or none.
Yeah. Sorry, I stopped you on the previous answer because I wanted to specifically come to you with the question on franchising. What is your views on franchising and growth through franchising? Is India ready for franchising?
About some 24, 25 years ago, there was an FHRAI convention at the Hyatt in Delhi. And I was very sort of new to India and to my role. And I was up on stage and this whole business of franchising happened. And I said, and we believed very strongly at that time, that franchising in the mid-market in India would be an absolute disaster. And when I finished, I had people running to wanting to lynch me, saying, how can you say something like that on stage? And I said, but I honestly believe that. And if you look at the history of mid-market over the last 25, 30 years, they haven't done too well on franchising. Now, perhaps we've conjured this up in our brains, and perhaps part of the problem is not letting go of a lot of things that are settled here. But if you can control standards and not damage your brand, and it's a tough one, and it's got to be with very strong reins on your development people, because on one hand you're saying develop more, developer. What's your schedule? How many open hotels are you going to open tomorrow, day after, next year? And on the other hand, when you're going in for a certain project that these guys are not going to care a damn about your standards, it's going to hurt you. So I think if you can balance that part out and have somebody in that sign-off committee before a project is signed, very strongly examine whether the product is going to live up to your standards. You can build it. It's a tough walk, can be done.
Yeah, and US, Robert, to my knowledge, also doing some sort of technically third-party management. I know it's sort of in a closed-knit situation, but it's still very technically third-party management. Where do you see that going as a scale of opportunity in India?
Over the years, we've had several discussions with some very large companies. Starwood and Starwood, Marriott and bits and pieces, other companies. I've had discussions with the big boys from Best Western, saying how many hotels can you develop for us. So we had lots of discussions, and we said we are very keen for third party. Now the larger company says to you, oh, but by the way, Ajay, our prices our fees are firm, fixed. There's nothing we can do about those. So how much of a haircut are you going to take? And I think that's a wrong starting point, because if only the operator is going to take the haircut and drop his pants and kill himself, it's not a long-term solution. So I think if third party has to grow, and it's huge in places like the US, huge, then both sides have to look at things more pragmatically to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, the math has to add up. The owner is not going to pay more than a certain amount, and it has to work for the operator as well. It just can't work for the brand owner, no question. You talked about the opportunities outside the major metros, and I think that's an immense set of opportunities. And if you see the way growth is happening in India in the last 3 years, let's say, for example, more than about 60% of the new inventory has come outside of the metros and the main cities. And the new projects, again, very substantially so. Are there differences in approach that you have to make? Any particular learnings out of that city to a smaller place? And you've done a lot there. I think you've got almost 100 destinations too, or 90 odd destinations.
80 odd, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, anything that you'd like to highlight? Any particular regions that you'd like to highlight?
I think the big factor there is your ability and your promise to develop local talent, and to have high dependence on local talent from day one. And over a 5-year period, build it up to a stage when you don't need to be sending them food and beverage managers and front office managers and EHKs from across the country who don't want to be there. So if you got a plan for that, you have a great success ratio. In terms of regions, I think it's pretty much everywhere. We've been lucky, we've been blessed. We are in a lot of religious destinations. And in a lot of these places, land's available, not so expensive. People go ahead and build these hotels. And there's huge amount of demand. That demand never goes down, irrespective of what's happening in the country or the world. A lot of the smaller cities, a lot of the larger towns are really coming up. There is big aspiration there. People want to go to better dining places. People want to see better hotel lobbies. People want better venues for their weddings because they've seen it elsewhere and see no reason why they can't do it in their own backyard. So I think that growth potential is huge. And again, the numbers there are anywhere between 60 and 120 keys, and the largest banqueting you can think of.
Yeah, that's the typical size that you're seeing. I think, given the time, we've sort of got to call a halt to this session. We could have gone on chatting for much longer, but
if we have somebody from the audience who wants to ask a question, I'm more than happy to engage. Well, the first 20 are always the longest. By the way, Rajiv Kaur and I started our hotel careers together with the Oberois in 1978. Yeah, for the first 10 years, Sarovar had no hotel presence in Delhi. And I was sitting in Delhi myself, and everybody used to ask me, "Hey, but where's your hotel?" And I said, "Oh, I've got one in Bombay, and I've got one somewhere else in Chennai and Bangalore." But 10 years, we didn't have a hotel. Today, we have 12. The first few years were tough because you were still building a presence, you were building reputation, you were building a level of dependability. You know, it's difficult. And after the first 50, it sort of snowballs and it gets more and more and more. We even ventured into Africa. At one stage, we were running 6 hotels in Africa. Now, without a presence anywhere in Africa, for an owner there to trust you to run his hotel when you're sitting thousands of miles away is a tough one. But we manage those. We're still managing that kind of scenario. So I think yeah, you're right. Once you have the size, it becomes a lot easier. Yep.
Yeah, you get clustering opportunities, absolutely, and that's going to be your cost efficiencies, your management efficiencies coming in, and again, I mean, to Rajiv's point and to Ajay's point, the first 10 years, which would be up to, let's say, 2005 or 2006 or something around that, the scale in India itself was very small. I mean, in 2001, we had, I think it was 21,000 or 23,000 rooms chain affiliated. And maybe by 2005, we were at about the 35 or 40,000. So it's only then that the industry has grown in a larger way, not the scale that one would want, but in a larger way. And I'm glad you've got a good share of that. Any other questions?
I have one other question. Just curious, what exactly has happened to your construction costs pre and post COVID?
Higher by about 30-odd%. 30.
Higher by 30%. Okay. Listen, that's the red. We have a red carpet here, but there's a red screen there saying time's up. So,
can I have one question, if possible, please?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thanks very much. For an emerging management company like mine, the biggest challenge that we face is how to get the money out of the owners, especially when now the bank accounts are being handled more and more by the owners, and they like to do that. What are your views on that, and how can a company ensure their money like this?
I could write a book on that, but
so can I can co-author it with you.
And it doesn't matter how big you are. That's one of the issues in India and any business, not just in the hotel business. Well, you have to be shameless, you have to be thick-skinned, you have to ask. You have to ask again, and you have to ask again, sometimes politely, sometimes impolitely. And then you have to have the courage to block off the reservation systems, etc. If you are providing business, if that's the lifeline, and you say, I'm going to shut it off tomorrow, sometimes it pays you off faster. But you have to be perseverant, you have to be persistent, and you have to do it yourself. You can't just leave it you can't be embarrassed about asking for your money. I keep telling my team all the time, it's our money. Why are you embarrassed? So ask again.
And have you walked out of a contract because of that? Sorry, a pointed question, but
it would have to be very rare. Very, very, very rare.
Got it.
But the other trap is don't let the outstanding build up to a level where you can't walk out.
Got it.
And if you've got a situation where you've got to walk, I would imagine that the relationship has been fractured on multiple counts rather than just the fact of money. And if that's the case, then that's a different situation. But if you're providing quality and value on a consistent basis, and sometimes you need the perseverance, as Ajay said, you will get your money.
Eventually, yeah. Thanks very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ajay. Thank you.
Thanks, Vijay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. A picture, please. Also, I'd request Mr. Khanna to please join us for the picture first. Pele, on STEM, and then also present a token of love and appreciation. Mr. Khanna, please. Thank you so much, Mr. Khanna, as well. Okay, now moving on from special duels to the leadership session, Paradigms for Tomorrow. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Ms. Seema Roy, Area MD, South Asia, Middle East and Africa, Preferred Hotels and Resorts, Mr. Samir MC, MD, Fortune Park Hotels, Mr. Jatin Khanna, CEO, Sarovar Hotels and Resorts. Joining us virtually for the same is Mr. Puneet Dhawan, Senior VP Operations, India and South Asia, Accor, and the session will be chaired by Mr. Ratan Keswani, former Deputy MD, Lemon Tree Hotels. Let's collectively welcome them, please. Thank you so much.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome for our session. Puneet will be joining us from Australia. After Ajay and Vijay's session, it will be a difficult act to follow. A lot of you have been on Zoom calls and multiple other inline, online, on-face conferences discussing what happened, what's the way forward. And we've heard terms like alternative accommodation, alternative food and beverage, challenges with people, availability of people, what are we going to do? And the 3 or 4 of us actually felt that a lot of it had the risk of going back. A lot of it had the risk of, as the consumer moves, as rates are better, we could have a chance of going back to our ways that were not really optimal. So we had to brainstorm to say, while everybody's talking about the new markets, the new segments, the new sizes, sizing and resizing within the properties, was there something that we could give back to the industry as certain pointers to take on, which could get you results in a shorter window of 16 to 18 months, would probably be logical to put together, help protect if in case another emergency would arise, hopefully not a similar kind, but with the world beset with wars and climate change and floods and droughts, things could change around us very quickly and we would have to battle another war in a different manner. And so were we prepared to look at it logically rather than just looking at the learnings of the pandemic and the way forward? As you've heard right through the day yesterday, and you will probably hear the rest of the time as well, people are going to be a challenge. It'll be difficult to find them. It'll be difficult to stoke them into our industry. But somewhere in this whole piece, is there a give? Is there a give to the community? Is there a give to encouraging our industry so that more people wish to be with us because they feel we are responsible? Is there a way to give back to the community that returns back to us should there be a problem tomorrow? So taking that on, the 4 prime candidates here broke themselves into 2 teams, and we look at 3 subject matters. Seema from Preferred and Puneet from Accor took on the subject of ESG. For all of you know that ESG is environment, social, and governance. And Today, funds, if you're looking for funding, are looking at ESG compliant organizations. And if you're looking for that piece, then you've got to be much more in that business, as well as the benefit that brings to the community. And the other part, like you heard yesterday too, is newer destinations, newer customer segments, newer employee segments, newer, simpler ways to digitize or digitalize your businesses so that you could get a quicker ROI in a limited period of time. So could we find solutions? And as we kind of spoke together, what was unique is a lot of us seem to be keeping our strategies and methodologies to ourselves. We are hesitating to share them with the community, when actually anything that we learn from each other's practices or our own personal learnings as individuals and professionals, it could bring benefit to all of us. So I'll start the subject with what concerns Jatin and Samir, which is the newer segment, the newer destinations, and the newer ways to simplify the practices within the hotels, and what can they give to you as professionals and examples from their companies, and then we'll move across for the tandem of Seema and Puneet as we move along. So Jatin, if you want to take that over, what would you think are the two pieces that you want to share with everybody? And then we'll move on to Samir.
Sure. So let me get this right. We first want to start with quick digitization of what are the opportunities available. And then we want to talk a little bit about your new destinations or new trends.
Sorry. Hi, Puneet. Can you hear us?
Hi, guys. Yes, Ratan.
I thought I'd see you. Yeah, I can see you in front of me. No, sorry, I missed you there. Thank you. Go on, sorry.
Okay, thank you. So, when it comes to quick digitization or, quick stuff, what we can do as an ROI, let me get through to some nuts and bolts. I think we are in a stage of machine learning, and a lot of time, and I kind of talk about from my days as a general manager, what happens today is we make it as a man versus machine. That whatever systems are telling us, we do not believe in that. It's more about our gut feeling. My take as where I kind of see things from next 24 months are going to be very important for our industry from a whole positioning point of view as how we come where the rate should be. So group pricing is one thing which I personally feel everybody should look at it. I have been kind of in the last 6 months with Rover, and prior to that with Marriott, where Marriott takes great pride in their revenue management system, but that is one area, one segment where nobody has been able to crack it. For a simple reason, a lot of that depends on our relationship and intermediaries and all. So I think that's one bit. We did speak about F&B, which Ajay was talking about, what happens. In my opinion, F&B revenue management is super important. And especially when you look at where the growth is happening in tier 3 and tier 4 cities, where the business is almost 50, 52 rooms in F&B. So I think that's my second bit, which I would say. But more than that, when you talk about quick ROIs, you can also look at back of the house. It's just not every time about top line. But there are companies who you can tie up today who can bring in their technology to give you ROIs, which will help your bottom line. And that's a quick fix for you. The long-term plan, obviously, in digitization is all about retargeting and investing, which is pretty much a 4 to 5 year cycle. That does not happen overnight. So I don't want to talk too much about that. But I think today, from where we are as a business prediction, we can do a lot in that. So let's put it simple. November, we always say is the best month, clean month, no festival. If any brand today comes back and says this was my best number as compared to 2019, it's not really the big thing because we don't know what the bottom is today or what the height is today. So you really got to scale it up to see, I need to go where I could not even imagine. And we as a company today have set ourselves some goals. What should November look like for us? And that will only happen when you get everything together. Coming to the second part of what the trends I force you, what's really happening with.
So let me interrupt you. So what you're saying is set up a new benchmark, not base it on the previous baseline.
Absolutely. And I'll be very honest with you. All of us do budget exercise. We were companies working on calendar year. I was part of my budget exercise for 2023. And the first day when we met between me and Ajay, we were very clear we're not discussing 2019 at all. And I don't even know what my 2019 numbers were. I don't want to know that. It's all about growth over this year. If I can get what I really want to get in double-digit growth over this year, then only I'm talking. Otherwise, there's no point talking.
So let me contradict you or challenge you a little bit on this. Where rooms are concerned, it's RevPAR. We have access to STR reports. We all do competitive data. But what I find in other revenues, there is no such benchmark. There is no such registered comparison. And if the challenge is standalone restaurants in your proximity, how do you judge your budget and your market share? With hotels or with that competition? And how would you capture that data?
You'll be surprised, and I'm glad you raised that. Within F&B, there's a company called Comset based out of Bangalore. They've started doing benchmarking where individual restaurants can be benchmarked, or for that matter, your banquets. But it's about brands to come together. It's at a very nascent stage. We are one of the use case today, if I can say. Hyatt has come on board, Marriott has come on board. I think Accor has also come on board. Bangalore is the first city where this company is doing, and I foresee that in next 2 to 3 years there will be benchmark reports to tell us what is your F&B pricing and how much is your market share. It will happen for sure.
Well, and about your part of the future that you would suggest to anybody on any kind of digitization efforts that you would like them to see, or would you like Samir to take that piece forward?
No, I think Samir can take that.
You had certain examples of certain companies,
within the back of the house, as I was discussing, within your HLP, I was in one of the panels on HOSI, and we had one of the panel speaker from Zenatics. They pretty much do that. They've already done that with Sammy Hotels, where the ROI projects are there. You can cherry pick what you want to do with them. It's just not about a big mandate which you have to give to them. So there are ways and means which you can look at, bringing some of your costs down or improvising on your top line, which is what we spoke about, F&B revenue management or your group revenue management. Those are some of the basics.
Okay, Samir?
So firstly, thank you for having me here. I think from a digitization point of view, if I just sort of try to add on to what Jatin was saying, the first part is the mindset, because I think hoteliers, we are still very traditional in our approach to operating our businesses. So we still try to operate it the way we operated 5, 7, 10 years back. We're generally way behind many other industries in adapting to tech and some of those new age practices. The first thing is to be comfortable with adapting to it and realizing or accepting that it's there to stay. So it's in our interest to start getting comfortable and use digitization, data, etc. So we talk about machine learning, etc., or AI and all. But I think the first part is, am I comfortable using data? So for example, there are a lot of things which I can do just with looking at data points to improve my room pricing, improve my market mix, etc. And those are things which I would probably recommend to just get started with, because rather than trying to even bring in any technology elements, it's just important for us to start looking at data first. That's the first piece. The second piece in terms of digitization, of course, just from a guest experience point of view, there's a lot we could do. In the past, we used to say personalization is all, which used to be typically reactive, because we had to react to try and build in personalization. Today with technology, I think a lot of it can be anticipatory. So using, again, maybe best practices from many other platform-based companies, there are learnings which we as hoteliers could bring in as well.
So a lot of us keep talking about customization and personalization, right? That's about stoking data. We've never learned how to stoke our own CRM data. We hold it to our hearts, but it's basically dead data, right? So have you come up with any company or any practice that you've started yourself where you can massage that data with some AI help, which has got you that result through the social media or other digital platforms to therefore have a deliverable set of customizations, as Mr. Menon talked about the morning. But larger companies can achieve it. Smaller companies will find it a little bit too capital intensive.
So very early stages, but I think there are definitely some good, interesting partners around, startups around on helping us understand how, for example, guest experience works. So, picking up text analytics, picking up some of those key drivers which can help us drive better guest satisfaction or guest delight. And I think that's elements which we are currently working on.
So would you have some examples of certain companies you're working with on
that? So one of them is RepUp in the industry. So I think that's somebody who's worked with many of us.
I think it's very interesting when you talk about data, what sits with us. It's a very simple data which you cannot slice, dice in any way. I had the opportunity to be with Siddharth from Tribo Hotels. And what they have done is something very interesting, that you can slice and dice by simply giving a command, even as you write an email, that I want to see APC by hour covers by hour, and you will get a report like that. It's about getting to a stage of data warehouse where every data dump is coming, and then how you slice and dice is very, very important. So I think there are companies which are moving into that space. And to your point, Tribo Hotels is something like which can help your small companies where intellectual property has already been, done, and they can they're happy to outsource this to smaller companies as well. So I think there are case studies which are.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why we spoke about that is the larger brands, the institutional brands are putting in a fair amount of funds in this activity because they have the wherewithal to do so. But I thought this would be an important piece to share how smaller companies or individual owners could actually translate this into reaction, action, and revenue or controllabilities, because otherwise we have no access to it. And we always wonder whether we're going to be big enough and sizable enough to be able to do that logically. Yeah, and you both had some thoughts around destinations and customization and a different change in customer mix that you also want to share with them as to what has been your learning and what is your future. We heard from Mr. Kachu, glad he's walked in just now. Afternoon, Mr. Kachu, where Radisson with him was the first ones to go into what we now find our focus area, which is the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 cities. So what would you suggest to everybody here in the room, which is not driven by the larger brand and direction, but what could you advise everybody else to do?
So I think we've all spoken about this over the last few years. In fact, Mr. Bakai alluded to the fact that development is generally become a lot more expensive, especially in the big cities. So from brands like our perspective, we definitely see a huge amount of potential in the tier 3, tier 4 cities. In fact, that's where definitely the real India of the next decade is. And I think that's where we see the opportunity. Interestingly, we've all been also talking about experiential travel. There have been enough studies and surveys which say that more people want to pick up experiential travel, 50% or so want to go and gain some experiences, while 50% want to spend time amongst loved ones. So I think there's definitely potential in the leisure space. Customer behaviors have changed thanks to the pandemic. One of the few good outcomes of the pandemic that people want to spend more time with loved ones, friends, family. People have realized that there should be better life balance, work-life balance, and hence taking more breaks. So I guess there's a lot of impetus to domestic tourism, especially in tier 3, tier 4, which is where companies like ours will be focusing.
So how would companies like yours battle the new Amma or the Story or Collections? Because the brand width and size backs it up. But if it's all about personalization and these kind of experiences, how would both your companies battle this new market?
We don't battle, stories ours.
No, I kept you aside because just to say, let's keep fortune aside.
So having said that, I think the fact is that irrespective of whether it's Story or Mementos or Welcome Hotel or Fortune, we all have sort of learned that there has to be a lot more experiential elements into the stay. So we have started looking at those. So across our leisure hotels, it's not just bed and breakfast, which is the focus. It's also about saying, what are those 5 pieces of experiences we can offer to our guests? And what is it that should be, as a minimum, worked on by the general manager and the team at the hotel level, which is, of course, then communicated to the guests.
Any newer segments? Senior citizens, child-friendly, handicap-friendly, both for employees or for guests?
So I think senior citizens is definitely something which we seem to be seeing a good pickup. There's definitely another segment which seems to be growing. To be honest, we have not done much of work in that, which is pet-friendly holidays.
Right. Okay, so let's just shift focus and we'll bring the gentleman back into the larger subject as well. Puneet, would you like to go first or would you like the lady to start? What would you prefer?
Let Seema start. Ladies first, why not?
So Seema brings a wealth of experience, has grown fabulously with Preferred Hotels. And when we were speaking about what we could do for the world, not in the larger aspect that everybody gets confused and overwhelmed by the subject of ESG, but what can we bring back? And she's talked about a lot about what Preferred is doing for their partnerships, for their recognitions, for their contracting. What are the methodology they're insisting their newer sign-ins and even the older pieces work with to bring value to the community and to the business at large? So Seema, the floor is all yours. We'll move to Puneet after that.
Thank you, Mr. Keswani. It's great to be here. Good afternoon, everyone. So to start with, I think when we started speaking of sustainability and ESG, we looked at it from two aspects. One is as preferred, as the company, what is it that we are doing and how far back the commitment dates? And second is what are some of our hotels doing? So I'll start with preferred. As a family-owned, family-driven company, the commitment to sustainability actually is driven by the ownership personally and dates back actually maybe more than a decade ago. I joined the company about 12 years, actually almost 13 years ago, and I've always seen CSR as being one of the core values, and of course that's evolved into overall sustainability. Three pillars of sustainability extremely critical and important for the company are nature, which is environment, community, as well as culture. As preferred, I'd say, the partnerships that we have in place with the likes of ECPAT to help curb human trafficking, especially with the role that hotels end up playing sometimes, work with companies like Wine to Water that have a commitment to provide clean water to the people who don't have access, work with partners like MasterCard for their Priceless Planet Coalition, again, by giving back. I think Mr. Menon in the morning spoke of Bonvoy, good points with Bonvoy. Similar to that, there is I Prefer program, which is our loyalty program, where as a part of the program, every time you pay with MasterCard on the I Prefer member rate, basically there is a forest restoration initiative in place that gets funded with that, which is in partnership with MasterCard. We very recently, as a company, signed the Glasgow Declaration, which is about bringing down emissions to about half of what it is currently in 10 years, and I think to net zero in 2050, what I think Marriott also spoke of. So a lot of commitment from the company, from the ownership. We, in the middle of the pandemic, actually launched our purpose-led sustainability-focused brand called Beyond Green, which is fairly new, about a year and a half old, which is all about sustainability. It's about providing a platform to hotels where sustainability is at the core and center of everything they do, of course, with a commercial setup around it, but primarily purpose-led and mission-first brand. Which is, again, just about giving back to the nature, preserving the local culture, and giving back to the community.
But everybody says all these practices cost too much money. Difficult to put in together. The formats of compliance are terribly difficult. I don't know if I'll get the result or the ROI or make an impact locally. How do you control that piece or that worry?
So I think it starts with a commitment first. I think it's about committing now and acting today and for the future. I think there are smaller and shorter term wins as well that one can put in place. There could be things like farm to table concept, having your own herb garden. One of our hotels actually has a very great, it's a very nice concept of having a worm farm to work on the kitchen waste to make sure that there is a reduction of usage of fertilizer as well. There are some other aspects in terms of helping the community, having local artisans work on the furniture or allowing local, talent to come and perform at the hotel and work with the hotel. I think we spoke about hiring local talent, which is fairly easy to accomplish. We have a huge talent pool given the country and the size we are. Some of the larger initiatives which probably require a lot more capital injection, like moving to EV, changing your furniture to fully sustainable, that may be longer term, but there are some initiatives that are in place, and some of the hotels are doing a wonderful work and job on that front, which are fairly easy to accomplish in the short to medium term.
Puneet, you want to jump in? Puneet spoke about stuff that the company wants to do and what he would, as a professional in the business, suggest to all of you that you could look at as immediately convertible results. So, Puneet, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ratan, and thanks, Himad, for sharing some very valid and valuable points. I think, Ratan, if you allow me, I just want to take a step back. If we were having this discussion a few years ago, we would have been talking it as CSR, right? Typically, the companies would refer to sustainability or social responsibility as CSR activity. But I think as we are moving ahead, we are realizing it's a much larger topic, hence the ESG, the social, the governance, the environmental. And I think it needs to start at the top. And I'll just share what we are doing from a core point of view. So just before the pandemic, we actually created a position of a chief sustainability officer, a CSO, at a global executive committee level. So Brune Poisson was appointed really to look from a core point of view, because it's not just something nice to do. I think we don't have a choice as companies, special global companies that are publicly listed. As we know, whether it's green bonds, a lot of the interest rates when you're borrowing capital is based on your ESG ratings. A lot of the businesses, when they're doing RFP, so it doesn't really matter how big or how small, I think hotel branded or not, need RFP business. So a lot of the RFP clients need to understand your ESG policies. So I think that's where it stemmed from. So from our point, we started at the top. And then it was really important to create awareness. So what we've done is, I'm not sure it's very clear, there's a banner on top of my screen, which calls School for Change. So it's a 4 to 6 hour mandatory online training for all Accor corporate office employees around the world on sustainability challenges ahead and how do we mitigate these risks. And it's to prove its seriousness, it's actually linked to our incentive for 2022 and 2023. It's a mandatory training, again, to create the awareness. And so from awareness, then we needed to kind of put our money where our mouth was. So we made a commitment, of course, to the Paris Agreement, 1.5 degree science-based target, commit to net zero. And for 2022, what we have committed for all our hotels around the world, that we will eliminate all single-use plastic in any guest-facing area. And I think it'll be quite interesting for everyone listening today. So what we did when we counted in a typical hotel room, doesn't matter whether it was a Ibis economy or some of our luxury brands, there are about 40 plastic single-use items that are in a typical hotel rooms, from combs to toothbrushes to water bottles to shoe polish, toothpaste, cotton buds. So we've made a commitment to reduce it. And what we are realizing as we go talk to local cooperative societies, buying local, we actually might end up saving plus saving the planet by making this change. Secondly, what is really, really big for us, which we're working on right now, is food waste. A typical hotel, a 3 to 4 star hotel, has almost 100 kilos of waste per day. Again, we are using technology here. We're working with a Dutch company called Orbis, which use AI to help us reduce, again, measure the waste we do it. It uses AI. You just scan in front of the bin, the item you want to throw in the bin, and it gives you dashboard by the hour it was thrown, the type of item they're throwing. So it creates the awareness of the kitchen team. And once you have the awareness, as we know, what gets measured gets done, that's going to help us to really reduce our food waste, whether it's batch cooking, procuring locally. Another project we've introduced for all our Ibises in India is buying local coffee instead of using typical Italian coffees, which we used in many of our brands in our hotels. So we are trying that with Ibis. All the coffee that we serve in Ibises around India will be procured in India. Then there's some other examples of recycling soap, recycling linen. We're working with the NGO in Udaipur to use condemned linen to make sanitary pads for women. That's a great initiative started by NGO. So there's a lot of examples. I think the point I wanted to make, first you need to create the awareness, then you need to start measuring. And I think you'll pleasantly be surprised. In the end, you might end up saving. And of course, you're doing a huge, huge impact to the environment.
So a challenge, somebody asked Ajay's question. Owners have just come out of a pandemic. Owners, wanting to get their money back. Give me, and you guys can participate too, because I'm sure you're having these discussions any which ways, Puneet and yourselves. Give me 2 simple points that you tell your owner to say, please spend on this or invest on this, because the ROI and the benefit, both functional and otherwise, will be reasonably quick, and don't reject this idea at the cost of, some kind of financial implication that might come with it. Would that the first two easy ones that you tell your owners to say, I suggest we do it. It's good for you, good for us, and good for the community or good for the climate.
Water.
Just to each one of you.
So water, most of the hotels, we've always used plastic bottles for amenities, for banquets. So what we are doing across our hotels, putting water bottling plants. There's a company startup called Swajal, which operates out of Delhi NCR. So a typical hotel, of course, there is a bit of, they have various models, but typically we are going for the larger hotels, a capital-based model. The ROI is the less than 6 months, and then there's recurring saving of almost 10 lakhs a year based on the consumption of plastic water bottles we were using. So of course, we are saving money, we're helping the planet at the same time as well.
Gentlemen?
So we, of course, went on something similar. In fact, just before the pandemic, we went on this no single-use plastic-free initiative. And over the last 2.5 years, we were able to achieve quite a bit of success.
No, but give me
I think
one point for the
two
owner.
things we did which made sense from a financial point of view, even though it costed a little bit of money in the beginning. One was water, very similar. So there are two models. There's an OPEX and a CAPEX model.
Right.
So it makes absolute sense. And the second one is disposable amenities in the room. So moving to a dispenser from the standard plastic dispensers are absolutely financially very smart.
I think it's pretty similar, and you'll be surprised when we talk about water bottling. We actually did not face any resistance from any of the owners, especially what Puneet was talking about ROI. And I think today, maximum of our hotels are already moving in that direction. And the other part is the bulk amenities, which Samir was talking about in your room, which is kind of reducing your small bottles. But those are two more into terms of your sustainability. But there are also, today owners have also started a lot asking about future in terms of digitization. What is it that you want us to do, especially the new owners?
Right.
And that's where, we as a company, we're looking at building smart hotels, and we're doing a project with our own hotel in Chennai, which will be pretty much, a sustainable hotel, plus also taking care of all the digitization and making all the, things coming together in that. So I think those are the things which owners are asking today. And as much as we talk about digitization, that starts today when your business development people are out. You talk about digitization in a running hotel, you're only doing some bit of, aesthetic work. It's the main work really comes into your building stage. So I think that's what is really also happening by a lot of owners. That's what the key ask is.
Seema, being the lady, gave us a cherry on the cake.
Right. I think, firstly, my recommendation is not to ignore it. I think everybody realizes we've been talking about researches, surveys that are saying that more than 50% people are saying that they are willing to pay slight premium, even for hotels that are responsible or any kind of travel partners that are more responsible, especially Gen Z and millennials. I think that is our new age customer. They are extremely mindful of the partners they are selecting. It is a part of their KRAs. I think to add to what Puneet said, like for RFPs, we know that it's a part of their KRA. So I don't think owners would have a choice. There is no, it's no longer a choice. I think it's a mandate pretty much. So I think switching out of single-use plastic is definitely an easy takeaway. And I'd say, I think in addition to everything everyone said, is going local. Whether it's on local produce or local hiring of talent, I think should be fairly easier to achieve.
Well, so everybody's talking about local hiring of talent is one of the challenges. I had found before that in the smaller locations, even more than the larger locations or the bigger ones, that there's a bit of a reticence to let their family members work in hotels. How do you battle that?
It's an education process. It's not just about talking of the kind of long shifts or long hours that everyone keeps talking about. I think as an industry, overall, we need to do a better job of marketing the industry itself to new talent. And it doesn't have to be all hotel management graduates. I mean, even people like when you go to resorts in Maldives, we spoke of Maldives, I think in the morning as well, hiring local talent from there. I think it's a part of what they do in terms of giving back, not just to the marine life, but also to the communities there. I think it's an education process, trying to make them understand what it means to be a part of the industry and how we can all collectively make it a force for good. I think that would be
So
important.
Puneet, did I hear you say Accor has announced that they would cut emission or cost of the climate impact by 50% in 10 years?
No, what we've committed is net zero by 2050.
Okay.
Reduce food waste by 30% by 2023. And how you do it, first you need to measure it. So again, I think part of the challenge in our industry has been, and I think you made that comment in your opening remarks as well, the sharing of information, the reporting, the standardizing is really, really lacking. So I think what we are doing is, at least for our hotels, to start a benchmark so that we know how we are producing, more food waste or less. So there's a lot of work happening in food waste, and internally we've given a target to reduce that by 30%. And 1.5 degree is the impact, reducing that by 2030.
So ladies and gentlemen, you've got some tangible thoughts and some laudable efforts being made. On just digressing on the matter, my erstwhile company to find local employment had done some good work on. So we all have this thing about, we must take graduates, then we drop it to class 12 and drop it to class 10, and then still didn't find people. And what they had begun was that they would identify people whose families were classed as being below the poverty line and would train young people from those families to encourage them to come to the industry and train and do an apprenticeship. If they continued with the business, so they would grow as they learned. But because they got the learning and they got the personality development, they actually graduated to other industries and therefore became an ambassador of faith for hospitality. But thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. If anybody has any questions, we have a couple of minutes to go in case you want to ask them some more on the ROI or the tangibles. But thank you very much for your participation. Puneet, thank you for joining in Australia. Hope you're not running away to go and see a match now. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
But the floor is open for questions if anybody's got one. Okay, no one. So thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and of course our moderator as well. Mr. Khanna, there you are, sir. Also request Mr. Khanna to please present a token of love and appreciation to all our panelists. Do we have Puneet, sir, still? No? No, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Khanna, for helping us. Okay, our next session is once again a BWH special dual, HAI perspectives.
I want to say something about this session. Now, HAI is your own body, right? We all have to support HAI. We all have to put our hands together for HAI. It is now headed by Mr. MP Besbarua. Who doesn't know MP Besbarua? MP Besbarua was the former Secretary Tourism, Government of India. He needs no introduction. He has so much behind him, and he's now the Secretary General of the Hotel Association of India. And on the session with him will be Rajiv Kaul. He needs no introduction. Rajiv is a man of many hats. He carries such a lot of experience with him. Some of us over here, if we put our experiences together, they will not be able to add up to his numbers. Rajiv has headed Leela, formerly Oberoi's, and a doyen of his industry, right? So over to you, Aditya. Sorry about them, but this is my favorite session. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, I have been given an introduction, and if I do not do it that way, that would be doing, or that would be injustice on my part. So everybody, for our next session, which is once again a BWH, a special dual HAI perspectives, please join me in welcoming on stage our duos, Mr. Rajiv Kaul, a former president, Leela Hotels, and Mr. M.P. Bez Barua, honorary permanent representative, UNWTO, former member, Northeastern Council in the rank of Minister of State, former Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, former Chairman, Pacific Asia Travel Association, a former Minister Economic in the High Commission of India, London, and currently the Secretary General, Hotel Association of India. Let's collectively welcome them once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. So as Bhuvnesh rightfully pointed out that, HAI is really our organization. And we are here to learn a little bit more about it. And I think we are delighted that now we have somebody with the caliber of Mr. Bez Barua, on our team, because clearly we needed some help. So to begin with, I think it has been a disappointing few years. I mean, we had lots of expectations every time there would be, we would all be tuning into the budget and hope that there was some sweet news. And we were practically invisible to the authorities. So I think that was quite demoralizing. Now, the strange thing is that I know for a fact the extent of excellent work that went on behind the scenes. And this is exactly what the audience needs to know, that there was tremendous work, good work, smart work, hard work that went behind the scenes. There were soft handshakes on certain things that would be delivered. And yet, the corridors of power, which I think you can tell us more about how it works there. We just did not figure as a priority, and this is despite tourism being, now being talked about as one of the 5 pillars of economic, one of the 5 economic pillars, etc. So just as a preamble, I don't want to go on and on about this, but I just want to share this because I'm sure that many people in this room, are coming with this mindset that why are we almost irrelevant?
Well, Rajivji, I think you put it very mildly when you say that the disappointment has been for a few years. It has been for a very long time. For me, it has been for the last 25 years. When we started, even in the ministry, I can go on to so many things, but I don't want to do that because that will be, that's a risk in getting old, that you go back into what you have been doing. But simple things take a long time. For example, in 1999, we had initiated the visa on arrival. It took 12, 13 years, even after acceptance by the cabinet committee, to have it in around 2012, 13. Things are slow in government, and because so far as tourism is concerned, main problem is that tourism ministry itself does not control the areas which make tourism. Everything else, culture is a different ministry, civil aviation is different ministry, home is a different ministry, they control. That coordination becomes a very big problem, and that's why things take a long time. Let me come back to the recent times. As you talked about, recent times is the worst experience we had in the history of travel and tourism is the pandemic. We did from the HAI try to bring government to only one thing, that please recognize the importance of this sector in respect of jobs, in respect of income creation, and try to give some relief to those 80 to 85% of small and medium enterprises, which comprise travel and tourism, forgetting about the branded big brands, etc., try to have some relief for them. That did not happen. Our next request was that make tourism sector a very specific sector-specific relief program. That also did not happen. Our main focus always has been on only one thing, and that is continuing, that liquidity. The liquidity is a problem on which the past and the future also depends quite a lot. We wanted a long-term program from the RBI and the Ministry of Finance that we can have a long-term program of interest, etc. So these things, small things which could have happened in the states, like deferment of GST, deferment of taxes, etc., that also did not happen. Why it doesn't happen is very difficult to say. Primarily because perhaps what happened, we used to say that during my time that tourism is something which everyone talks about, but no one cares, because the impact of tourism is really not seen. It goes down the line, ripple effect, and WTTC had said that at least 30 activities are at the core of tourism, but you see only accommodation, transport, and few others. So I think that, but let me come back to, I always used to say, like Charles Dickens, that this is the worst of time and this is the best of time. I think we have very, very hopeful, optimistic signs now. And that comes from 2 or 3 things that I have noticed. One is that the states have been brought into the picture. In Dharamsala, they had a meeting where the states were brought in, and the states were told that you have to do your part because—
I'm sorry to interject. Yes, I think I would like to share with everybody in the audience that we've had some notable successes in the last 6 months.
Yes.
With the governments in, I think, Rajasthan, Karnataka, and Maharashtra.
That of course.
So I think they would like to. It would be,
yeah.
Yes, I would like you to share. What, because success doesn't just happen by itself.
Yes.
There was a lot of work and study that went into it, and I think it would be heartening for everybody to, because we can feed off this and see more of this in the future.
Yeah, 2 other things that are happening, I will come back to that. 2 other things that are happening in the mindset, which are going to be very important, and is that the government is talking about a National Tourism Authority and a National Tourism Board. These are going to be, if it happens, and happens in the right perspective, like it was recommended by the committee in 1987. Now government is thinking about it. When I had tried to do it in 1998, I may share now, my minister says that you want to make me unemployed. Because if you give a National Tourism Board, what left of the ministry? Now that's not a correct approach. The ministry has a lot of role, and the National Tourism Board can have the public-private partnership, which we are looking for. If that happens, I think you will have a very, very big role in policy formulation and policy implementation. Now, things which are happening luckily is, for example, we had our state chapters and we said that go and meet the states and find out where things happen. Industry status we have been talking about. Lots of states have said that, yes, we'll give the industry status, but the benefits do not flow. That has started happening now in Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Punjab, Karnataka, and I'm sure other states will follow. Well, I will.
Yes, my point is this, that yes, the government is a very special animal, and I think people in Delhi know that better. But we have an organization like NASSCOM. Look at the amazing success that this thing achieves. So the point is that you can work and you can get wonderful things done with government. So I think it's also got to do with maybe our competence and our fundamental strategy. I mean, as an outsider, I find that we are asking for too many things. Anybody would be confused. I mean, every month we have a litany of suddenly you want GST, somebody else, now we want something else. So I think it is much better to keep an annual agenda of perhaps 2 things and just chip away at it continuously.
Now, I think we have changed in HII, we have completely changed our approach. I mean, I'm not saying that we are changing the approach of the last 25 years, but what we are trying to say is that it is not government and the industry separately, that we are partners, we are collaboratives. So we are trying to tell the government that, look, this is what we want, and please take us into confidence in what you are doing and what we can contribute. I may tell you that some good things have happened. The ministry has been consulting us almost on anything that they are doing. We are in the committees of various committees of the ministry. We could get these parliamentary standing committees to meet us 3 times to talk to them about the problems. And I will be very happy to see that all that we had asked for have been part of the parliamentary standing committee's recommendation completely, and they have gone beyond what we have asked for. Now, I have a feeling that the approach should be now not asking for demands. We are not working like unions. We are working as associations. We are associations of all the members whose mouthpiece is we are the voice of the industry. HII is the voice. And that voice we try to carry to the government where it is necessary. And government have started listening to us. We found that it was not possible to get everything done because the Ministry of Tourism, from my own experience, I know, is helpless in many matters. Lots of things happen in the Commerce Ministry, yes, Finance Ministry, and PMO. So we have started going to these areas, and I may tell you that there have been very positive signals so far as infrastructure status is concerned. Because our members, our president, vice president, others, all others, had been to the PMO, talked to them, and PMO was convinced that yes, something needs to be done. And the logic we said that, look, you are thinking about certain number of people in the next 25 years, and where are these people going to stay? And why not encourage the industry to come up with investment instead of asking for investment for international capital, etc. coming in? You are talking about local investment. Allow our local investors who have the capacity to do that, go beyond the metros to invest. And that has been accepted in principle. Only thing is working out the nitty-gritties, which may again take time, but I suppose it will happen.
But the entire story lies in the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, it does.
We know that it all happens there. But without trying to get ahead of ourselves, what can we look forward to in February? In the next budget, what do you think is something that we could reasonably expect, because we've been denied so much for so long?
One of the things that has come out very positively is the Ministry of Commerce has stated that they will put services sector, according to the Ministry of Commerce officially, is going to overtake all other services export sectors. And if that happens, they are saying that travel and tourism export, service export, the problems will be part of the trade policy in the future. So I'm hoping that there will be something positive coming so far as the trade policy is concerned. I am also hoping that perhaps the ministry is now convinced that tourism is an important sector. There may be some concessions or some incentives for infrastructure and industry investments.
I think that is the major pain point today for the industry, that you have so many stressed assets, and unless and until we are able to get some relief on that, there's going to be more hardship for the sector.
Yeah, as things as Manmohan Singh, when he was finance minister, had said about liberalization, that you cannot stop an idea whose time has come. I think travel and tourism time has now come after a long time. That's my optimism.
Well, from your lips to God's ears, as they say. Because, I've been in this business for 45 years, and I've been hearing for 45 years, Indian tourism has a lot of potential. And it hasn't, I don't think we've been able to harness so much of it. I don't mean to be pessimistic about something. I think, what people in this room need to realize is that it is difficult, but I think that we've had some important successes in the recent 6 months to 1 year. And I think that has, paved the way for bigger things to follow. What we would like to know from you is, what can we do to help you on our behalf achieve greater success?
Well, so far as we are concerned, what we are trying to do is that the voice should be one. We did need to have different voices, but all that voice should, when it goes to the government, should be one voice. We should, and secondly, I think, as you say, that we should come back to a few prioritized items.
Our agenda
that
should
we
be
take up
yes.
these things for the next year, next things for the next years. And let us not get attention diverted by too small things which can happen. And the third thing we can do is that we have to make it known to the government the work that is being done. For example, lots of discussions today I heard about sustainability, fantastic work done by the industry. And that data and the compilation of the activities, etc., are not properly perhaps focused to the government, saying that this is what we are doing, and you must accept that. Now, you must not keep on thinking that the hotel industry is elitist, that we are, when we don't really need government support or incentives. That is the feeling on the other side of the fence. Now, they must understand that you have these problems, the problems which are hindering the development of the country, and also compile data about what all good work you are doing, which should be in the focus. And we are trying to do that focus by having various activities like webinars we have been doing from HII. We have a magazine now, which is the mouthpiece, and we will be happy to see that magazine that we focus on.
No, that's a positive step. Mr. Bisbury, if you really look at it, our principal focus, our raison d'etre is basically we are saying that we are an employment generator. Correct. Yet we issue no numbers. How many jobs were created last year? I mean, we should be able to really tangibilize this.
Absolutely.
We should make an effort where we are able to show what exactly is our contribution. We have this big story of a multiplier of 7, for tourism. I think we need to sharpen our narrative, and that's when people will listen.
Absolutely. This data has to be, we talked about data in the earlier session, the use of data. That data
so we should, it's not difficult to compile as to what exactly, how many hotels have opened, how many restaurants have opened, what exactly are the jobs that have been created. And I think these hard-hitting facts will perhaps earn more respect for the industry,
We are trying to do that. We are also trying to do that, compile some industry status reports, etc., which can give an idea about, it's a very difficult job to get the information because it happens.
But it's doable.
It is doable.
It's doable.
Now,
It's
even
doable,
if it is not perfect, it cannot get a perfect.
Absolutely.
We must do it, and it has to be, you are absolutely right. I mean, we don't even have a complete picture of how
Nothing,
many.
see, historically, we used to see ourselves, or we used to position ourselves as foreign exchange earners. Correct. Then about a decade ago, we switched from that to being employment generators. Correct. Now, foreign exchange figures were quantifiable. This data is not quantifiable, or we are not able to quantify it. So I think it would only help us. I mean,
Yes, that's why we went to tourism satellite account. During my time, I started that process. The tourism satellite account will capture all the activities that go down the line, which are not captured in our accounting system. As a result, our contribution to GDP is also not properly known. Yeah. I have been trying to say that the tourism satellite accounts should be more forcefully and extensively used, so the government really comes to know what exactly is the impact of tourism, which certainly will be much more than what we are talking today.
So in preparation for this session, I just thought I'll go to the website and see what is the mission of HAI. Okay. So it says that it is to secure for the hotel industry its due place in India's economy, project its role as a contributor to employment generation, highlight its crucial role as a forex earner, and build image for this industry both within and outside the country. So I think that the foreign exchange part is okay. We talked about also the employment that we can try and tangibilize this. And the third thing is build image for this industry both within and outside. I think that's something which HAI has not really flexed its muscles or used its sinews for.
No, we have.
And I have a thought which I just wanted to leave with you, that in the last 2 years, our industry has taken a serious knock. I mean, we keep hearing about the fact that oh, it's the least preferred employment option, for youngsters. I think we should have a campaign of sorts, which really talks about the pride that the joy of being hoteliers, the pride of this industry. I think something of that, and it's for us to reaffirm this, because if we don't believe in this and we don't celebrate this, how on earth can others?
Yeah, absolutely right. And actually, this should come all from the members. The association finally is the mouthpiece of the members.
I'm looking at at Mr. KB Kachru there. He is a leading member of the committee, and I know that this is very, very close to your heart and to the heart of everybody else, and all of us. I mean, all of us here. It's not about who's on the committee. There's a committee can only be finite. It's really about all of us being there. But I think that we need to forget about yesterday, and it's a fresh start. That's really, and I really mean it, Mr. Bezbara. We are really happy that we have somebody, of your credentials, your caliber, speaking to the government on our behalf. That's very important.
Well, what has happened now is government, at least on principle, has accepted the importance of tourism. Importance of the hotel industry also has been publicly expressed by the Prime Minister and others that yes, they have a role to play in employment and all. There's a gap between the idea and the action. And we are trying to be with the Ministry of Tourism. Ministry of Tourism is fully with us. They have accepted all of, but in their correspondence or argument with the other ministries to get the action initiated, we are trying to be with them. Our main focus has been a collaboration with our fellow associations to build a strong case for our industry as a whole. So we like to have that collaboration and cooperation stronger so that we have all the information that we need to make our case. Secondly, to take that case together with all of us to the government. FATE is an important organization in that respect.
FATE is the apex organization. Yes. That's fine, but so, I mean, I think you said you're very right. You do not need to have multiple voices there. That only needs to noise. So it's important to have that right coordination. What I think I can tell you is that, at least on behalf of my colleagues here, that we'll give you a stronger voice. But I think you need to carry it, and we are looking forward to some results now.
Whatever you say, we ask the members to please tell us what we can do, and we carry it forward. Yeah. And
well, thank you very much. The floor is open if somebody has any pointed questions.
Thank you, Rajiv. I am really happy that BW Hotelier actually included HAI's efforts on what they are doing. And I want to add to what Mr. Bezbara said. First of all, we are lucky to have him. He understands government better than any one of us, because he has been part of it and he has been leading from the top. I feel there is a lot of optimism, but as I said yesterday, you were not here, you can have a great vision, but unless it is executed, you hallucinate, it doesn't actually happen. But what we have seen, and I can tell you on behalf of the executive committee members who are here, quite a few of them are in the hall today, that what has happened at all levels in bureaucracy, now we have actually penetrated at the grassroots level, and people who are actually who are objecting or who are seeking clarifications are coming forward and telling us what they want to know to make things happen. So it's happening at the shop floor level. And that is helping us, and that's why Mr. Bezbara is optimistic, and what he is conveying to you, that we have actually consolidated our ask. We are not asking for too many things. What today we would ask, as HAI CAP, I would say is that we need a bigger voice. We need more members to actively participate and tell us what is possible. And in each state, wherever they are, they have to work with state governments. We have had some fantastic successes. I don't want to undermine those. I mean, state governments actually declaring it as an industry hasn't been easy. It has moved. 10 to 11 states have already declared.
And always getting started is the hardest part, you know. So it will.
And it's getting executed.
Yeah, the juggernaut will roll now in
yeah,
to other
what
states.
is actually happening is getting,
It will.
and hotel operators are getting direct benefits. I mean, there are states where your utility bills are going down dramatically. So all those things are happening, but it'll take time. Nothing will change overnight. So again, we would seek help of all the members.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Aman is raising his hand. We'd love to hear what he has to say.
Now, what Mr. Baisbarua has said, we have heard many years. I remember Mr. Gautam Khanna at a huge do that was done when Madhav Rao Scindia was minister. This was at the Moria Hotel. And he said, I've been saying the same thing for 50 years and have not been heard. And you're saying 25 years. So I think that, you know, when we talk about hope and optimism, we have cause for great pessimism also, but except that we can't live on that. So the problem, first problem in my opinion, is that the change of mindset hasn't happened from the colonial times. When you go to the government office, they're still we and they. He is an Indian talking to an Indian citizen, and together we have to take the country forward. So why is this attitude of I am doing you a favor? That has to change, you know, I think. And the second thing is that, you know, you're talking about how many people and how many players are there. So I think I've said this before. The most important ministry for us could be an inter-ministerial liaison ministry. Because if one ministry can't talk to each other, where is the chance of any of us as hoteliers to go and talk to that ministry and win? So it is a problem at a higher level, and it needs to be.
We have to manage it, and we have to manage it better. But like I said, that, you know, other industries, other sectors have had tremendous success with the government. So it's a special skill how to do business with them, but you can do it. You know,
in perception, you see, they think of hotels as something fancy, rich people's things.
That's what I'm saying. We have
That's
to.
What, the National Tourism Authority is actually meant to do that. It is supposed to be composed of all the different ministries who are involved in tourism business. So this is, we have been asking for a long time.
But then I think you have to all go to a dentist and get some shark's teeth, you know.
Yes. Well, Time's Up has been staring at me for the last 5 minutes. So sorry about that extended session. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Baisbarua. Thank you. And we are, like I said, we are looking forward to some celebrations in February.
Let us hope so.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. A picture, please. I would also request Mr. Vijay Diwan, MD, APJ Surendra Park Hotels, to please join us on stage and help us present a token of love and appreciation to both the gentlemen. Thank you, and thank you so much, Mr. Diwan, for helping us with that. But before we move ahead with the next, please.
So whatever HAI is doing, Mr. Besbarwa, we will be with you and we will crack the code.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Khanna. Also, before we move ahead, a quick reminder that Herman is holding a lucky dip gift for all the attendees. Attendees may please ensure that your visiting card has been dropped in the designated box on growth lessons from the pandemic. For this session, may I please invite on stage Mr. Aman Nath, founder and chairman, Neemrana Hotels, Mr. Vijay Diwan, MD, APJ Surendra Park Hotels, Mr. Nikhil Sharma, regional director, Eurasia, Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, Mr. Vikramjit Singh, president, Lemon Tree Hotels, and the session will be moderated by Mr. Rahul Pandit, CEO, Horizon Industrial Parks.
So good afternoon, everybody. And this is wonderful to be amongst this industry cohort of leaders and professionals. And I was listening earlier to lots of deliberations on stage, and we are at a very interesting point in our sectors and India's journey. McKinsey has said that this is not India's decade. This is India's century. Because if you look at what's happening to us, you know, the debate today is, are we going to grow 6.8% or are we going to grow 7%? While rest of the world is saying, hey, is there going to be growth at all? Within the next 25 years, 1/5 of the total global workforce is going to be Indians. And a very interesting thing is also happening, that in the last 10 years, 85 million people, you know, which is more than the population of Germany, have moved into our cities. And my daughter was asking me, she said, Dad, if that's right, you know, why don't we see that? Because all those people look like, you know, you and me. If they were like Germans, you know, we would be saying, hey, there is a major demographic shift happening. And within that, our industry is at a point which is probably, you know, once in a lifetime opportunity. And if we see India today, our share of tourism earnings, both for the country and the share for the world, over the next 10 years is supposed to go 5x. So we are at this very interesting takeoff point. And if we see the last 3 years, 15% supply which would have come into the markets didn't come in courtesy the pandemic. Another 12% supply got erased from the market across different price points. So 27% supply which should have been sitting with us is not there. And demand in our market grows at a secular 4%. So effectively, we've had, if you were to extrapolate the impact of the pandemic to today, we've had 27% supply go off and a 12% addition. On top of that, there are 2.5 crore Indians who travel out every year. And the good thing is that not more than 60 lakh have done that. So 1.8 crore Indians are within India who would have gone out. And what's further encouraging is that they take 2 breaks a year with their kids. Now we have exposed their kids to India. So while these are all excellent portents, we have come out of a once in a lifetime black swan. And let's not forget those learnings. And I'm very happy to Bhuvnesh and to BW to have put this very eclectic panel of leaders here. And between these 4 leaders and their portfolios, they manage and provide leadership to 16,000 rooms across 183 hotels across the country. They employ 17,000 people. And I am, like you, looking forward to hearing and learning from their insights. So please join me in giving a big round of applause to all the 4 leaders on the panel. And without much ado, I will first immediately go to somebody, who spent his formative years. He spent his formative decade with Oberoi Hotels, operating from to Srinagar to Baghdad. Before the 90s, he decided to make Park his home. So Vijay, I wanted to ask you, your portfolio is 23 hotels today, another 16 hotels in the pipeline, and brilliant focus on entertainment and F&B in the portfolio, and one of India's homegrown bespoke portfolios, which are designer, in quality. What have been your top 3 learnings coming out of the pandemic?
Okay, thank you. And thanks for getting me here. Firstly, taking on from what Rajiv was saying, I think the first thing is it's time to celebrate rather than, I'm not sure if it's time to learn. So I think currently Indians are celebrating festivals like never before. Indians are celebrating weddings like never before. Indians are traveling like never before. And travel and tourism is booming like never before. And we can look forward to some golden years ahead for travel and tourism. Some of the other important things which are happening at the moment, of course, is that they talked about employment in the previous session. Actually, 6 million jobs have got added over the last year or so. From when initially there were 40 million jobs, we dropped down to about 29 million jobs, and now we are back to 35 million jobs. So 6 million jobs have sort of come back. So again, it's a reason to celebrate. Also reason to celebrate is that the hospitality industry is going to add another 24 million jobs over the next 5 years. Another good point as far as the golden years are concerned is that this industry is going to grow at a rate of 7.5% to 8% over the next 5 to 10 years. So that is also on the very, very positive side. Now, coming to the learnings, I would say there are 5 key learnings rather than 3, which have been learnings for us, or it's for the industry as well. Number 1 is that most importantly is that resilience and agility leads to the creation of a stable and also of a formidable organization. So the first thing is that the learning has been that you have to be a resilient organization and you have to be a strong, agile organization, and it leads to the creation of a formidable organization. The second key learning for us has been that low probability actually does not mean low risk. As we would have seen, at the beginning of this year, it looked at there was no chance of a Russia-Ukraine war, but that does not mean that there was no risk. So it's not just important to just have a success plan or to have a plan A and have a plan B. It's equally important that you also have a survival plan always in place. So low probability does not mean low risk. And currently the low probability is in terms of, say, the South Asia crisis. Everybody thinks that it may not happen, but so if it was to happen, what is the survival plan which we need to have? The third thing is, the third learning is not actually a sort of a learning. It is my belief that in a crisis or in a bad market or in a difficult situation, there will always be one company which will outperform the market. And we took upon ourselves that we would be that company which is going to outperform the market in terms of the margins as we go forward. And we are very happy to say that we were able to achieve it. Fourth learning, I would say, is in terms of decision making. Decision making in difficult circumstances has to be always ahead of the curve. You can't be behind in taking decisions. If you have to reduce cost, or you have to defend your revenues, or you have to take decisions in terms of going forward, decision making always has to be ahead of the curve. And lastly, the key learning has been in terms of that people actually make the whole difference. The teams make highly engaged teams, create highly engaged customers, and those teams only lead to higher profits and higher results. Now, coming to the first one, which is in relation to resilience. Developing resilience is not an easy task. It's also very difficult to sort of define and also very difficult or harder to do. The first in terms of resilience is to build financial resilience. And it's very important for companies who have, and all of us who have gone through this crisis, and I'm sure this is the key learning, that you have to have a very strong capital position. And the second most important thing is that you need to have, definitely in terms of liquidity, you should have significant liquidity so that you can distinctly overcome any kind of a decline in revenue, or in terms of overcoming any kind of embedded cost you have or any kind of credit losses you have. So the first thing is, in terms of financial resilience, is that you have to have a very strong capital position, and you need to have significant amount of liquidity to overcome a crisis. Also, as we went through the crisis, we saw that it's exceedingly important to reduce cost. And reducing cost means that you have to manage costs better than the competitors. And again, we were able to, during the first year of the pandemic, we were able to reduce cost by almost 52%. We were able to reduce payroll expenses to the extent of 41%. We were able to reduce heat, light, and power expenses by almost 42%, and 60% reduction in direct costs, leading to the fact that in the pandemic year, we were EBITDA positive. There were only 2 companies which were EBITDA positive. If you were to look at the listed companies, and that one of us, we are not a listed company, but we were EBITDA positive. The other companies, among the 4 listed companies, they were minus by 24%, by 59%, by minus 17%. And of course, there was one ahead of us, which is on the panel, by 24%. So the key thing, of course, is that financial resilience is exceedingly critical to come out of the crisis. You need to have a strong capital position. You need to have an excess amount of liquidity to overcome this. We as a company, that is the APJ Surendra Park Hotels, have always maintained a very healthy debt to equity ratio. We have always maintained it below 1:1, and that also significantly helped us. And all throughout the period of the pandemic, cash management was exceedingly important. We were looking at cash management on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, and also on a quarterly basis, to see that there is a definite amount of liquidity available to overcome the crisis.
Fantastic. 40% reduction in operating costs, day-to-day focus, on cash, actually looking at your cash roster every day. So brilliant takeaways, and also being very conservative with leverage, and key resilience lessons of resilience and both agility walking hand in hand. Now I turn toward a young gentleman hotelier, and I think during the pandemic, it's been not only a professional training, but also a mental makeup and backgrounds that have given leaders a resilience edge. So this gentleman, he was actually, his formative years, he spent in the Middle East before coming to India. Nikhil today runs a portfolio which is 56 hotels, another 25 hotels in the pipeline, 8,000 people, 1,000 crore plus top line. What's very interesting is I recently read his book, which is 4.6 on 5 on Amazon. It's Kabir and Rumi Consulting. So his father liked Kabir. And I think courtesy the time he spent in the Middle East, Rumi had an influence. So you should check it out. And he's written about spiritual lessons as a toolkit for operating in the corporate world. But that's on a different track. Okay, Nikhil, if I look at the pandemic and the lessons, what is it that you are doing to give Wyndham roots in India? How are you helping it grow? What have been the lessons that have impacted your drive and strategy for growing your portfolio in the country?
Mr. Pandit, firstly, thank you for the introduction. And I must congratulate Bhuvnesh and Team BW for making this a reunion of ex-IHCL and ex-Lemon Tree colleagues on one panel. So it feels fantastic to be on the same panel with Vikram and you. Well, I think, and we heard that a little bit earlier with Mr. Thakkar and Mr. Pakaya on franchising. And Wyndham is the largest hotel franchising company in the world with 9,057 room hotels right now in 95 countries. We've stuck to the guns of franchising in this part of the world. One of the things that we tweaked, and you heard of third party being large in US, we've been successful in implementing third party operators with us for owners that actually want it to be managed. So I think one of the success mantras has definitely been the engagement with third party owners. The second has been the owner first mentality that we've had, and we've ensured that we walked with the owners every step of the way in the last 2 years, whether it was cost reduction, whether the unfortunate staff replacements that happened. But what we did do as an organization is we took it upon ourselves to try and place these personnel in other industries. So that's something that actually stood by us in the long go. And we have employees who have actually come back to us today and saying they would rather work with Wyndham because they saw the human element in the last 2 years. And last piece that I would like to speak of, I think, and you defined this in the previous organization, 500 PIN codes in India. I think every brand can actually expand to the 500 PIN codes in India. And that's really where we want to go.
Wonderful. So if I read between the lines, you are saying your growth strategy, especially with franchising, is not just the metro cities, but also the tertiary cities. And I think this has been a very interesting recurring theme, you know, whether we were listening to the earlier panel on ESG or, you know, listening to Ajay, and when he scored a century, I actually sent him a message to say that, hey, you know, you become the Tendulkar of the sector. But his response was quite kind and humbling. So very interesting that you are wanting to drive this big localization for a global brand by looking at this PIN code strategy. Thank you. Now I want to turn to another panelist who's actually a non-hotelier. He's an historian. He's a poet at heart. Between him and me, I think the difference chronologically is of a generation. If I see his interests and, you know, his intellectual capabilities in a different domain altogether. He's been a founding member of INTAC. He has co-authored and written 14 different books and tomes on history, culture, and art. And in my mind, sometimes, and this I have not told Aman, that if, let's say, God was to say what should be an alternate profession for Amarnath, I would say make him a doctor. The reason is people read history and some teach history. He breathes life into history. He has taken ailing, dilapidated structures, forgotten structures, things that people thought were relics, and has not only infused life in them, he's made them so strong that today they share this spirit with everybody who touches, stays, and engages with them. So if he was a doctor, surely, I would be very happy to say, put my appointment there, because if somebody is ailing, then go to Dr. Amarnath. So, and today under Neem Rana, he runs a very delectable portfolio of 17 unique properties, and he's involved in curating another 3 and bringing them to life. But with this background, and the fact that you never studied hotels to start off, and that you look at things through 360, and if you look at history and your lessons from history, and I was speaking to Aman earlier, he told me something interesting. He said, well, I focus on my core principles. It's better to stick to the knitting. So I want to understand from Aman, what are those core principles that have helped you not only survive and thrive?
Thank you. Thank you. That was a long introduction. I'm also very impressed with your memories, both of you, all of you actually, with the amount of statistics that you can remember. I was told that you should eject statistics from your mind so that you can put something else into it. So I eject them immediately. I think the question you ask is not difficult for me because I'm an intuitive person. So if you remain honest to your core values, which for us is history, the history of India is our greatest trump card. So why would we go out emulating the West? I find that the hotels in India have for too long, and perhaps still continue to, look at an alien role model. People come to India to see the difference. We've got to give them a hotel that doesn't look like, I don't want to take any names, look like their hotels. So that lesson is coming through now. So if I think you're honest to your core values, and I'm more than a hotelier, we've never taken a loan. Now that sounds very unconventional to people, and we've done gigantic projects. So when people are talking about cutting costs, we've never let the costs rise in the first place. So I think that if you remain alert, intuitive, youthful, flexible, lean, all the things that managers teach you, but you should know them yourself. As an Indian, we are a very austere nation. And austerity in India is a virtue. It's not a sin. So why do we venerate Gandhi more than the richest person in India? Because less has always been more. So when you get into this escalation race that such and such brand has done a 5-star, so I do a 6 and I do a 7, I think you are core values of India. You're forgetting why people come to India. They do not come for excess. There's enough countries, who put soap on their body and rub their body on you and give you a massage. That's not India's image, So we really have to go back a bit. It's all wonderful that we talk statistics, we are management people, we understand services, we understand hygiene, but we've forgotten India. And I think Neem Rana never did. So after the pandemic, I think if you know the statistics, you must know better, that we were among the first group to really swing back and get figures better than before, but almost immediately. So when people say, how is it possible? I say, how is it not possible? Because that's the only way I see it. I'm an optimist in that sense. And every time you're challenged, whether by the government, local authorities, people, whatever, you have to come back because your core values always remain the same. So when you're saying employ local, I mean, that's the first thing we've always done. And I have, I think very differently, which is evident, when you're talking about schools for hotels, I think we should have vocational training institutes. And I have been telling different governments, I even named one institute called AFBP, so which stood for 8वीं pass, 12वीं fail. Because if you look at the people that the hotels employ, especially outside the city or in the city, most of the people have done 10th, 12th, so on. And that's the majority. The management people you're talking about are somebody else. They've already got a better education if they've been to, a public school or they've been to a great college. They don't even need to go to a hoteliering institute because your common sense is uncommon by then. So if you have to drive people with an uncommon sense, and the Indian hospitality within you, which is deep-rooted, you cannot even push it out of you, I'm talking of an average Indian and a rural Indian, then the two of you make an extraordinary mix, In Rajasthan, nobody will hand you a glass like that. They will hand it to you like this. You don't teach them. I think you learn from them. So I think rather than make your people feel that they are misfits when they come, if you go to Shekhawati, you learn a lesson of hospitality, you learn of humility, you learn of, just something which cannot be taught. So I think that the people here should be learning from that lot rather than giving them a complex, "Aap Angrezi nahi bolte, aap ye nahi karte, wo nahi karte." So, instead of saying "Good morning, sir," at 5 o'clock in the evening, why can't people just do namaskar, namaste, whatever, the Oberoi started, that whole process. Now many more hotels do that. I think I've digressed from your question, actually.
You didn't digress. I was all ears, and it's so beautiful. And I must thank you, Aman, for that. My takeaway from hearing him is to say, let's all be students instead of trying to be teachers. And there is so much in our country, let's make that a position and let's position that right. And 8वीं pass, 12वीं fail is going to remain with me. So on a similar track, Vikram Lemon Tree has 87 hotels today, another 24 in the pipeline, 6,500 plus people. Q1 was 200 crores.
Yeah.
It's listed, so you won't say what the closing figures of Q2 are. But if I was to add the new Aurika at Bombay, which is at 669 keys, would probably be India's largest inventory single asset property, then the company is set on target, to cross 1,000 crore plus run rate. But given this background, and we were hearing in the morning about people, and Aman very interestingly said, instead of trying to fight the war for talent outside of the communities, how do we co-opt the community and learn from the community? While he may have been successful, I think the big grouse of the sentiment has been that as a sector, the sector did not really deliver trust in the human capital during the pandemic. So what do you think? Why did this happen? And more importantly, what do we need to do now to atone for that and make up for that rapidly?
Thanks, Rahul. And it was lovely listening to all the panelists. I think what's happened has happened. We as an industry didn't take care of our people, period. Whatever it may be, these were reactions on the spur of the moment. We didn't know what hit us. We don't know how to react. We didn't know better. The question is, how do we get those people back? The question is, how do those seats of those hotel schools fill up? I'm told 60% are empty today. What do we do to get them back? What do we do to those employees who are working in the industry today? How do we keep them motivated? How do we keep them happy? Now that is the question, if you ask me, Rahul. See, the easy answer is say increase salaries, but doesn't work that way. You know, margins won't support it, business won't support it, and in the end, we are in a business. You know, when you talk to hotel companies, they often talk about a new model of, you know, management contracts where they say, let's share with the owner, let's take more of the upside and reduce our fixed. I have a question here for everybody. Have we ever looked at it in a way that we say, let's share with our employees? Vijay spoke about healthy GOPs. We have declared a EBITDA margin of 48.2%, which I think was the highest in the industry, at least among the listed players. Margins across the board are expanding. Margin across the board are healthier than ever before. These are at least 30 to 40% higher than the same numbers pre-COVID. And this is true for brands across, listed, non-listed, hotels across, business, leisure, everywhere. Have we ever looked at saying, listen, let me share my margins with my employees. Let that general manager who's effectively the CEO of that hotel, does he get a stake of this enhanced EBITDA margin, which has come because of various cost cuttings that we've done with all our learnings? Have we looked at it that way? The answer is probably no. If somebody has and can put up their hand, I'd be very happy to, you know, learn more and hear that person here. But the fact is we are still looking at employees in the old fashion, in the old way of looking at things. And I think that's not going to work going forward. That's not going to get more and more people to join. And I can see Natwar agreeing with me. So Natwar, so that's one very important thing. And that's a very different way that we all as an industry need to adapt to. Secondly, boss, you know, what's going to happen is that when you go to hotel schools, and by the way, this is something I learned from Rahul when he and I used to do recruitment for Lemon Tree 15 years ago. And, you know, his one talking point, which still stays with me, is when he would go to these hotel schools and say that in a Lemon Tree, in 7 years, from an associate, you become a general manager. Back in the day, the hierarchies were not there. The structure was very flat, and you could actually become a general manager. Today, you know, for an associate to be a general manager, he'll probably be as old as me. Yeah? And that definitely is not attractive enough for guys to come and join this industry. So in my view, I think it's about showing growth, promising growth, delivering growth. And that will make these guys join the industry, come back to the industry, and, you know, find this attractive all over again. Yeah. So that's my 2-bit, Rahul.
Thank you. That's a very invigorating idea. And I must tell you about Vikram that he was not always an executive. He is actually from the Northeast. And his family had a hotel in Jorhat. It was called the Great Eastern. But courtesy the Alpha and the Sulfur, he decided to move and join the mainstream. But the ideas of, you know, actually co-opting employees in to make them partners, that's very invigorating. Thank you. We'll have to do a little race because we don't have too much time. But I want to quickly ask all the panelists, and just in about 2 minutes, Vijay, when I look at your portfolio, you have brilliant entertainment, probably amongst the first Indian hotel companies to have thought of that, and F&B. And now I have seen you take someplace else to the Geo World Mall in Bombay. And Flurries, if I see 35 outlets, you have doubled it to 70. On track to going to 100 now. And I was earlier speaking to Vijay, you know, Geo Mall, even though it's picking up pace, his run rate today is about 75 lakhs, inching to 1 crore a month. So this is brilliant. So how are you looking at both entertainment and F&B to get and drive business to your portfolio?
So firstly, I would say that our business model is, or a hotel business model is slightly different from that of the other hotel models. One is that the customer value, which always gets created in a typical hotel model, is either coming through quality, or it's coming through standards, or it's coming through product. But in our case, it's neither, it's definitely quality, it's definitely standard experiences, but there is an added element to it, that is entertainment. So entertainment in our hotels is distinctly used to create customer value, which is different from that of other hotels. And when we were passing through the crisis, we looked at two brands or the hotel brands, and we thought of that how we can convert this into an opportunity. So we looked at taking one of our brands, which is someplace else, out of the hotel portfolio, out of the F&B portfolio, and we took it out, and now we have launched it in Mumbai. Similarly, we have been in this business of bakery and confectionery for close to over 90 years, or actually more than 90 years now. And it's very difficult to say whether, and it's known by the name of Flurries. So in Calcutta, it's difficult to say which brand is the more popular brand, whether it's Flurries or Park Street, or whether it is Park Hotel or Calcutta itself. So it's a very powerful brand out of Calcutta. And we had achieved almost 35 outlets within Calcutta or within West Bengal. So we looked at expanding this brand out, because what was happening during the crisis, that the QSR segment was doing very well. Also, there was huge demand for sweets, you can say, or bakery and confectionery products. And this business currently is growing at a CAGR of 10 to 11%. It's currently, the size of this business is about 16,000 crores, and it's expected to be about 25,000 crores over the next 4 to 5 years on a rate of 10 to 11%. So we looked at this and we thought that let's also take this brand forward. So currently we are now at 70 hotels, and we have opened 70 Flurries outlets, and we have opened 6 outlets in Mumbai. And the plan is to take it all over India. It's a pan-India plan. We are hopeful that we will be at 100 outlets by the end of this financial year. The other key thing about this business, Flurries business, is that it produces industries leading margins. That is something, the way we have structured it, the way we have put this whole model together, is to see that we are able to produce industry leading margins in this business. So this is one business which we want to take on a pan-India basis. The bar business also, the entertainment business, has also been exceedingly successful for us. So we have taken it, one of our brands, outside the hotel, which is someplace else. In fact, we have many brands like Tantra, we have Roxy, we have iBar. Many of these brands are there. We have first taken out someplace else, and we hope that we will be there in other metro cities as well.
Fantastic. So it's actually looking in-house and taking, what is developed outside, which is a brilliant strategy, a key takeaway. Nikhil, quickly, when you look at the entire Wyndham portfolio, what do you think would be the key learnings, whether it's India or globally, for the hotel sector to be focusing on today?
So just a step back, and the gentleman's walked out of the room. I think today Wyndham's being hailed as the flag bearers of franchising in this country. And I just want to say the credit is to Mr. K.B. Kachru, who's really the father of hotel franchising, and he paved the way. So a lot of our success is because of the path that he created for franchising. He's gone out for a call, but I had to say that. I think that's extremely important. I think a lot of elements have been spoken of, but I don't think we've spoken enough about sustainability, and it is becoming a commercial tool today. It is not about just doing the right thing. And of course, in Ibrana here, there's a lot of sustainability, but we are now seeing globally customers moving and asking for hotels that are sustainable. And if you actually go to Expedia or Booking.com, there is today a tab that says, is your hotel sustainable? And we are seeing customers clicking. Are they paying higher today? Not currently, but are they becoming more conscious? Yes. So sustainability is the first piece that I think is going to be the game changer. The whole sales and marketing approach that we are seeing globally with recession and so on and so forth, I believe We are going to see hotels working more closely with OTAs. We are going to see regional sales offices shrinking even further in different cities. If it was Lisbon, London, wherever, I mean, you're going to see that in the luxury space, you're going to see that in the upscale space. And the last piece that I want to speak of is technology, which I think hospitality has been, Mr. Kachru is back in the room. So Mr. Kachru, I was just saying, thank you for leading the way for franchising in this world as the father of hotel franchising. So thank you. Technology, I think hotels have always been the laggards. You are going to see more and more technology, and the whole discussion of is human beings going to be less? Not really. It's going to be a mix and match, and you're going to enable the customers with technology more and more, and that's here to stay.
Thank you, Nikhil. So sustainability and technology, instead of being adjuncts to the business model, need to now get woven into the genetics of the business model. Aman, quickly, with your focus and the fact that you've never taken external debt, what is special about Nimrana, especially when you look at the domestic travelers? What do you do to A, get them to the property? And what do you do to engage them with the property? That, I have seen, Nimrana people have become like the Aman junkies, so they keep on coming back. So what's the secret sauce?
I think there was no premeditated plan on that one. I think, as I said, you stick to your core values, you be honest to yourself, you be honest to the client. But I think that we created that market for Indians to enjoy Indian heritage. Because when Nimrana opened, 60% of our clients were foreigners and 40 were Indians. And the Indians used to feel good that they were among foreigners. So they were obviously doing the right thing. But India has changed. And today we have very few complexes. We don't care a hoot if we meet this ambassador or that ambassador. We see hello, and 5 minutes later we forget their name, So now Indians are having a ball, and the foreigners come and watch us, and they say how gregarious and fantastic or noisy we are, and they fall in line. So I think that is wonderful. I think it's not been a conscious effort to do this or that, but I think to all of us here, that there is really no room for complacence for Indian tourism, with the government or with all of us, with all the statistics and all the facts. I want to remind us that the population of France, this may be a slightly old statistics, is about 65 million, and they were getting 92 million tourists, So if we have that kind of ambition, that every village, every child's smile, everything in India is marketable. It's not the government is going to do it. They're not going to say village tourism, just send people to a village where there's not even a loo that a lady can forget foreigners. Even an Indian lady can't use a loo in a thing. So that transition will happen when the private sector takes it among themselves, trains the people, makes everybody partners, and we stop feeling that we are the great guys. We have a long way to go, but we are on the springboard and the leap has happened. So I think we have to spread our arms and fly.
Thank you. So the message of Atmanirbhar Bharat from Aman is not only for the government. The Atmanirbhar Bharat is for all of us, and to co-opt Indians into that. And wonderful to hear how he's turned his top line from being focused on the foreign traveler to the domestic Indian traveler. Vikramjit, I see the red here, but I want to end, but ask you in 2 minutes. The lemon tree model is like 180 different ratios. During the pandemic, what would have been the top 2 or 3 ratios that you felt the company did, a wonderful job shaping and chiseling them better?
Okay, so I've got Bhuvnesh staring at me, so I'll try and keep this short here. So I'll tell you, there were multiple ratios, there were costs. We looked at everything, right from the fact that, we served, in our buffets, we served mutton worth 4 crores, and we said, do we need to do it? Do we put it on demand? How many people actually consume the mutton? to the number of leaves in the writing pad. Do you need a color printout? Do you need a black and white printout? But the most important, if you ask me, were our manning ratios. So we as a company were at a 0.95, which we brought down to 0.64. And at best case scenario with full occupancy, and I say back to pre-COVID, and we did occupancies which were in the mid to late 70s, we will not go beyond 0.66. So that's one ratio, but I'd like to end by saying one thing was, it's not about what we achieved. It's not about what the industry achieved. It's about realizing and understanding and keeping a very close watch on not going back to those previous cost structures. See, we are back, and with success comes complacency. Revenues are back, margins are better. How do you ensure that, we don't go back to the old ratios, the old food costs, the old cost structure? If we do that, then the entire learning is a waste. So, I'd like to end by saying, guys, look at your P&L more minutely. Don't do a postmortem at the end of the month. Look at it literally on a week-by-week basis. If you lose that edge that we've created for the industry today with the healthiest ever margins, then I think we've lost it all. All learnings are a waste and we are back to zero. Thank you.
Vikram, thank you. And I must tell you, I have enjoyed listening to this panel and hearing such varied views baked in the reality of India. And I wish all my co-panelists and their platforms the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to all our panelists and of course the session chair for moderating this. A picture, please. I would also request Mr. Farhat Jamal to please join us on stage to present a token of love and appreciation to our panelists, please, sir. Mr. Khanna, you wanted to say something? Aap kuch?
So, it's like being in school and being with a teacher who's tough. I'd never want to be on a panel jisko Rahul moderate kar raha ho. Ye kaun si googly kab dalega, number nikalega pata nahi. But it's tough to be on a same panel where you have somebody who's maybe 15 years my senior from school. We were together. He and his twin Achal, Aman's twin Achal, modern Barakhamba. So look up to him. And also happens to be our first show with you, Vijay. Right? We're delighted to have you. Thank you for your time. He's flown in specially from Kolkata to be here. Amazing brands that Park has. Flurries is something which I remember as a kid, my father would fly back with packs from Kolkata. And the Assamese Surd. He's from Assam. For those of you who didn't know, Vikramjit, right? Yeah. Yeah. And of course, the youngest CXO. Yeah. And youngest CXO in Nikhil. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen and Mr. Khanna. Okay, you know what? I believe that to be content, to succeed in life, you really need to be happy. And I'm sure all of us have different ways of doing that, but a wonderful lunch always works. So it's time for that. It's time for that wonderful lunch. Let's all break for lunch and we shall see you sharp at 2:35. Yes, thank you so much. Please enjoy your lunch. 2:35, we meet back for a next session. Thank you.
To maximize your business potential, you need smart hospitality software. RMS is an innovative property management solution tailored to your business strategy that lets you customize the right tools to effectively manage your business, including contactless guest-facing features. Our revenue-generating tools and built-in channel manager allow you to integrate with online travel agents, enable direct online bookings, and maximize your business profit. RMS can increase efficiency by automating day-to-day operations, giving you more time to focus on your guests and enhance their on-site experience with safe, convenient, and contactless options. Our mobile-friendly application is great for boosting staff productivity on the go. And to top it all off, we make the transition to RMS easy with guided training sessions, online resources, and 24/7 global support. Committed to supporting you in the new normal and beyond, RMS continue to innovate to meet your rapidly changing needs. Join us at the forefront of hospitality technology.
In the
Where there's business, there's a time crunch. We help you manage it. There's pressure. We help you relieve it. There are customized solutions. We help you deliver them. There are strict deadlines. We help you meet them. When business is on your mind, you are on our mind. Discover happiness at Sarovar. Sarovar Hotels and Resorts.
एमपी में दुनिया हकबक की हो जाए। ओरछा ओरछा छतरी का मोर्चा मोर्चा। अरे लेफ्ट जा थोड़ा राइट जा। अरे लेफ्ट नहीं थोड़ा पर अरे 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 ये ताजमहल कहाँ से आ गया भाई? पूरनपुर में ताजमहल। ताजमहल डबल डबल पजल पजल करो गूगल। मंडू का महल देखो। टाइटैनिक कपल देखो। अरे राजा देखो और रानी देखो। पिक 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 प्रेम कहानी देखो। पचमढ़ी के से किस्से देखो। किस्से 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 किस बुट्टे के किस सर 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 सर्राफे का एक चक्कर हो जाए। ओ चक्कर के चक्कर में शक्कर का चक्कर हो जाए। तक दिन तक खजुराहो थिरकाए। दिन तक आंखों में दिल में एमपी बस 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 जाए। भैया बस एमपी से दिल भर भर ना भर पाए। धक धक
बंदर देखा हाथी देखा बारहसिंघा और चीतल देखा। मोगली के जंगलों में शेर खान को देखा। पचमढ़ी सतपुरा का अजूबा भोपाल लेक में सूरज डूबा। मंडू का जहाज महल और मार्बल का पहाड़ देखा। महाकाल मंदिर में पूजा फोटो खींचा जाके ओरछा। ग्वालियर के किले में भटका खजुराहो ने दे दिया झटका। पूर्वजों को मिलने जुलने जा पहुंचा मैं भीमबेटका। ट्रेन की चुक चुक सुनते सुनते आ पहुंचा मैं सांची स्तूपा। सांची की शांति में खुद के अंदर झांक के देखा। हिंदुस्तान का दिल देखा हिंदुस्तान का दिल।
The heart of incredible India, Madhya Pradesh.
एमपी में दिल हुआ बच्चे सा। मुगली के छोटे से कच्चे सा। शेर को मारे थप्पा। बड़ा सिंह संग संग दौड़े। और छक्का चप्पा चप्पा छाने जैसे पकौड़े। चंदेरी सारी के गुच्छे सा। एमपी में दिल हुआ बच्चे सा। शराफा बाजार चखे अच्छे सा। मार्बल पहाड़ चमके जैसे चंदा मामा। मंडू का महल लागे जादू कारनामा। सांची की शांति से सच्चे सा। एमपी में दिल हुआ बच्चे सा। छोटे से बच्चे सा।
To maximize your business potential, you need smart hospitality software. RMS is an innovative property management solution tailored to your business strategy that lets you customize the right tools to effectively manage your business, including contactless guest-facing features. Our revenue-generating tools and built-in channel manager allow you to integrate with online travel agents, enable direct online bookings, and maximize your business profit. RMS can increase efficiency by automating day-to-day operations, giving you more time to focus on your guests and enhance their on-site experience with safe, convenient and contactless options. Our mobile-friendly application is great for boosting staff productivity on the go. And to top it all off, we make the transition to RMS easy with guided training sessions, online resources and 24/7 global support, committed to supporting you in the new normal and beyond. RMS continue to innovate to meet your rapidly changing needs. Join us at the forefront of hospitality technology.
Let Harman help make your location more inviting. Martin's architectural lighting makes sure that your first impression is remarkable, giving your building a unique and dynamic appearance. Our JBL outdoor speakers help greet guests with subtle and clear background music as they arrive. Because we know that the guest experience starts well before entering the lobby. The welcoming experience continues in the lobby as guests are greeted by a Samsung video wall that features spectacular 4K video images distributed using AMX Network AV video over IP technology. BSS audio technology keeps the sound levels consistent whether the lobby is crowded or empty. JBL speakers throughout the space deliver music the way it's meant to be heard. Effect lighting by Martin adds life to the reception desk. While strategically placed, AMX and Samsung digital signage help inform about events and activities and can even direct patrons during emergencies. Entice your guests with menu selections and specialties attractively displayed using AMX and Samsung digital signage. Messages automatically change from breakfast to lunch to dinner. BSS processing and audio controllers bring different volumes or even music selections to specific areas within the restaurant that may have different focuses or needs. Smart ambient sensing AKG microphones keep background music levels steady throughout the day. Background music from Crown amplifiers and JBL speakers help set the mood, while atmospheric lighting using Martin fixtures bring a fresh feel. AMX helps set the mood during all phases of the day, with automated lighting and music, calm for breakfast, energetic at lunch, and relaxed during dinner. Make meetings and events easy with Harman. AMX and Samsung digital signage helps with event information and will direct guests to safety in the case of an emergency. Allow your guests to hear your presentation with vibrant audio from every seat in the room. Our intelligent audio zones can adjust to match any room configuration. Separate each room with its own audio or use BSS Intelligent Room Combined technology to blend the rooms to a single zone. Installed JBL speakers bring quality sound to the room at a moment's notice. Crown amplifiers and JBL PA speakers provide live sound to any event, while Martin stage lighting and effects add more life to presentations and performances. When louder sound is needed, JBL line array speakers can be added to make the performance really pop. AKG wired and wireless microphone systems and Soundcraft mixing consoles help bring it all together. Create a peaceful poolside experience with discrete outdoor speakers. All JBL outdoor speakers and Martin outdoor lighting have been designed to weather the elements. Enhance the evening atmosphere with Martin's unique lighting elements to help fit any mood for every season. Harman helps make sure your guests' audio and video conferencing needs are met with our easy-to-use conference room solutions. Presentations and video conferencing is made clear and vibrant using Samsung displays with integrated AMX conferencing cameras and speakers. Calls are clear and comprehensive with advanced BSS processing and AKG conference room microphones placed strategically around the room, while JBL speakers provide premium sound. AMX makes it simple to connect, with familiar cable connections built right into the tabletop and a touchscreen for easy control of video, audio, and room lights. After the meeting is finished, the whole room can be shut down with a final push of a single button. Harman can help set the atmosphere in the bar, lounge, or club. Intelligent background music through JBL speakers and Martin's creative ambient lighting helps set the mood. When it's time to liven things up, a single touch of a button on the AMX control panel can bring the bar to life. The sound system control shifts to the DJ as they slip on their AKG headphones, fire up the Martin lighting, and push their mix through the high-efficiency Crown amps and booming JBL nightclub speakers. Martin video panels, strobe lights, and foggers can help bring even more life to the party. Harman has your guests' entertainment needs covered as they retire to their rooms to recharge and relax. A Samsung TV makes video vibrant, while the JBL soundbar, designed specifically for hotel guest rooms, delivers great sound. Its volume limiting technology reduces sound transference to building walls, so neighboring rooms are not disturbed.
Engage, the first and only hospitality software designed to maximize revenue and service at the front line. From performance management to a vast e-learning library and an entire social community for team members, Engage delivers easy-to-use software for all levels of your organization, from the front desk to on-property and above-property leadership. Managing a portfolio of hotel properties, Engage has you covered with an intuitive user interface designed specifically for owners, brands, and management companies, where you can view the cumulative performance of your entire portfolio, understand the RevPAR impact of each property, isolate performance by region, identify top-performing properties and bottom-performing properties, view a complete ranking of every property, and remotely influence revenue production across your entire portfolio. Are you ready to engage?
At Harman, our solutions drive the connected car, enhance the modern workplace, enrich the networked lifestyle, and provide professional audio, video, and lighting experiences. We connect people to music, each other, and the world around them. Harman Professionals' hospitality solutions address the diverse needs of many applications, consistently delighting guests with the sights and sounds that together create their environments and enhance their experiences. From performance venues and nightclubs to hotel resorts, restaurants, and houses of worship across the world, the chances are you've experienced Harman today. Just as important as a restaurant's interior design is its friendly and welcoming atmosphere. From Tokyo to Paris, the Harman system creates the perfect ambiance, mood, and energy for a wide range of dining experiences. As shopping centers and retail stores evolve into environments designed to attract and entertain visitors, our innovations in media technology evolve with them, enhancing a store's image and brand by delivering the sensory side of the shopping experience. We provide the scalability needed to support the single house of worship as well as multiple connected campuses. Whether it's the traditional sacred space or the trending dynamic worship experience broadcasting to TV and radio, Harman has the complete solution to answer the call. Our systems create exhilarating experiences that keep nightclub guests coming back for more. We know what it takes to create an after-dark, no-holds-barred party atmosphere that has people lining up night after night to enjoy everything a cutting-edge venue has to offer. We provide a seamless integration of technology on the theater stage, through the audience and lobby, right out onto the street. Ours is the only solution to provide state-of-the-art performance audio, lighting, and video, and meet the signage and architectural lighting needs of today's theater. Guests are always the #1 priority, which is why we provide hotels, resorts, and cruise lines with solutions that are easy to deploy, scale, and manage. Our systems meet the unique demands of a boutique hotel just as easily as they fulfill the performance and reliability needs of a world-renowned hotel chain, whether on land or on the water. Every day, we connect people across the world with millions of hours of radio and TV broadcast programming. No matter how intense the performance or how important the message, without us, the picture is incomplete.
Harman brings the unique dynamic blend of complete audio, video, lighting, and control solutions that create the immersive experiences we all seek to enjoy in our free time. If it's shopping with friends, dining with family, or enjoying a night out on the town, the world of hospitality is where we can break from our fast-paced daily lives and slow down to enjoy the moment. Whether today you are a customer or guest, an audience member or holiday maker, Harman turns those moments into your lasting memories. Harman Professional Hospitality Solutions, creating the environment.
In the constant quest of creating value for tomorrow, we at Daikin keep searching. Searching for opportunities, technologies, and destinations to grow. India is one such opportunity. A prime global investment destination, where the government is paving the road towards a prosperous tomorrow with an improved ease of doing business ranking. A path-breaking Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan is making the journey smoother, making every sector more welcoming than ever before. No wonder India's soil is seeing footprints of various companies, each edging forward with the help of initiatives and regulations. The sun is rising over a new India, which will be the manufacturing hub for the world. With the rays of the sun shining on the sunrise sector, where growth is poised to reach for the sky. Be it customer base, jobs, or revenue. Which is why we at Daikin want to bask in this sunshine. And we are fully prepared. With a new manufacturing plant. Daikin's new plant is at a strategic location, offering the best bet in terms of connectivity, price, and time. Quick access to ports, fulfill increasing domestic demand, de-risking the production concentration at single plants. Daikin India is fulfilling increasing domestic demand and manufacturing products for international markets. We are geared to meet the demands with a formidable investment and a promise of a production to be proud of. We are also boosting the research and development realm with a second facility with an aim to replicate the success stories for countries in Africa, North America, Latin America, and Middle East markets. We are taking the technology to the next level with a new Internet of Things and Artificial Intelligence Center. The Government of India has a vision to make India a major player in global trade and assume a role of leadership in international trade organizations commensurate with India's growing importance. As per the new economic survey, by integrating Assemble in India for the world into Make in India, so with the right strategy, right planning, and right management, the time is right for Daikin to conquer the export market. We are present in all continents and are the #1 brand. Our target is now Africa. We have the ammunition to achieve our goals. We have been vigilant, and now we are ready to win. In East Africa, we are set to meet the FY 2025 target, despite hindrances posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. In West Africa, we are surging forward to lead from the front. Our strategy is in place to penetrate the market and increase Daikin's footprints. Daikin Air Conditioning India Private Limited has a proven track record to create, develop, and win new markets. The investments made in creating 3 manufacturing plants, 2 R&D centers, and 1 IoT and AI facility has made us strong to win the Africa market. All the above forces are driving us to achieve FY 2025 goal to be a 125 billion Japanese yen company. And create new value for tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope you all had your lunch. Yes? No? You had 2 extra rotis, so I can sense it from your energy. Good, 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 good. I would request if your colleagues are outside, please request them to come inside as you're about to begin in the next few minutes, probably 2-3 minutes more. Our team is also there asking the people to come back, and then we shall begin. Thank you.
The sun is rising over a new India, which will be the manufacturing hub for the world. With the rays of the sun shining on the sunrise sector, where growth is poised to reach for the sky. Be it customer base, jobs, or revenue. Which is why we at Daikin want to bask in this sunshine. And we are fully prepared. With a new manufacturing plant. Daikin's new plant is at a strategic location, offering the best bet in terms of connectivity, price, and time. Quick access to ports, fulfill increasing domestic demand, de-risking the production concentration at single plants. Daikin India is fulfilling increasing domestic demand and manufacturing products for international markets. We are geared to meet the demands with a formidable investment and a promise of a production to be proud of. We are also boosting the research and development realm with a second facility with an aim to replicate the success stories for countries in Africa, North America, Latin America, and Middle East markets. We are taking the technology to the next level with a new Internet of Things and Artificial Intelligence Center. The Government of India has a vision to make India a major player in global trade and assume a role of leadership in international trade organizations.
Can I request everybody to sit down? Good lunch, great food, right? So brilliant food, outstanding. I freaked out on bundi with rabri and I was told to drop sweets. And I also ensured Jitendra Tak had some, right? And he's tried with Gaurav Singh, but he's not having any sweets. Aajao, baith jao. Sonia Singh, aaja. Pant Sahab, Nikhil Nagrale, aap kursi grahan kare. The brand walls are staying there. Please grab your seats. Chima Sahab, Malhotra Sahab, Sandeep Nanda, sare aajo. शेफ सेठी बह जाओ, आ जाओ अभी आदित्य आ जाओ। बंसल साहब ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ? बह जाओ, आ जाएगा मोबाइल भी। All right, let's begin. Ajit, can you usher everybody in, please? Amit, go there. Can you close the VIP room's door? Manvi, what keeps you up? बैठ जा, आजा. Just shut that door behind you, please. नहीं क्यों फोटो ले रहा है यार? All right, let's begin. Adit.
Now that Mr. Khanna has done the most difficult job of asking everyone to please take their seats after lunch, let's dive into our next session, which is on women in hospitality, women powering hospitality. Lovely. With the same round of applause and the same energy this side also, let's welcome our panelist, Ms. Ritika Gupta, VP, Markets North and West and Head, Customer Centricity and Customer Relationship Management, IHCL. Ms. Anjali Mehra, Chief Brand Officer and Senior VP Marketing, the Leela Palaces, Hotels and Resorts. Ms. Sonika Malhotra, Joint MD, MBD Group. Ms. Mridula Jose, VP Marketing, CGH Earth. I've been told that the ladies are here. Wow. They're there. Where's my team, guys? What happened? They pumped me up so much to go on the stage and announce for them. I didn't even bother asking. They're having coffee. चलिए एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं for all lovely ladies. And the session will be chaired by Ms. Anusha Sareen, CEO, Berggruen Hotels Private Limited. Thank you so much, Mr. Khanna. You've been married for 50 years now, I believe. The command that you have. I've never seen my dad do the same. तभी तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, sir.
Handling women is an art. I think I've succeeded. They were in the VIP room. Where else? Okay. On a serious note, any show that I do, a special one with women has to be there. And these are all very special ladies, very successful ladies who've given so much to the hospitality industry. And I want you all to put your hands together for Anshu Sareen, who despite her injury has taken a flight from Mumbai to do the show, right? Yesterday, Ranjit Batra came and you will not believe it. He flew in from Pune. He got into my room, 806. He was on drip over there, right? He had been sick. So a lot of people have come out of their comfort zone, have taken the pin. Thank you, Anshu. I owe you a lot, right? This means a lot to us, to the fraternity. Sonika, thank you. Ritika, Anjali. Anjali's got a suitcase there. She's headed back to work in Mumbai. And Mridula has come all the way from Kochi, right? And okay, back to you, Aditya. I'm taking part of your salary.
Hello, everybody. So I am actually stepping in for a very formidable colleague of mine, an extremely graceful lady, Rakhi Lalwani. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it. I wasn't sure if I could make it, but then I was petrified. And he says that women are difficult to handle. I think he's been very difficult to handle. So here I am, and I hope I can do justice to this panel. There are these absolutely very well accomplished ladies over here who are going to give us very different perspectives of what it is about women in hospitality. And, you know, typically one would start with saying that, is there a gender bias? Is there not a gender bias? I'm just going to make this absolutely sweeping statement, which is factually correct. There is a gender bias. I mean, if there wasn't a gender bias, then we would have panels saying men in hospitality. And, you know, some of you guys would be sitting over here and doing that and not us women in hospitality. But let me also say on a lighter note that when Bhuvnesh said that, there is a panel that you have to do, he's very smart. He didn't tell me what is the subject. He just said you're substituting for Rakhi because she's not well. Don't ask me what's the topic. Because had he told me the topic, I would have said, no, I'm not doing it. I'm done with this. Because we keep talking about it and we keep saying that there are these biases. But, like you guys said, 30 years, we're still being discussing the same subject. So either the needle is not moving or it's moving really slow for it to make any meaningful impact. So I'm going to jump right into it and I'm going to ask Ritika this. There is a basic thing that, there are these male stereotype attitude traits that happen. That's me, but that time I had more hair.
Okay. Well, I was enjoying
Okay.
your charm. Not sitting right there, so I've done that. No problem. Yeah.
Okay, so now that we all fit in, we shall proceed. So, there are these male stereotypes that are there. These are attitude traits that are there. You need to be aggressive, you need to be confident, you need to be brutal, you need to, be able to make sharp decisions. You cannot be empathetic. And I'm using these words because you guys would be cringing and saying, of course you can be, because that's what leadership is all about. But in reality, these are traits which are there. And what I'm going to say about it is that these are these maladaptations that women in the workforce, not just hospitality, but just women in the workforce actually start adapting to it. So they're maladaptations because we totally shouldn't. Have you experienced any such traits that you felt were nothing to do with your performance, nothing to do with the job at hand, but if you didn't demonstrate some of these traits, you wouldn't fit in?
So we discussed this already, and I have to be very candid. 3 of my bosses are sitting in the room over here right now. And I personally have never really faced that. And that's just the truth of the way, at least my experience has been. And I also feel part of it is because, in our organization, that's the only company I worked in, IHCL, diversity in a way is actually enshrined in what we do. There is obviously a lot of diverse thoughts. Do biases exist? Of course they do. Is there debate around that? Do you go back and say your point of view, and are you heard for it? I think so. For me personally, I work with some very strong lady bosses, and you know them as well. Camellia Punjabi, Renu Basu, Jyoti Narang, Deepa Harris, Suma Venkatesh. So I think, for me personally, it's been a journey where I have learned whatever I have from everyone around me. It didn't matter whether it was a male or a female. It didn't matter whether it was somebody in the field that I was in sales and marketing or in operations, because I think that hotels in that sense are really a microcosm of the life around us. When I joined, of course, the world was very different. So I would be lying if I said that if I went to a customer's office and people were not biased about us. They didn't know why we were coming to meet up with them. Some, of course, also said some very unsavory comments. But I think, when you work in a company where what you say and what you think, you can go back and freely exchange with each other. Personally, I haven't really found that untrue. So that's my answer. Yeah.
Great, but I think one of the major things that's coming out is that if you yourself have a gender agnostic way of thinking, then you possibly overcome these biases or you do not realize it, and therefore that gets you to move forward. Which also gets me to the next thing, that actually speaking, performance should be the best equalizer, right? Because if you have clearly performed, everything else basically just fades away. And yet there is something called as fitting in or not fitting in. And I'm going to give you a little 1 second anecdote about what I have faced. So, and some of you would laugh over here, especially sitting on the front table right in front of me. I used to be told that I mean, I'm not as graceful as these ladies. I don't drape a sari too well. I'm very clunky with it. So I used to wear a regular business suit. And I was told that you cannot wear beige and lavender. And lavender is not purple. Lavender is really, really light shade. And I was told, no, you can't wear it. If you're wearing a suit, you have to wear black, blue, pinstripe, gray. And I'm not going for my funeral. So I said, why? And the funny bit was that I could wear a sari with rainbow colors. But if I'm wearing a business suit, it had to be these colors. And I could never understand why. I never changed. And which got me to the point then when there was something that was coming up, I was told I don't fit in. And to you, Anjali, have you ever faced a situation where performance is not the equalizer and you've been told, oh, you don't fit in?
So yes, I think it was about, things are very different now, but 30 years ago, 30 plus years ago, when I started off in the industry, and I like to say my blood group is H positive. I only have no hospitality. That's the only industry I've ever worked in. I wanted to be a pilot. I couldn't. So I did the next best thing, marry a pilot and work for an airline. So when I started off in the early stages of my career, and I was working for an airline, and our airline got sold out to another company. The first thing was that what do you do with the leadership team? Do they stay or do they go? And we had 56 stations with 55 male heads, and I was the only one that was a female. And I was told that I would not be given that position because I was a woman, whereas all my other 55 counterparts were given the station manager's position. So I was put on a 6-month probation, and I had to prove myself for 6 months and then have my performance speak for itself. So I faced gender bias at very early stage of my career.
Wow, you were actually told on your face.
Yes, blatantly told on my face. And I took this as a challenge, and I said, I'm going to prove that wrong.
Wow, that's outstanding. You know, that's really unfortunate. But at another level, I think it's also fortunate that it is in your face that you were able to face it, you know, because a lot of us sometimes suffer from the fact that we're not told. We're just grappling with it, that what did I do wrong?
And I agree with you, Anshu. I think, you know, that transparency, yes, I was not being given something because I was a woman. I was willing to take that and say, okay, I will prove myself and let my work speak. I think now when I look back, there was huge amount of learning from that experience for me. How I went above and beyond and did things that I probably would not have pushed myself to do. But it gave me that confidence that I can do it. And it's not that because I'm a woman, I can't do this. So I think I had that, it gave me that extra drive. And I think today, things are extremely different. I mean, you look at our leaders today. I've been blessed to work with some of the best companies, have the best chief operating officers and CEOs from Anurag to Dilip, who believe in the power of balanced leadership and what that balanced leadership actually does to your bottom line. And today, I think we as women in a certain position have that ability to nurture talent, to mentor talent right from the grassroots, so that people, what we have faced, the future generations don't have to face. I think things have changed a lot. But 30 years down the line, if we're still discussing whether there is bias that exists or not, like you rightly said, I think there still exists. Only the amount probably varies.
Yeah, probably the quantum varies. Probably we've gotten used to it. But yeah, it definitely exists. There is another thing to it. You know, before we look out and we actually start looking at all the men in the room and saying, oh my God, you guys are biasing us. The reality of it is, I'm not too sure how many times women actually step up and appreciate other women. I'm not too sure if we actually look at it differently and say that, listen, I am going to take a step forward and be able to help you overcome these biases, some of these subtle biases that exist in the industry and that we've gone through. Ridla, how do you see that? You come from a different background, and I think there is one part of it which is to do with the workplace. The women, I mean, all of us actually go back to our homes. There's a cultural thing which is also existing that cannot be excluded out of this scenario. What are your views on it?
Yeah, so just to give context to everybody else on the panel and how I would differentiate, what we are talking about is modern Indian women in metro cities and the challenges they're facing. The beauty, I mean, we celebrated. The beauty is that we exist in the small towns and the villages of India, and the brand CGH Earth, currently in southern India, particularly in Kerala, our success stories have been to integrate the community into our workforce. Now, we have different challenges. And as I mentioned, it's the cultural context, which becomes very tough I mean, now I can also speak from the ownership side as well, where the challenges that we have and to manage it, their families, their parents, and they're apprehensive of sending their girls into the workforce. They see, I mean, today, of course, tourism has become a big industry in Kerala, but when we started off, hotel business is not the space for women, and they don't know what's happening there. So we had to break all these and show to them that, listen, your women can rise up. And so before I talk about a personal experience, I want to emphasize that when we look at hiring, we were looking at, and this is way before I also joined the company. So this is a story of when my parents, I mean, my dad, and when they were trying to hire, we are located in a place called Thekidi Spice Village. We wanted to hire women from the locality. The local convent there had a lot of these girls who were going to these places, just preparing to get married after they finished a basic education. And suddenly we gave them the opportunity to join the workforce. Apprehensive at first, dad, brother, whoever needs to give permission. Once they came in, the salary went back to the dad, brother, whoever else. And then we recognized and we said, we need to put a stop to this. We started bank accounts for the women, making sure the money goes to them. And again, when I go back to the cultural context, as a company, there's only that much you can do, but dowry system still exists. And then these girls said, I'm going to take care of my things, and this money is good for me. So we've come a long way from that. These women are confident. We still have girls coming in from the convent. That means no hotel education. They are from the villages, broken English. They've come in, and we've had a beautiful story of somebody who came in as a housekeeper. She went up the ranks, she moved on. Today, she's an entrepreneur in Cochin, a management contract for running an Ayurveda hotel, spa. So we take great pride in that kind of a story. So that's why India is so diverse and the contexts are different. In our context, of course, there is bias. The cultural bias we have to constantly deal with. From an ownership level also, we are trying to understand how yes, the challenges of running the business then, there is a need to accommodate the needs of women. We need to make sure that the workforce itself, I mean, I think for the longest, we're trying to, like you said, we're fitting into the man's way of operating in the workforce. And then now we need to also look at how we can engage women and keep the talent with us and not make it difficult for them so that they have to leave due to whatever social, cultural, homework balance. So that's one context. Now, for me personally, I am third generation, first girl in the family who's joined the company. Again, it's a cultural context, not that it's the unsaid. I mean, my dad's generation, the girls didn't join. My granddad started it, and I'm till now the only girl. Maybe the others don't like to be in hospitality. I didn't even study hospitality, but it's pure passion. I grew up with the brand and its philosophy, and that's just it. And in that context, though I grew up in Cochin, my education was on a world front, and I never experienced a bias in education. I was fighting it out with every boy. And suddenly when you come in the culture context, which is everybody else saying, oh, like we were talking about families or extended families already saying, oh, you're there to kill time, or, you know, what's going on? And then suddenly you're there for too long. And they're like, now we need to take you seriously. So yeah, that's my story. And I think it's also, you know, as much as there's bias, I love the fact that a different rural, small town India, women are really coming up, and we are in some way.
You guys are doing an amazing job. I mean, that was a brilliant story, because you're not just doing anything from a professional standpoint, you're also doing a holistic growth. So that's brilliant. Hats off to you guys. That's super. And that gets me to my superstar. So the first time I met Sonika was at the HOI conference very recently, just before I broke my arm. And here walks in this lady. I was standing and talking to Puneet, and he walks in this lady. And the first thing that she starts blabbering about how she's just had a baby and blah, 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 blah. And I'm looking at her and I'm like, okay, darling, you're looking really hot, man. Like, okay, when did this baby pop up? Oh, some 7 months back or something. So I was like, wow, super. So I'm going to come to you, Sonika, and I'm going to ask you something which is called this motherhood penalty, as what I say, because there are these assumptions that are made that, you know, if you're going to hire women, women are going to get married, they're going to have baby, they're going to take a sabbatical, sabbatical is going to be an extended sabbatical, and so on and so forth. And I'm not just talking about this industry. A friend of mine happens to be a partner at a very senior consulting firm. And she keeps saying this to me that, oh, I have to do Project Baby, but I have to tie it with my promotion, with my work, and with my whatever. And I'm like, why? She's like, oh, because the minute I have a baby, then they're going to push me back and they're going to have a fight and they're going to do that. So, Sonika, did you ever have something called as a motherhood penalty?
Well, I thought I was your fan, Anshu. And I still am.
Mutual admiration will work. That'll
Mutual
work.
admiration. You know, Anshu, I think let me just put the perspective a little, take it back a couple of years. You know, I was born as a second, as a second generation entrepreneur, and I got married when I was 19 years old. So what I'm trying to tell is that I've been trying, and as a personality, love to break biases. So I got married when I was in second year of college. Okay, spoiled kid of a father, up to, you know, she's married, and that's it. Well, I topped my college that year. I topped third year. I was a DU topper, and people were a bit surprised. And I love taking these challenges because I know there is that inherent bias which is existing in people's mind. And I personally believe that it's all about your performance, and sometimes creating ecosystem as well. So on a personal front, performance and being determined on the fact that I need to be focused on performance and take the biases out of my mental framework, because otherwise it puts me in a box structure. Then they were like, okay, what next? I went to do MBA. I topped that as well. I joined work. And there are people who were a part of my early professional experience. I was considered as one of those, you know, kids who would probably, you know, whiling away time, 6 months, or uske baad shaadi ho jayegi, to phir she's not going to be, you know, there anymore. But believe you me, people were far more intelligent than what I thought. They broke the biases much before than I thought they would. Within just a couple of months, they knew exactly where I was coming in from and what it meant to me.
Sonika, it's called their survival instinct.
So I think biases is a term which exists in various layers of society. It could be woman-oriented bias. It could be, you know, it could be the way you dress, as you said. There are biases in terms of from where you belong. So you have an inherent trait. So all of us are facing biases, be it a man or a woman, at various levels. And with those particular, you know, biases come certain stereotypes, and we all are breaking it. And I wouldn't really put the benefit that we are probably, you know, 5 very strong women who've broken biases. Each man in the room has also broken bias in their own way. And I actually, you know, applaud them for that. So at the end of the day, we have to be very, very focused on our own particular attributes, our performance, and our own instincts. And that's what calls it the day. even if we were to talk about owner-oriented organizations, the days are gone that, I'm born into an entrepreneur family and, I will run the business. I have to prove my mettle. My job is not secured. I mean, there are families who have structured the organization such that the ownership is completely delineated from the management. And as an entrepreneur, I have to prove my mettle. Otherwise, I don't exist in this world at all. So I think women probably have to put in that little extra effort to prove themselves, slightly more than little. And I've also
I'm not too sure if it is just a little, but let's go with it.
Even I have put in that extra bit. But each one of us go through biases. So I think just having a women's oriented panel is quite unjust on a lot of men out there. So I think next time we should have a men in leadership panel as well. And they should also talk about their biases.
Yeah, which is actually true. We should actually be doing these panels, which is a hybrid panel. There should be both men and women on the panel. It shouldn't just be a woman-oriented panel. But I'm going to take your point where you said about...
I forgot to answer your question on the baby front. So yeah, I mean, the first question I used to be asked was, okay, so are you still going to work? And I used to find the question so weird. So I think within even 1 month of having a baby, I was on the Zoom calls and doing work. I think these biases have never bothered me. And I kind of laugh it out. It really doesn't bother my mind or my mind space or my intellect level at all.
Yeah, your child will thank you for that. Will come in naturally into the business. But you made a point about that we have to work a little extra, and I have faced this. I am making an assumption here that a lot of ladies would have faced it. It's not just us. It's a globally accepted fact. Women try too hard sometimes to prove a point or to be there because they just need to do that, and that makes them hypervigilant. It makes them just being cautious about everything. It's like the fear, even when things are going well for you, you just think that, oh my God, when is the other shoe going to drop? So you're going to be really careful about what you're doing. I am not too sure, and I've seen this with my colleagues, I'm not too sure whether they overthink a decision, so I can understand some major decisions, but I've seen it enough number of times that the guy would turn around and take a decision, and I would have overthought that damn same thing that I would know that I have to do, but I would overthink it. Ritika, have you ever seen that with yourself, that you actually put in a lot more effort and a lot more time in trying to do the same thing that your peers, your male colleagues, just do it naturally? And maybe your answer is right. Everything is there, but it's just that you've tried too hard.
I think it depends on the context. And yeah, I'm sure there are times in my life when I've probably gone back and done too much of overthinking on certain things, but I find that so do men do that. Actually, I think, in fact, I tell some of my male colleagues that, I think the stereotypes in our own minds sometimes of what we think of each other as men and women. And I do agree with what Sonika said, that it's also an applaud to all the men in the room, because biases are there in everything. And you could think, you could overthink. You could also go back and make a bit of a mountain out of a molehill in your own head. But I think, as you go along in your life, you find your own feet. You realize what makes it okay for you. And there are times when you know that, okay, this is not something that I'm going to be able to do, or, let it be, this is going to be like that. And I think just take it with a pinch of salt, and I think with a great sense of humor as well. Because I think if you can't laugh at yourself, then you've probably lost the battle.
Yeah, true.
So I think for me, yes, there are times when you maybe go back and do many things a little bit too much. And you must go back and dot it out till the last moment. And then there are many things you just wing it and say, like we were discussing earlier today, that women also wing it through many things in our life. We can just kind of do it a lot. You can also multitask a lot, which a lot of neurologists tell you is not really good for you. You can also take a lot of calls at the same time. You can do many things. So I think it just depends on who you are as a person. And for me, yes, I'm sure there are times when I've probably done that, exactly what you said.
There's another myth to it, that women don't understand numbers too well, which is really funny coming in our country because most of the bankers are women, or some of the senior ones are women. But I've been personally told this, that, oh, did you negotiate this yourself? Because negotiating is hard and it's numbers, and do you guys do it? Sonika, the same event that we're talking about, this lady sat there in this panel, all serious looking guys. She was this bright color sitting over there, super confident, only talking numbers. Have you ever felt that that you were out of the room, out of the context, you're out of place in that forum, or it just comes naturally to you?
I think
There, the owner will
breaking
speak now.
stereotypes comes pretty naturally to me. I know that there is a stereotype. People think that, okay, if it's a woman, probably she's better at designing, you know, she's better at probably, you know, housekeeping, HR. These are stereotypes. Pardon me for saying it, and I think they're very profound areas as well. But for me, when I sit in a room, I'm pretty much used to of having 10, 12 men who are talking hard numbers, and I try and, you know, make sense to them, which is fine. I'm absolutely okay that they have a stereotype, because I know I'll be able to get out of it in matter of sometimes seconds, sometimes minutes, and sometimes in a few months.
You
And
were
yes,
thoroughly
when
amused
I-
on that panel. You were enjoying that panel.
And yes, I have faced a lot of bias when I say that, you know, I take care of the corporate finance and the taxation and the legal. It doesn't sink in well to them. But I think within a meeting, I think I kind of make myself pretty. And plus, you know, you just can't be saying you're an owner sitting on that panel and, you know, as a heading the table. But you need to prove that you have had that experience to be able to handle it. I haven't started handling it from day one of joining the company. I've also learned it being mentored. I've also had education backgrounds to actually support me in that. So it's not just me, owner, stepping in, and because I'm an owner's daughter, so as a girl, I've got the privilege of taking up that responsibility. I think I've also, and a lot of times, all of us are not good at everything. And I very humbly accept whenever in a position, I feel there is a topic or a subject I don't have much knowledge. It could be as simple as maybe some hotel operation areas. I take a step back, but not because I'm a woman, I have to prove myself correct all the time. I don't take that pressure on my head. I need to, as a leader of the organization, a lot of times understand that the team is better than me.
Well said.
Right.
Very
so
well said.
it doesn't mean because I'm a woman, I need to prove everybody is lesser than me. So that stereotype also needs to get out of my mind. And I keep that pretty much balanced in my mind. Yeah.
Super, super. Anjali, what do you think should be some learning for women at mid-levels in the industry? You know, Bridla shared some beautiful story of how they're working it out and how they're getting people from villages and getting women to get encouraged to work and doing this holistic growth. I think that's outstanding. As professionals, what do you think should be done for, or what could be bias that they would be feeling, and what do you think we should be doing to mitigate it?
So I think just going back to what you said earlier, sometimes we as women are very hard upon ourselves, you know, wanting to prove something and push yourself much harder. If you just accept who you are and play on your own strengths and what you want to do and achieve in life, I think just being true and honest to yourself is more important than doing that. Somebody said to me, again, many years ago, learn to accept some dust in your life. It's okay if you may not succeed in everything that you do, but it's okay to fail. It's okay to get up and, you know, start running again. I think that's what at the mid-level, I mean, I was reading this book which said, is this a glass ceiling or a sticky floor? And it made me think that, you know, probably it's just something that exists in our minds. We are sometimes victims of cobwebs that exist in our own minds. So be who you are, chase your dreams with a passion. I think to what Sonika just said, that all of us have biases, so we don't go with the preconceived notion that somebody is biased against me. I think that is something that we also need to share. And be open about it. So follow your passion, follow your dreams. I just wanted to highlight something that one of our general managers did very recently, and he's here, Madhav. He did a campaign called Chefs at the Leela, where he brought in, and chefs with an SHEFS. He brought in 4 international Indian chefs who have made a place for themselves globally. And he brought them into the hotel, yes, to curate a beautiful evening for guests. But I think one of the most beautiful things that he did, and which really touched me personally, was that he flew in lady chefs from all of our other hotels and from the colleges locally. He brought in these students who were aspiring chefs and did a masterclass with these four chefs.
Great exposure.
To actually talk to them and inspire them and share real life experiences of what are some of the challenges that they faced in their lives. And I think it's such a beautiful, when you see the impact of something like this, you know, what it meant to the four chefs who were able to impart their learnings to these young children. I would call them children because for me, they're still children. And they're starting off their careers in the hospitality industry. But I think that is what we need to do more of. Share our experiences, give them the confidence that it's okay to be who you are. It's okay to believe in your dreams, to believe in the power of who you are and work towards realizing it.
Yeah, I think that's the intrinsic thing that we should get. And also possibly as companies, we should just codify performance systems, which should be just quantified. And so it should be less qualitative, more quantified, just codified. So it doesn't leave really room for ambiguity over there. Before I open it up for everyone, if anyone has any questions, if they have any views, please just raise your hand so that we could hear it from you as well. And Mridula, there is this whole thing that we have on diversity and inclusion, and you know that's something that everybody's doing. There are lots of policies that have come in. Do you have something like that in your company?
It's interesting that you asked that. I would say diversity and inclusion is pretty much part of our core values. So the company itself, in the way we formulated it in responsible tourism, sustainable practices, people became a big part of our story, and people from the local villages. And then there itself, we said inclusion, you could be higher up in, whether it's caste, whether it is women, gender, age. In fact, age is a great story. We have that in Coconut Lagoon in the backwaters, we have an old lady who comes in from the village, and you have to see that these are women who can row these boats on their own. And she old, sitting at home. And then we saw an opportunity because technically the brand is a big storytelling of unique experiences. And we said, she's got a skill set. So we invited her in to join us. And she rows in every day in the evening to serve tea to our guests from her boat. And that way we have elderly also coming into, now we've sort of broken every stereotype.
That means I'll have a job with you.
I mean, we're just looking at what is it that they can bring to the table. We have somebody called Francis who's in Spice Village. I really don't even know how old he is. He's, ever since I was a child, I've seen him there. So, and he came from the British run plantations, and he worked as a club manager, not a manager, maybe at a much junior level. But today he's an institution in our organization. People connect with him. People go back to New York and they're writing to the manager, wanting to connect with Francis, ask him about his whereabouts. So from a diversity and inclusion, it's not something that we've plugged in a new policy. It's always been part of our DNA in the way we formulated it. So gender, I have to admit, sure, our numbers are lesser for sure. The women population are less, but it's never that we don't want. Yes, there are struggles of can they do long hours and what are the other challenges. But from an organization's perspective, sure, we want women. We want more women.
And you've created an ecosystem that works for them. That's really great.
Like I said in the earlier statement, the cultural context also has its limitations. So for them to grow, they really have to do a lot of shifts in their home front, which not everyone is able to break that barrier. There are success stories, but there are a whole lot of them who are not able to break that as well. But there are many who've just come up the whole ranks through the system. fewer women, but there are women also. So that way, inclusions and diversity, I would think it's a lot of different aspects that we're covering. We're looking at the community and whoever.
Yeah, I think what you're doing very well is that you're actually executing it. A lot of times it happens in many companies across the globe that diversity and inclusion is like an SOP, and like most SOPs that we hoteliers have, it comes out when there is a mistake, when there's a fault that happens, and then we go back to that SOP to say whether it's followed. Otherwise, they are SOPs and they stay in the book. So I think the actual execution of the diversity inclusion is what you've just demonstrated. Are there any views, any questions, any just experiences that anyone would like to share here? All right, I think we've covered it all then. Ritika, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, actually, I was just thinking when Ridla was talking and we were discussing this earlier, even taking back to the first question that you asked me, I think I have personally been very fortunate to work with the Tata Group and with the Indian Hotels Company, which is part of that, because both these organizations are more than a century old. To my mind, diversity is no better exemplified than in these two companies, in these two organizations, because you could not go back from being a steel maker to a car maker to hoteliering to salt to chemicals. So I think diverse thoughts are very important. And because you mentioned about codifying, I think it is extremely important. It's a journey. I think all of us agree that we are very fortunate to be here and to share our experiences. And of course, younger women coming in the workforce have to obviously go back. And like we discussed, it's the first 2 or 3 years when you would either figure out what you want to do. And it could be in any industry, not only in the hospitality industry. So I think it is very important for organizations to have enshrined behaviors and cultures that actually encourage that, to encourage, like, I would say, differentiated thoughts, accept whatever is being said around you, and you can still agree to disagree. That's a very important aspect. And in that sense, I'm sure many of you have seen She's the Taj campaign many years ago when you were there. And earlier this year, the leadership again, we went back and we unveiled something called She Remains the Taj. And many people asked us, is it just the same campaign? But it is not only about a campaign. It's actually the thought about, making sure that as you look ahead for the here and now, for the future, because the world has changed around us. What we saw or what we were willing to go back and perhaps, like Anjali shared her story where she was willing to go back and fight it out and say, I will prove myself. In today's context of the way that the workforce is changing, millennials are coming to the fore. They obviously go back, they are much more keener than perhaps we were when we were growing up. They want to see that you're walking the talk. And therefore, She Remains a Taj is nothing but a holistic framework, in a sense, codifying it for perhaps the world to see, something that we already know. And I just wanted to share with you that as part of that, one of the targets that we've set ourselves as an organization is to have 25% of our workforce by 2025 represented by women. Wow. We're already at about 18%, 17 to 18%, which is also a growth in the last 2 years. But I think that's something which is, and it can't happen if you don't go back and take action at every step for that. So yes, it has to be codified in many different ways. HR, of course, is not the only department that has to do it. All of us have to do it. And I'm sure that as we go along, hospitality is such a fun business to be in. We'll probably see a lot more women also joining the fore.
Ladies and gentlemen, She's the Taj. Thank you very much, Ritika, Anjali, Sonika, Mridula, for your candor. It was amazing. You've been very outright over there and shared your personal experiences. So thank you very much. And I hope it was insightful for everybody. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies, a picture, please. A group picture first. Also, I'd request Ms. Divya Saluja to please join us on stage and present a token of love and appreciation to all our panelists and our moderator. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Rucha. Thank you, Mr. Khanna. Okay, since yesterday our panelists and of course many of them, and today also a few spoke about that India is the next rising star of opportunities. How many of you believe that this is time for India to shine? I mean, of course we are, but still that you feel that now is surely the time. Very few. Wow. Getting there. Okay. The next session is for all the believers because it's on future perfect. In a challenging world, India is the rising star of opportunities. And please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Mr. Vishwapreet Singh Chima, Director of Operations, Southwest Asia Intercontinental Hotels Group, Mr. Gaurav Singh, Market VP, Southeast India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka Marriott International, Mr. Javed Ali, Senior Regional Director Operations, South Asia Radisson Hotel Group, and Mr. Aman Kidwai, Area Manager, Welcome Hotels North, and General Manager, Sheraton New Delhi ITC Limited Hotels Division. And this session will be chaired by Ms. Monisha Diwan, Sales and Distribution, South Asia, Marriott International. Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You need to keep your energy intact. The awards are awaiting us. Thank you.
Oh my God, it's such a joy to be here. You know, when actually the moderator said that, how many of you believe that India is a rising star and there are opportunities? Only 5-6 hands went up. So I must say that the men over here are actually going to ensure that India will be the land of opportunity where hospitality is concerned. So today, all the questions are going to be regarding 2023. Why are we saying that it's a rising star? So US is going through recession, Europe, recession. We've got the Russia and the Ukraine war happening. But India, like Mr. Rahul Pandit mentioned, we're still talking about 6.8% growth, 7% growth. What is it going to be? So when you look at all of that, and plus, of course, let's not forget, we've just come out of the pandemic. It's an endemic now. It's in the rear view mirror. But many things have happened. Many things have happened in this industry. Quite a bit, right? Digitization. And we all know that in hospitality, digitization means cost. So we're always playing catch up. We're always playing catch up. Then we've got manpower, right? So I think that's one challenge I've been hearing about since the morning today. And of course, we've got a lot of change in terms of sustainability, which we will talk about. So the gentlemen over here that we have today, they are going to tell us that how will 2023 be successful. So I'm going to start with manpower. And I have a question, and this is a question actually not just for the panel, this is for everybody. What age group do you consider young? Now, I agree, I still think we all are young. We are definitely young, but when you look at all industries, when we say young generation or Gen Z, what age group would that be? We all agree that it's all in their 20s or very early 30s, right? So my question to the gentleman over here is, and I can see Javed has already picked up the mic. So Javed, we will start with you, right? He's very passionate about Gen Z. How is it as an industry in 2023? How are we going to make this industry attractive to Generation Z? We're talking problems. I don't want to talk problems. We're going to talk solutions now. How will we make it attractive for Gen Z?
Okay, thanks, Manisha, for that. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you, Anshu, and the ladies in that panel for filling up the hall for us.
Yes.
And also, Manisha, you, thank you very much. The reason I picked it up was I had a definition. And it came as a realization, the first time I realized I was recruiting people who were younger than my son. So, I would say that was my definition. Then I'd say that, mid-20s or less than that is probably Gen Z or whatever you call them. I think My son's over 30 now, and that gives away my vintage. But also, I still get the sense that the mindset is similar, if not the same. I think level of patience may be declining. And I think expectation of reward is even more instantaneous. So these are the things. I say that, you see, whether it's, I like to answer it a little differently. I'd say that whether it's ladies or gentlemen, or whether it's the age, I think it's capability that one is looking for first as a recruiter. Whether to make it attractive and how to make it attractive for youngsters, I'd say that, and now I'm speaking from personal experience, and I say that what matters is we will not appeal to everybody. We will appeal to a certain group. And, of course, as was expected even in my case, like my father, that I'd be a doctor, and lo and behold, I wasn't, or I'd be an engineer like my uncles, and that also didn't happen. So I think you have to look at a set of people for whom a hospitality career is a viable option. It may be one of several. So you can easily get disenchanted if you were aiming at something and you didn't get it. But within what is possible, the realm of possibility, I think that it's our responsibility. If somebody's in a hotel school, first of all, right at that level, or perhaps even he's not going into hotel school, coming straight into the hotels, I'd love to speak to. And I think it was discussed in the panel earlier, and Mr. Kachru, with HAI interacting with students and with youngsters who are prospective colleagues. I think we need to set the tone in terms of expectations and aspirations, managing the aspirations of this generation as to what to expect, what you'll get. And, there is a stage in every career that it starts becoming fulfilling and rewarding. In the initial phase, everybody thinks they make a terrible mistake. And I'm not talking only about hoteliering. Wherever you join, you pay your dues. And my father talks about people who fainted, at the dissection class when he was studying to be a doctor. So, and of course, do they work hard? Of course, we've seen that. I was laid up in hospital just last year in COVID. And I must say those doctors were working as hard as any of us in probably even more stringent set of hazmat suits and whatever.
Yeah.
So that's my sense.
Javed, my question is, like, we all know that today hotel management schools are not going full. Children aren't joining, right? My question here is that I remember many years back when, I joined the hotel industry, and 30 years to be precise, right? And there was a purpose, or at least I felt there was a very strong sense of purpose, right? I still remember, I see Ms. Ragini Chopra here. She hired me, and there was this big sense of, pride. My question today over here to all of you is, what is that purpose? Are we able to communicate that to this younger generation, to this Gen Z? And Gaurav, you have 40 hotels, which you lead, right, in South and East and Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. What is it that you're doing to create this purpose? Anything that you're seeing your brand do?
So Manisha, thank you. Good afternoon again, Javed. I think you kicked it off in a manner where you tried to address the team and everyone in the audience to say that the purpose is something that we today desire our youngsters to have, the Gen Zs to have. I think it's two-sided. I feel that as an industry, as a hotelier myself, as a company with Marriott International, we need to do a lot more than we are doing to attract the right talent. At the same time, we need to communicate what we expect out of our individuals who join us. We need to be able to give them a direction in terms of a path forward. I think people join companies or jobs or other people that they work for largely because they are looking for growth. And I think that matter of growth is something that needs to be defined for the youngsters. At the same time, I also feel that the younger generation today is at a cusp where, less is more. They don't really own too much. They wish to live asset light, so to speak. And in that generation, it's important for them to be able to define what works for them. Where is it that they relate to their day-to-day, interactions? And for that to be meaningful actually makes it very organic in the relationship.
Right. No, thank you. Thank you, Gaurav. Yes, we should.
So good afternoon. I'd just like to add to what Gaurav was saying. It's very important for us to, when we interact with the younger generation, these young minds, we need to, from a hospitality point of view, create that impression of this is a career that they would want to stick to. It is a career. This industry is to be positioned to them in such a manner that they want to grow within this in this institution. Having said that, from a brand perspective or from us as the operators, it is very important to have that connect with them, right? Are we doing enough to go to these hotel schools and connecting with them? Are we doing enough to reach out to them? More often than not, we expect them to apply to us. Actually, it is the other way around. We should be reaching out to them and letting them know that this is a career that they should look at. From our brand point of view, I'd like to submit here that we've got something called an IHG Academy, right? So we have reached out to institutions. We've tied up with them. We collaborate with them, and we've created this element of providing IHG skill sets so that they see growth. So the point that he was trying to make, to create that growth path, it is important for us to communicate that to them. And definitely you will have that interest from them.
Yeah, fabulous. Thank you so much. So Aman, any changes in the talent management, in the talent practices that ITC that we'll be able to see in 2023?
Yes, absolutely. So good afternoon, everybody. I think adding on from what everybody has said here, we have a program called the Employers of Choice. And our objective is that ITC Hotels becomes an employer of choice for the young graduates from the hotel management school. And that starts right when we select these young kids who come to us for industrial training. They undergo a very intensive induction program, which is a direct interaction with heads of departments and the unit leadership. In addition to that, we have monthly high teas with these people where it's only the general manager who's present. So that there is an unbiased and without any kind of fear of backlash, transparent interaction on what the training experience has been, so that we could take corrective action if anything is going on, because at the end of the day, these young children are at an impressionable mind about the industry, and they work with all kinds of people who may teach them the wrong things or show them the wrong side of the industry who are working with you. And like they say, grass is always greener on the other side. So the kids may say that, fine, this is not where I want to be. So I think this Employers of Choice is one such program where we have invested heavily, and this is monitored by the corporate office, where at the end of their training, they send us sealed feedback, which goes straight to the corporate office, where it is collated, reviewed, so that if anything is required to be done at the unit, it is done.
No, thank you so much. Gaurav, you want to add something?
Yeah, Manisha, what I want to say to Aman's point, I think as an industry, we also need to do more in being able to communicate to the young generation to say, listen, we are the employer of choice, right? And what we're tending to do very often is to say that there are these many hardships when you join hospitality.
Absolutely.
That's been the message over the years.
Yeah.
I think the message today needs to be about what the industry can give us, what the future holds, what it has given many of us sitting in this room, how it gives dignity at work today. And I think Javed was talking about that when we were coming into this session. And for me, I think the important message is to be able to share that with the youngsters, to say that there is truly a future. And it's not about, I think we've all alluded to the fact that there are hardships in any industry when you begin your journey, but the message needs to change from the hardships to the betterment of what dignity one can have at work.
Yeah, absolutely. No, thank you so much. I think it's so important because at the end of the day, it's not just the Gen Z employee that we have, it's also the customer. Today, when they've become younger. But I completely agree, Gaurav, with what you said. You know, every industry, whichever industry you go to, you want to be successful, you work late hours, right? I think somewhere we have just kept talking a lot about it, but there's so much that I've seen every brand has done in terms of also making it attractive for Gen Z. So yeah, thank you. Well, now since we've got all the operators over here, so I guess the next question is definitely going to be about food and beverage. You know, So we have actually, I think it was, the last 2 years were tough. The last 2, 3 years were really tough. And food and beverage, my God, it's shown, right? We kind of came out of the pandemic where F&B, we saw a lot of innovation. We saw a lot of stuff happen with food and beverage. Now, my question to you is that in the F&B domain, 2023, what can we expect? How is it that, my first question will be, and out of the four, whoever would like to answer it first, is that how does your brand intend to make your hotels a culinary destination? Or do you really want to do that also, is the question.
I think it's important for every brand. Each brand puts a high value to food and beverage in their hotels today. Everyone looks at it differently, but some trends which are becoming more and more popular and becoming something that is going to stay in the future. I believe sustainability is a big piece which is going to be in and is already there and needs to continue to grow. And it's not just in the food and beverage space, it's in the whole space. And I'm sure we can spend hours talking about sustainability. But at the same time, I think there's a very clear, consciousness growing in our customers about how they approach a restaurant. If you see wastefulness, if you see too much of opulence today in the sense of wasting food, I don't think that goes down too well. So you need to see that come into our day-to-day work. These large over-opulent buffets will have already changed, and they're moving into more interactive, experiences. I think experiences on the whole is going to remain in food and beverage. You touched upon it, and we were talking about it just before we came here. There are standalones which do extremely well, and I think those standalones are going to come inside hotels, and they already are. Because they are more nimble and they're more adaptable and they can move faster than hotels move at their pace. And we need to really acknowledge that and move at that pace as well. Because if we remain that, oh, we're going to change a restaurant after 7 years when is the cycle of renovation, then it's going to be not the best thing to happen in our space. So I feel that if you look at these 3-4 things, I think sustainability, wastefulness to be removed, on the other hand, look at how we can bring in the elements of this adaptability and change to be faster. These are trends that will remain in 23.
Right. Anything?
Yeah, my sense is, of course, we went and, like everybody, decided to try and take our restaurants to the people, and that got the cash flows going. In terms of the prominence of food and beverage for our group, the Radisson Hotel Group, it ranges between 40 to 50% of top line. And in many cases, the demand driver is located inside the hotel in the shape of its banquet spaces. And I would not have imagined the hotels being successful or feasible even, coming from the old mindset that I had of location. And I think that size of hall and its attraction and its novelty, let's put it that way even, new place, you open it and it attracts the no holds barred experience of weddings where everybody saves up and then wants to go beyond, and turn out something that's as a host is memorable. And it's our responsibility to do that. So that's so in terms of what we do, I think there are viable and very interesting options outside hotels. And I don't think we need to fight them. I think we need to encourage. And I think it's part of the experience of going to certain places and visiting certain places, going outside the hotel even. And I know that certain hotel companies are large-hearted and wise enough to suggest that, go and have a drink there or have a meal there. And by the way, my hotel also has this. So we have several iconic restaurants. In fact, the hotel that I ran near the airport was synonymous with the Great Kebab Factory, still is, and has got some very interesting F&B options. Nyong Roy, the Thai restaurant, which was more or less a diktat from the ownership, and I had to make it interesting. And that's another story. And it is critical in commercial success. Other than that, we have our hotels in the Radisson Blue MBD Noida, always been innovative about food and beverage. Down south, strategic partners GRT, Radisson Blue, who have doubled their size, by the way, and also have some fabulous brands. Apart from that, we've stepped away and away from traditional restaurant banquet type business and gone into, if you like, Meetha, which is the brand name, Meetha by Radisson, which is the traditional Indian sweets, which we started off in the pandemic and work on. There are 2 hotels that are authorized to produce Meetha, and it's ratified by the corporate exec chef himself. Rakesh Sethi was here on stage yesterday. To qualify to then retail this. And it's very stylized, very nice, very genuine, and you can be proud of it. But we realized that it works in a retail space. So in Bombay, and now we are thinking, and you can't help thinking, that for the same space, square feet area, return per square feet, whether you'd have a retail space from here to where Mr. Puri is sitting, as large as that, and yielding much more than a restaurant. So that's the other thing. So these are the interesting things, apart from stand-up, pop-ups, as they call them, and inviting restaurants into your hotels in certain locations where there's nothing else around there, especially in our resorts.
So, this brings me to another question, which again, Aman or Vishwaprit. Food and beverage, right? I mean, when you look at standalone restaurants or you look at chains, which are not in hotels, do you feel they're more adaptable, they adapt faster, they're more agile than our own F&B, especially restaurants? And what I mean by this is, I do understand that when you're looking at your marketing budgets and stuff, we look at spending it on rooms, we look at spending it on banquets, spas, there's so many things, right? Whereas with standalones and plus technology, there's so much of tech in the last 2-3 years that we've seen, right? We've done a lot, delivery apps, there's so much that we've done. But do you feel we're as agile and we adapt fast?
Okay, so let me answer this in 2 parts. One is on the tech front, and the other one is the adaptability front. So on a tech front, our brand, we already have analytical tools that actually provide us with the insights of what is the revenue being generated, even to the extent of per square foot or per cover or what is the wastage that we are doing and how can we control that, right? So from how we want to run our business, we want to bring in efficiencies. And that is something that is a big plus. There's a lot of investment that has gone into the analytical tools, as well as there's a lot of investment that has gone into the design element of restaurants. So there are teams that actually fly down and they sort of spend time with the ownerships and they want to invest or advise as to what will bring in efficiencies when we are designing a new restaurant, right? So that helps us make sure that the profitability aspect that we're looking for is generated. Having said that, the second aspect, the adaptability aspect, yes, a standalone has the ability to adapt or change its style of service quickly, whilst for us, there's a lot of investments that already gone into the asset, it's gone into the restaurant, there's a lot of thought that has gone into designing of the menu, in the marketing of or launch of the menu or of the restaurant. It is not that simple that in 6 months we want to change it, right?
So even if a consumer preference you feel is changing, would you be willing to change as fast?
So the consumer preference, looking at what happened in the last couple of years, right? The biggest consumer preference that is coming back, or we are seeing or reading about, is that they want to have a healthy option, right? They are very clear of how we as operators or restaurateurs are making sure that the food is healthy. It is giving them options like, for example, vegan is big now, right? And they're not looking at large menus. They're actually looking at simpler and straightforward menus, right? Which brings it, and also they're looking at more local food. They're not looking at greasy or food that is not that they probably would have had in their younger days, right? So they're asking for more seasonal, organic, fresh food. And yes, what he picked up on about sustainability, they're very, very clear that as a hotel and as an operator, are we making sure that we are not wasting food?
Yeah. And that brings me, Aman, and I'll discuss this with you. I think sustainability, we all know, is big. If you look at customers, I mean, all our customers, all our top clients, if you today talk to them, everybody wants to know what are you doing in terms of sustainability. Do you lose sleep over sustainability as an operator? Do you wake up in the morning thinking that, what are the sustainable initiatives that we can do? Maybe food and beverage, since we're talking about food.
So as we know, ITC Hotels has been a pioneer. I've been thinking EHS and sustainability for decades now. And all our premium luxury hotels and welcome hotels are LEED Platinum certified. We've got 6 hotels in our kitty which are LEED zero carbon. Our food and beverage sustainability program too started off many years ago as part of our responsible luxury initiative. So we introduced a lot of concepts both in banquets as well as in restaurants, which have been very well appreciated by our guests. So our welcome meal, for example, is a single diner menu option where it gets a large variety of dishes, be it Indian, regional Indian, Asian, Western. Chooses that. He has a experience of multiple dishes in small portion sizes. There is a program called the Local Love or the Welcome Thalika, which is the local food, where everything is procured locally, fresh seasonal ingredients are used, offering the guests the choice of having authentic regional food in the premises of the hotel. Or Alert Meats is a program in banquets, where again we serve menus which are curated, which don't induce sleep coma in a conference. Or One Bite Wonders, where appetizers are passed around in very small, delectable presentations. So we have been pursuing this for many, many years now as part of our responsible luxury initiative. And every single day, the entire team at IDC Hotels is constantly looking at ways how we can be planet positive in our day-to-day activities. So that's an ongoing effort. And we, yes, wake up every morning thinking what more can we do and how more can we make our business more sustainable without compromising on luxury, of course.
So to this panel,
Monisha, to your point, I think to your question, I would love to hear the fact that we are losing sleep over sustainability, because I feel that principally the future and 23 and after and even today, it's going to make a huge impact in the way our consumers choose us. And if we do not bring that into our day-to-day lives, I think we would be lagging behind and not doing what is expected of us. But at the same time, we'd start to lose behind on our revenues as well.
Yeah, and Gaurav, the reason why I bring this point is because I think every hotel brand is doing a lot. When I was speaking to you even earlier, and of course ITC, I was aware also, and with every brand, I was very much aware that there's a lot which is being done in terms of sustainability. The question is, we do a lot internally. Is this being communicated to the customer? How is this message going out? So, Javed?
Okay. Thank you. About sustainability, I don't think it's distinctive anymore. There is more similarity. In fact, everybody has the same goals about net zero by 2050, 30% reduction by next 2-3 years, and so on. I think, and of course, no single-use plastics. And here, there's also the question of, dispenser. I found it very hard, I'll admit, to accept that dispensers are okay in, fine hotels. But now we accept them. And I think that wastage is certainly one of the things, side effects that it has, pleasant side effect. So be it. I think that's all right. These are okay. But I missed your question. Didn't I?
It's about communicating it to the customer.
Okay, communicating to the customer is very obvious. I think, it's not communicating, it's listening, really. I think what's happening is that a result, much of this has come out as listening to the customer. So in the public space, it's tracked as to what the customer is saying, positive, negative, neutral, and by keyword as to what they're talking about. And also there's solicited questions on the survey that I guess says, and also information about it. But I think that you're not in contention in many cases. To be in contention, you ought to have that. Else you'll be out. You will not even be considered. So I think there's no choice about it. That's just the way it is.
Thank you. So because of paucity of time, I'm going to quickly run a couple of questions. One being that what trend as a brand are you looking at capitalizing on in 2023? Because we're talking about opportunities in 2023. So as a brand, what is that one thing, that new trend that you feel that you will capitalize on and you're preparing for?
So as a trend, we are obviously capitalizing on the fact that the customer, whether leisure or business, they're well aware of where they want to stay. They're well aware, or they actually are want to stay at a company or at a hotel or at a property which is a responsible company, right? They are very important for them. It is very important as to where they're spending their top dollar, and they want to be part of the contribution towards looking after the planet where we all live in. So it's for us, it is very important that we as a brand are committed towards making sure that we are doing enough, whether it is for our people, whether it is for the community, or whether it is for the planet, right? So just taking a cue from the sustainability aspect, it is important that it becomes a part of our DNA. And that is where these days, what we can see, the guests or customers are wanting to travel and stay, because if you look at RFPs, or if you look at even OTAs, all of them are asking, what are you doing as a brand to make sure that you are responsible?
So you will really work on the sustainability.
Absolutely.
2023 for
Absolutely.
IG is going to be sustainability.
That's correct.
Fabulous. Gaurav, Marriott.
I think you can't move sustainability out. So that's going to stay. But I also feel you need to become more agile, more adaptable, faster in what you do every day that you're moving on. At the same time, I feel that we are at that cusp where, as Vishwapreet said, we are the customers are very knowledgeable and they know what they want. And today we need to be responsible. I totally agree with that. At the same time, I think we need to also be able to localize our efforts, whether it's localization in the offering that we have, whether it's in localization in the food that we provide, or the food that we procure, or the digital technology that we use, or the gateways that we are punching into. Almost everything needs to get localized, and that has the ability of giving better returns. Eventually, companies like us, with Marriott, it is about being able to provide our owners a better return for their investment. And if we are unable to do that without putting in the efforts to localize our initiatives, we will only land up paying more for something that is available locally. So I think those are trends that will continue to be. To me, it's responsible, sustainable, agile, and local.
So those are the opportunities you'll work on in 2023. Javed, what about you?
Shall we break the sequence and give it up?
Okay, you both are going to say the same thing.
Okay, so and just to admission, there was this forecast or belief that coming out of pandemic, normalcy as seen as 2019 would be achieved in 24. So glad that we got it wrong. That's one. And we happily latched on to, if you're asking, what are you going to continue or leverage? The discovery, the drivable distances has become a very interesting way to take a holiday. So we have something called the Radisson India road trip, which I've done on my own. It works. Every 4 hours or so, you have one of our hotels, with 1 or 2 exceptions. That's one. Secondly, so we're leveraging that, of course, and other companies are too. EV chargers in hotels are really something that everybody likes. And, in keeping, with my reputation as a high maintenance husband, I hope that I will get an EV too. So I've applied to the wife. So, so that's, it's easy to take a holiday, multiple holidays. Long weekends are big deals. So, and I'm glad that the horizon is, you kept it to 23. And it's not that easy, especially when you're making a budget in the middle of the year for, December next year. We know how easy that is. So, to get right. So it's not that short a horizon. But I think that, there are great opportunities in 23. And if you're looking at Rising Star and so on, I think the star has already risen. And it's not a question of how, the question is, how long will it last? And experience has shown me, I have fairly long in the tooth. that the cycle is a series of ups and downs. That's the way it goes. We're just hoping that the upside lasts longer and longer, and it has. And I think that, and I hope that this time it lasts longer than the previous time, and that the lows are not as low. That's the sense, but it's bound to happen. So great opportunities, lots of long weekends, lots of auspicious days, and lots of weekends for, communities like mine, which don't wait for auspicious days to get married.
Javed, thank you.
Well.
I think even like I remember in our earlier panel, Mr. Rahul Pandit mentioned that, McKinsey had said that it's for India, it's going to be not a decade, but a century. So, I'm sure lots of weekends, at least 2023, it's all about weekends at the Radisson, right? Your closed places, and you're going to capitalize on that opportunity. What about the ITC, Aman?
Yes, I think in addition to continuing our journey on planet positive initiatives and sustainability, I think talent management is something which is key, because there is a dearth of talent today, in good talent in the industry. So that is something which would be an area of focus. In addition to, of course, digitalization. How can technology help us in enhancing guest experience? How can technology help us in making our operations simpler, in making administration simpler, tasks reduced through technology? So I think those are two areas of key focus personally, I think, for the year 2023.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you so much. And I can see time's up. And Bhuvnesh had mentioned that he'll glare at me if in case I go above the time limit. But ladies and gentlemen, I think the best thing is that, this is the group. These are the operators who will take us into a very successful 2023. We chose to speak more positive things about, because, we've just come out of a pandemic as an industry. We have survived the worst that I think any one of us has seen. And if we can survive this, I'm sure managing talent is something that we can easily do. Dilip and I, we've had many conversations about this. It breaks my heart when sometimes in Dilip's school, you hear students say that we'd love to go to a hotel school, but then take a job somewhere else in some other industry. I think all of us over here, we need to ensure that we are able to keep them in this absolutely phenomenal industry where all of us have been and we've grown from. I think there's a question. See, I'm so petrified of Bhuvnesh. I'm actually trying to find him in this group. He's right there. Okay, there's one question.
Yes, sure, but not to the mic. We've been talking about opportunities. We've been talking about talent management. One of the challenges one, faces is retaining young professionals. You see, what has been observed is that despite, talking about opportunities in this hospitality industry and 23, why is it that question? Why is it that young professionals, youth coming out of the institutes, when they join or they don't join, they are diversifying it to other professions, you see. Is it what they are learning and what the industry demand, as is awareness, or they are not aware of their opportunities? This has been seen today, and especially post-COVID, that youth is diversifying. I met a 4-year degree holder working in Louis Vuitton showroom. I said, why did you switch? He says, better opportunity, better perks. Here, what's the reason? Question to you. Likewise, I met somebody in Bose. All these people are diversifying. They say there are no career opportunities. So what's the way forward? Thank you.
Would you like
So what's your question? What's your question?
The question is, why is it that the younger generation chooses to leave us and go to another industry for better opportunities? Why is it? We also give equal opportunities.
Manisha, we spoke about this, and I feel growth is a major factor in the decision of this individual. If you give them if you chart a growth plan, then they are going to stay with you. At the same time, you're talking about attracting talent. It's one's choice, right? I don't think we'll be able to define that choice by saying we are better. I think there is a lot of work that can be done. Academia and the industry can work together to help, and is doing that work. But I don't think there is one right answer to this. I feel that we need to constantly make effort, and we'll probably keep making some inroads. Javed, I guess you want.
Thanks.
Just
What I'd like to say, sir, is that, so it is with every industry. You have doctors who become IAS, you become engineers who become finance and analysts and what have you, make piles of money, which is all right. I think that what matters is it empowers the exposure to hotel industry, makes you versatile, and you realize your options, which is all right, I say. To somebody who wants to work anywhere, come and work come and study in hotels. Of course, it's our loss, but it also is our gain when they come back. Often they come back when they realize that they'll never be the CEO or the MD of this company. And my batchmates, many of them are actually MDs of hotel companies, not that they exited, but many have exited. It's a high attrition sort of academic scenario, but that's just the way it is. Much more than others, I admit that.
So
I think it's all right.
Ms. Niwan, I'm here, ma'am.
Yeah.
So I'm representing Mr. Khanna. So आप वो नजरों से आप देख सकती हो.
I think there's one more question. Yes, one more question.
I'm going to ask a
Mr. Khanna.
politically incorrect question to the panel. We have enough homegrown hotel brands. Is there a figure of how much money we send out to all the foreign brands from India? No, Mr. Puri will explain.
So he's asking that we have sufficient number of Indian brands in India and all the international brands. Does anybody estimate how much of fees do they remit outside of India?
Dilip, I'm not going to answer about how much the amount is, but I really must say this, because been with this industry now for so many years. I remember, like I said, very proudly, I say this, that, I remember when Ma'am Chopra had even hired me. I think even whether it's a foreign brand, whether, the name is a foreign brand, at the end of the day, it's all Indians who are running it. So I really look at it, because I hear this a lot. I hear this a lot at times, saying that, oh, you know what, you're an international brand. I mean, I was dealing with the government the other day and, they said, but you're an international brand. I said, yes, but I wear a sari. I'm an Indian and we are all Indians here. The fee that we give is very marginal. The opportunity that they're giving us is brilliant. We run this space. So, the thing is that I genuinely feel, and even so answering your question, I really feel, and like I mentioned when I was at the government, they got 3-4 ladies over there who walked in and the gentleman said that, these are women who have actually, they've passed out from IIT, IIMs, young girls, they must have been, 25 or 30 at the most. And the government is using them for helping them with startups and all kinds of projects. And you know what? I suddenly realized that so many years back when I joined this hospitality industry, I joined it because of the purpose it gave me. I loved the thought of hospitality. I loved the thought of creating dreams and memories for people. I loved the fact that I was associated with a brand which actually taught me so much. They taught me how to represent myself, how to represent our country, our hospitality. I think that purpose is what we need to show, sir, to our younger generation, that what is it that we stand for? Who are we? And what hoteliering is all about. The day they find the purpose, like how the government managed to get IIT IIMs who left Goldman Sachs jobs and are doing it at maybe 60% lesser salaries, we'll be able to get people. It's not the money, it's the purpose. I'm sorry, I know Bhuvnesh is looking at me. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for your time. Thank you so much, such a pleasure. Thank you.
Fantastic session. All right, I want Dilip Puri up here. Dilip, you got to present. All right, sorry, Aditya, I'm taking part of your salary again. All right, so I'll barge in.
A picture, please.
So, bit of a time check over here. The LG is going to be here sharp 7:30. We need at least half an hour to turn this hall around for the award ceremony. So there will be a hard stop at 7. So there will be no session overflows. In fact, we'll have to shave off a few minutes here and there because he's extremely, I have received more calls from his office than I've ever received from my wife, right? So they're very particular about his protocol and the number of people who are going to be on stage and so on and so forth. There's a protocol, and I guess that happens. All right, bring in the next session, Aditya. Tu bhagi gaya?
I'm right here, right here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, next session, development and investment on growth and development. Is the sector ready for its next flight? And to take us on that journey, please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Mr. Dhruva Rathore, VP Development, India and Southwest Asia, IHG, Mr. Nishant Kumar, Director Development, Southwest Asia, IHG, Mr. Rajneesh Malhotra, COO, Chalet Hotels Limited, Mr. Gyana Das, VP Corporate Strategy, SAMHI, and Mr. Savagya Mahapatra, MD, India, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bhutan Atmosphere Hotels and Resort. To moderate this session, let's welcome on stage Mr. Jaideep Dang, MD, Hotels and Hospitality Group, JLL. Let's welcome them, everybody, please. You know, we have a time constraint, not a tali bajana constraint, so you can be louder than, and have more energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the train is running late, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, let's be quick. This year, ladies and gentlemen, just to give a little bit of data and to put things in perspective, and I know we've been talking about operations and the problems that the sector is facing. What's happening at the investment side? Where's the money coming in? Is it really coming in? What's happening? So just to put things in perspective, this year, so far, we as JLL in the hotels business have traded about 1,000 crores of money, which means people have bought hotels, have invested right from a hole in the ground to an operating hotel. Last 2 years, there was a pause, we all know. When was the last time 1,000 crores were traded, really? Not after, Brookfield bought Leela. And after that, there was a pause, right? So what does it tell you? It tells you that the sentiment is coming back. People are willing to invest. They're not too many, but at least the serious ones have started giving a thought again. Two of such owners, large companies, representatives are here, Gyana and Rajneesh. Gyana represents Sami Hotels, 27 hotels, Gyana, own 27 hotels across various cities. And then you have Chalet. How many hotels? 8 hotels, big boxes. And both these companies are again on this buying spree. I have a great blend here. So I've got owners on one side and I've got operators on the other side. So I have Dhruv Rathore, Head of Development at Hyatt. And I have Nishant, Head of Development at IHG. And I have Mr. Mohapatra, who's come out with your suit actually tells, it's about the ocean and the green and the resort. We've got atmosphere here as well. So it's a great blend to talk about how the industry is going forward in terms of investments, and are we looking at developing more hotels, investing in more hotels. So may I just start with the owners first. Rajneesh, congratulations on the big transaction that you did at the Delhi International Airport on Terminal 3, big box hotel. Coming up, we're proud that we were associated with you on that trade. Last 2 years for you, you would have, like many others, would have changed your shoes while running because you had big box hotels, in all major cities. And then the ship hit the iceberg. Did you ever miss leisure in your portfolio because that was the only other segment which was going on? Did you ever fear that all your investment that you had made there is sort of at risk? So what was going on in your mind in the last 2 years? And how do you think your thinking has changed, if at all, moving forward, and given the recent trade that you've done?
See, Jaideep, we got listed in 2019, as you're aware, and the capital was used towards growth assets. And we were in the middle of a massive growth cycle as Chalet. We were investing in a lot of hotels at that time, and when the pandemic hit. So the first step was to obviously put the brakes on the capex, reevaluate all the projects, and right time them as per the market conditions as and when they changed. Second was obviously to look at cash flows, get into that survival mode instead of that aggression mode of growth. We got into that survival mode, hibernated, lower down almost every cost possible. Aided the government in its efforts. Most of our hotels were taken for COVID, people who were fighting COVID from the government. And we have large big box hotels in Bombay, Hyderabad, Bangalore, as you're aware. All of them are business hotels. And leisure was always on our strategy map. But unfortunately, that strategy, while it was under execution, COVID hit. So everything was paused. Very soon, we are on that path right now. We've just announced a hotel in Delhi. It's again not a leisure hotel, but hopefully we should have some in the pipeline soon.
Yeah, great. No, that has actually changed the sentiment because, for Chalet, a listed company, never been in this part of the world, in Delhi, first big investment, leasehold asset, a lot of different things that you'd not done in the past. So that actually prompted me to ask this question, because it seems that you've also changed your shoes while running in the last 2 years. And in your own strategy, you continue to invest in big boxes.
So it would seem, but that's not actually true. Our strategy was always to stick to the big box format in tier A cities. Leisure was on our map. Again, in the prime destinations of India, primarily Goa, Udaipur, Jaipur, some parts of Uttarakhand, maybe. So only the hot leisure destinations and not really tier 2. And in those cities, obviously, you can't put up like a 500-room hotel. So size appropriate to that location, but again, stick to the premium destinations.
Great. Gyana, over to you. So last 2 years, we all know, been very challenging for you, and you're a classic hospitality driven or private equity driven hospitality fund. India's never seen that. There have always been either legendary owning companies who've grown over the years and built those assets, built those markets, and here come Sammy Hotels, very dynamic, whatever you built in last 10 years, and then oops, suddenly a break. What did you what was going on in your mind at that time, and let's say, what are the top 3 things that you would have done?
I think pretty much what Rajni said is that it's a fundamental of any financial crisis is that you do put a break on the growth, you go into a cash preservation mode. And the last thing is that you have to maintain your solvency. I think these are the 3 fundamentals of any financial crisis, which driven by a more capital driven business. I think it's not what we tried to do during COVID, which is fundamental. I think everybody did, all the industry did, including Chalet or Elementary or Ownership or Taj or anything who owns. I think as an industry, we've done a fantastic job. As an industry, we've done a fantastic job. We have not seen major crises in our Indian hospitality industry. With some hotels are there, but it's not a major crisis. I think it's a hats off to, as an industry together, we did the same thing. It's not what we did during COVID. I think what we should have done before COVID. I think this is what we have been as a company led by a professional management team, set up by a professional Ashish and all the team, I think me, myself, including a professional. We've always been telling is that we have fundamental issue of how Indian hospitality operations is structured. We have issues, we still have issues. I think we're still not acknowledging it. As an investor, as a number, I'm not a hotelier. I'm pure from a investment background side of it. I think we have fundamental issues. We don't want to discuss about it. We need to fix that. As an entire, both operator, as an owner, we need to fix it. There is the challenge, and I think we would have been far more better prepared if we have done before COVID. Yes, the COVID has kind of made the resistance less during COVID from the industry, including owners and operator, all of us together, including the system. The system has become more agile because of COVID. I think it's the only and only good thing out of COVID. The rest is all fundamental, Jaideep. I don't think so. It's ABC of financial crisis that we did.
That prompts me, Gyana, to ask this question. In your mind, and Rajneesh, please, you can also join in. What, as investors, what do you think brands can do differently to get investors more excited? Is there something more that you ask for, or do you think they can do differently and we can then come to them as well?
Can I be very candid and brutal? Because I have worked for brands as well as for ownerships, a combination of both, and now I'm working for an ownership company. I think brands have evolved a lot over the past 15, 20 years with the foreign brands coming in and the Indian ones established player. But all of them still, I believe, and I hope I'm not talking too big out of my boots, but still have a slightly myopic view of the business. It's limited to operations management of a hotel. It's still not complete ownership of the asset and generating that ROI. So when, as an investor, like Chalet also has commercial portfolio, which you're aware of. We also had a retail portfolio, which we pivoted to commercial during the COVID. So that was one of the changes which we made to our strategy in between. We got out of retail completely and converted those assets into commercial. So still around 15-20% of our revenues come from the commercial portfolio. And the target in the future is we have a strategy in place whereby hotel and commercial portfolio is distributed. Now, coming back to the point of what brands can do is to, I think, to get more involved in the business from the owner's perspective. If I have cash today, why shouldn't I open a hospital? Why should I open a hotel? You have to give me more reasons than the usual ones which are there already for many years that I want to be a, of course, hotel brings a lot of fame, name to the person who owns it, but he's looking beyond that. I think owners have also graduated over the past 20 years with generations changing hands of the asset. I think they're asking more, and brands need to be in sync with the investment logic ownership has in mind, rather than purely being focused on the operational aspects of running a hotel.
I'll answer that. Rajneesh, I'd slightly be divergent with the question. I think brands are doing a great job. Brands are doing a great job. I'm not doubting it. There are always, I said that there are fundamental issues which need to fix onto it. Rajneesh has fortunate, he's lucky that he has options to build. We as an organization don't have options. We are hotel. We don't have any options. Okay. We will only do hotel. We don't look at commercial. We don't look at retail. We don't look at residential. Our only job is to do hotels. I think the brand's job is to operate, not to own. Our job. That's fine. That's fundamentally, that's why when Ashish, when created the company, was very fundamental is that we don't want to create a brand. We were a pure focused ownership company. Managing finance, managing growth, managing capital is the owner's job, not the operator's job. I think that's the reason there is an asset management team in our organization which has to put a check onto it. The only job of the brand is to operate. I think the brand that we have partnered into is doing a fantastic job. I'm not having a question on that. Can I create revenue? No. As an owner, I don't have capability of creating revenue. We did 200 pages analysis, so should we do self-management and everything? We realized that there are more risk of doing that than doing self-management onto it. So we said that no, the brands are the best guys to do it. It's like it's sector expert, right? So they are the sector expert. The challenge is that yes, we as an owner, we need to deal with the operators from an operation perspective. I think the operation model need to be evolved from the brand. More India as is growing from an industry as a commercial, more towards the capitalist world of the developed world. I think we need to move onto it. It's fundamental. We have to move onto it. I think there's a bit of a resistance. We still stuck to the old world luxury hotel, Indian, Asian style. I think there is a resistance to it. It's slowly improving with more mid-scale hotel coming onto it. But it is a gradual progression. I don't have any, we don't see that there's an issue with brands. Brands are the people that get us revenue. Okay, so we don't have issue with that. I need the brand. So yes, ownership is our job. I think owners need to change. I think there was issue in the ownership world is that we have put wrong capital. We have put wrong brands. We have over-capitalized, under-capitalized, wrongly capitalized, wrongly located assets. It's not the brand's issue. It's the owner's issue. That is
Change your motivation to do a hotel. Sorry? Change your motivation to do a hotel as an owner.
Exactly. I think that's the fundamental
Yeah.
issue. It's not the brand.
Because you guys have been very prudent in all your investments, much that we know, and we've worked with you. It's been very prudent. So I believe if owners get more prudent, then naturally the results and the yields are better. Good place to get into the operators. You've given a segue into it. And let me just give you a little bit of data before I come to you, Dhruv. Year to date, September 2019, there were 36 hotels which were signed with approximately 4,800 keys, 2019, out of which 9 hotels were conversions with about 1,200 keys. Too much data? Shall I repeat? Okay. 36 hotels were signed January to September 2019 with 4,800 keys. Where are we in 2022? Forget the last 2 years. Now look at this. 2022, 49 hotels have been signed in this country with about 5,100 keys. So are we ready to take off? Is this the tipping point? Are we back? The data tells us yes. Dhruv, how's the Josh?
Josh is good. Josh was always good. Josh was always good through the pandemic as well. So
Let's say, okay, if the Josh is good, how many have you signed, Dhruv, is hired in 2022 as yet?
so this year we've signed 8 hotels till date, which is still lower than 2019, by the way, for us.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
So I think we were pretty stable in 2019. We were also pretty stable in terms of our growth during COVID, during the 2 years.
Yeah.
We signed 16 hotels over the 2 years of COVID. So, so we haven't seen a real decline. I think there are different types of assets. We're seeing a change in the types of opportunities that we're witnessing.
So which is the most
2019.
active category in your mind? Is it mid-scale? Is it more upscale, luxury? What are you seeing?
So COVID sort of taught us a lot and taught the market a lot. And I think everyone saw that leisure was, making tons of money through COVID as well. And I think there's a, investors think COVID, leisure is recession proof, COVID proof. And therefore there's been lots of activity in the leisure segment. But I think one needs to be a little careful as well, because once you see herd mentality, then, the fallout is also higher. And we've seen that earlier in the past, 10 years ago, when this happened in the business locations. So I think it's important to really partner with the right owner who has the right intent, who's looking to build a hotel because of the right reasons, and obviously the product brand fit. But we're seeing a lot of activity in the leisure segment.
Nishant, for you, how's the Josh at IHG?
Josh is always high.
Always.
Always high. It can never come below than the higher.
Okay, and how many have you contributed in the numbers that I've given?
Right now we are at 5 hotels with 640 odd rooms signed. Of course, lower than the 2019 numbers, but again, we have another 2 months to go. So maybe your data will say something differently by end of this year.
And great. And where do you see most of the action? Is it tier 1 markets, tier 2 towns for you? I see a lot of action. A lot of people have made a lot of money in tier 2 towns in the last 2 years. The rich have become richer. Stock markets, trade, different things. Are they investing? Are they coming to you and say, hey, listen, now I made plenty of money, give me a holiday in?
That's very obvious right now. Very, very obvious. And the way we are looking is tier 1 market, not much of the opportunities, and whatever the opportunities we are getting in is highly competitive. Dhruv can second that. But the tier 2, tier 3 opportunities which we are getting in, people are coming from various walks of businesses. Those are traditional traders, selling retail businesses, and their third generations are trying to jump into the hotel business. So when we are going and meeting those owners in tier 3 market or tier 2 market, you have got 3 generations to deal with, the grandfather, father, and the son. So it's very interesting form of business cycle which we are going through. Very interesting cycle of owner relationship and operator relationship discussions. So interesting phase.
Great. Let's move to the leisure segment. Mr. Mohapatra, you've brought some nice sand and some blue waters to India with the atmosphere. You brought some good sand and blue waters of atmosphere to India.
Yes.
Resorts have been kicking. Leisure is a chart buster, across the segments, right, for the last 2 years. What's the traction that you're getting in India, given a Maldivian brand? What are you seeing as a trend, and what is the traction that you're getting as Atmosphere? And if you'd like to just tell us more about Atmosphere, I don't know how many of us are aware of the DNA of the brand.
See, basically, it is a Singapore company, and we have already successfully established the footprint at Maldives with the 8 resorts. Also, 2 resorts are on the process.
And I stayed in one of them. I was stuck in the channel in Maldives. It was a very rough sea that day. And we were sort of moving across, and we had to cross a channel. So we were told that, listen, don't go. You need to stay a night in the hotel, and the closest was Atmosphere. So
Yeah, almost.
I was privileged to stay in an Atmosphere and save myself from a choppy ride. So it was a fantastic hotel, no doubt about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So after establish the footprint at Maldives successfully, I think almost our 3 hotels has been recognized best 10 hotels in Maldives. And also in our marketing global systems, we have also already, many countries we have already got the recognition. Then we thought, why not the Asia Pacific? So if you are getting into Asia Pacific, you cannot avoid India. India is the biggest market for this. And now, we are targeting basically destinations, tourism destinations. Of course, we are also getting into metros, but the different concept in the lifestyle and lifestyle resort, you can say, call that in the metros. And India is definitely for the next decade, as for me, the 4 segment of tourism is going to be laid. That is, one is MICE, wedding, leisure, and definitely your, what you call, niche tourism, that is lifestyle. So these are the things we are targeting specifically, and we are getting into India, and definitely I'm 100% sure we'll be successful in India.
And have you signed any projects yet?
Still it is on fold. We have signed, of course. It is on fold, and definitely will little bit time, and we'll definitely unveil it.
And what's your preferred way of doing projects? What's the preferred way? Is it through management contracts, or would you be giving some guarantees, some leases?
Thanks that, we have already almost whatever signed as in date, all our management contract. And we have got the good owners and the supportive owners. Now maximums are in the brownfield projects or the greenfield projects. So we are in a process. I think 2 months or 3 months will definitely unveil it.
Dhruv, in the last, thank you, Mr. Mohapatra, on that. Dhruv, in the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of owners who've come to us and said, listen, we've been running our hotels for some time. And now we've come to a point where we feel that the time has come, we should give it to a brand. And I see a lot of conversation happening on the softer side, which is, can you adapt them? Can you rebrand them? And the other thing that all the owners were suffering with that, hey, listen, there's no cash flow, so don't ask us to put more money, but can you somehow help us? Because I think in the last couple of years, I don't know how many owners are here, but a lot of owners have realized that sales and marketing is a hell lot of a job. And you guys really are very strong at it. So why don't we sort of get onto that journey and just have it professionally managed? So have you gotten into such projects? And this question is to both of you. You can pick, and maybe the other can follow. And are you doing any softer brands to kind of put your arms around such owners and help them?
Yes, absolutely. We've seen, as you said, we've seen a lot of interest in the last couple of years towards with independent hotels, reaching out and inquiring whether we can do something together. We do have soft brands, and we are obviously deploying them. I think the most important thing from our perspective is the reasons why, what is really motivating the owners to do this. And the other thing is there really a brand and vision fit? But we certainly think that there is a lot of opportunity in this space. And this year itself is testimony to that, where we've signed 2 very exciting hotels. I think personally, I'm pretty excited about both of them. One is the Ronil in Goa, which is known. It's a very well-known hotel, and a lot of people look at it and have fond memories of it on Baga Beach. And they're renovating the whole hotel, and we're going to open our first JDV by Hyatt, which the hotel is still the hero. It's still called Ronil, or a derivative of that. So that will open next year. I think that's going to set us up brilliantly for that brand, and which is lifestyle oriented, lots of fun in the upper upscale space, full service. The other very, very interesting one from my perspective is the Nuru Sabha Palace in Bhopal, which is an iconic, has a lot of heritage, was built in the 1920s. And there again, there's a complete renovation, and that will launch for us the Unbound Collection by Hyatt, which are hotels which have a story to tell, social currency. Again, the palace is still going to be the hero, but it will be linked to our Unbound Collection, which are hotels like that sitting in the upper upscale and luxury space. And there again, I think they will benefit a lot with our management capability, food and beverage expertise, and I think most importantly, distribution, and changing their market mix and the segment mix, and really adding value to the bottom line. So there's more coming up, and there are more and more opportunities like this that we're witnessing. Very exciting space, I think.
Yeah, it is absolutely a lot of opportunity in this space. For you, Nishant?
So I think, when I look into such kind of a conversion opportunities, for me, there are 3 basic pillars. And 3 basic pillars are related to the brand, and not only the brand, but also the product. So when I look in as one pillar of fire and life safety and standards, this is something I can't compromise. Whether it's a soft-end brand where I'm just making changes in the look and feel of the hotel or of that product, that has to be there. And second pillar is the IT. If those 2 things are pretty much done in the property, then playing around with the color palettes and the brand standards and the hotel look and feel is not that tougher than playing with these first 2 pillars of it, because these are non-compromisable, because I can't compromise with that guest security and safety. And second is my technology, because that's how my systems are talking to each other, kind of. But having said that, we are also bringing in our Voco brand into the country, which is more conversion friendly, which is more pretty much at the premium level. We have also bought a software brand in form of luxury, which is Vignette Collection. We are looking for new opportunities in India. We are exploring it. So yeah, that's where we are.
Great. Another segment, Rajneesh, I'm coming to you. I know what you've been doing and been fairly successful. And moving forward, you've also told that you will kind of balance that portfolio between leisure and keep doing big boxes. Do you look at alternative segments as well, which are sort of complementary hospitality, given that your mixed use experience and you're a large group on real estate side, and you've also been pioneers in many other things when it comes to real estate development. Would you look at branded residences?
Jaideep, we've had a couple of opportunities in that space. We've evaluated them, but somehow they didn't fit the investment matrix that we have. And currently, we are not pursuing any branded residences as of now.
Sure. Gyana, for you, any change in strategy? Would you, I know we were just chatting about, would you do luxury? You haven't done it?
No.
No.
I don't think that leisure, luxury, or budget or anything, they don't make it, they pick money. We as an organization, we don't understand it. And I think our balance sheet and our history doesn't allow us to understand that side of the business. We'll for now, I would say that for now, we'll be focused in that mid-market, upscale segment, business hotels, tier one. It's a more of an institutional play. So we'll focus on that. I don't think so will change.
But would you add more leisure to your portfolio? I know. रुकावट के लिए खेद है?
Sorry.
Not us? Okay. Sorry, gentlemen, ladies, sorry. On leisure, I know you have one in Goa.
Because we bought a portfolio which came along. If you ask us, would you go and develop a leisure hotel in Goa? The answer is no, we don't. When we bought a portfolio, it came along with that. So that's an incidental, not a strategic acquisition. It's an incidental acquisition.
Sure. Sustainability is a big agenda item. And when we speak, as JLL, we are focusing big time into sustainability. A lot of questions to us that hotels as an asset class is also not amongst the most sustainable asset classes. So how are you going to make changes? Little maybe, and I know K. Raheja Corp is working strongly in that space on the office side, on the IT side. Any observations on the hotel side? Any things that you guys are doing?
On ESG, I think like every other company worth its salt, Chalet is also heavily inclined towards adopting ESG. In fact, we are the first. I mean, we started publishing the integrated report since last year, which has ESG, although we are not mandated by SEBI yet, but we are doing that. I don't know how many of you know, Chalet was the first hotel company globally to sign up for the Climate Group's 3 key initiatives. In fact, our CEO Sanjay went to the US and attended a conference there. And we were the first hotel company. We still are a hotel company, by the way, even with the commercial portfolio, we are Chalet Hotels Limited, and hotel is our prime business. Yeah. It will remain so. Yeah. So we are extremely conscious of what ESG can do to a business. And since our group has multiple businesses, primarily focused around real estate and retail, so we've got a lot of insights, consumer insights. So ESG is not something which you do as a fad. I mean, it is there to stay, and it is linked to your business, and your customer would want it. I mean, all the things that go with it. You would want to do it because it saves costs. So it's not an option anymore. It's just pure business sense to adopt it, apart from your love for the planet, etc., etc., etc.
We're just getting into our terminal station. 3 minutes to go. As I see the clock. Let's do it a bit of a rapid fire. The last round, guys, let's be quick. Let's get a bit of entertainment going. Dhruva, I'm starting with you. Be very quick. Don't think too much. Yeah? Okay. Not too many questions. And your time starts now. Quantum of fee or quality of owner? What do you prefer?
Quality of owner.
Goa, Jaipur, Udaipur, Banaras, Kashmir. And I'm not putting Katrina, Karina, etc., etc. I'm giving you your subject, which is Goa, Jaipur, Udaipur, Banaras, Kashmir. Rate in order of your preferred leisure market for growth.
For me, from Hyatt's perspective, 1 is Kashmir, 2 is Banaras, because we don't have anything signed there. And the other 3 were Goa, Udaipur, and
Jaipur.
Then I would say Goa, Udaipur, and Jaipur. Jaipur, we have a lot, so we can give that a break for now.
Okay. Hyatt Regency, Grand Hyatt, Park Hyatt, Hyatt Place, Alila. I don't know too many brands after that. Sorry, I know you have plenty, but at least as far as we know, Hyatt Regency, Grand Hyatt, Park Hyatt, Hyatt Place, Alila. Which one would you like to sign tonight?
Park Hyatt.
Okay. To you, Nishant.
Is there an opportunity?
We'll speak on Friday. I know you're offering Alila, but we'll speak on Friday. Okay. Shall we move to you? Okay, first 2 questions, same. Quantum of fee, quality of owner.
Of course, quality of owner any day.
Any day?
Yes.
Okay. For you, Katrina, Karina, Deepika, Goa, Udaipur, Banaras, Kashmir, Jaipur.
So I think I have presence on most of the cities other than the Kashmir. So Kashmir lies on top of my priority. Then Goa, Banaras. Again, we don't have any operating asset. We have under construction. And then Udaipur and Jaipur.
Holiday Inn Express, Crown Plaza, Interconti, 6 Senses.
I will add Kimpton, Regent, and Hotel Indigo and Voco and sign all of them.
And sign all of them tonight?
Yes, please.
Wonderful. Well, that's the Josh. Okay. Mr. Mohapatra, for you. If you were to pick one over another, what would you pick? Product, or the owner?
I need both the things, both at the
One.
moment. At the moment, I require both, but definitely good owner is always good. We can make the good product.
And for you, which is the most preferred destination? Goa, Jaipur, Udaipur, Banaras, Kashmir?
I'll prefer Goa, then Jaipur, Udaipur, Kashmir, Banaras.
Okay. Next 5 years, how many atmosphere resorts will a traveler have?
Target is 25.
5 years.
Next
25.
25.
Let's start working. We don't need to work with anyone else.
Including?
JLL doesn't need to work with anyone else. My business plan is sorted for the next 5 years. And 10 years?
10 years, we have not planned exactly. First 5 years is there.
5 years is
And definitely after 5, we'll definitely, more closer to will be there to 10 years we'll decide.
What do I do? I think we should catch up again. Rajneesh, what do you like more, Delhi or Bombay? Mumbai.
I love both actually. Delhi is my Dharma Bhumi and Bombay is Karma
That's
Bhumi.
why
So
I'm
I love
asking
both.
this question. Yesterday I was having a
And we
drink
just
with-
signed a hotel in Delhi, so both are equal.
That's why we did it. I know every Monday morning you go, Friday night you come back.
Yeah.
It's terrible. And then, by the way, you also have 165 flights that you've taken this year?
36,
136. Sorry. Horrible.
Somebody else to that, yeah.
Yeah. I was
work
talking.
for Vistara and Hyatt.
Yeah.
I live there and I fly Vistara, so I pay them my salary.
So if Rajneesh is taking so many planes, ladies and gentlemen, good news, more hotels coming our way, more investment coming our way. Keep flying, my dear friend. You contribute to the industry. 400 room, another 5-star hotel in Delhi, or 200 room, 4-star hotel in Goa?
Goa, but 5-star.
Goa, but 5-star?
Yeah.
You know why I asked this question?
I know.
Because we are doing both.
We'll take it offline.
So I was wondering which is the one that you will sign pehle.
No, Goa is more priority right now. Yeah.
Okay, Goa, but a 5-star. Okay. Cut to 2027, Rajneesh. How many hotels and rooms will Chalet have in India?
Need a calculator for that. No, just kidding. More than what we have today. Can't talk about future because we are a listed entity.
So we keep working.
It'll be more than what we have today. So that's for
Okay,
sure.
so I have to work harder.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. Gyana. Investment banking now, I don't know how many. Equity or debt?
Good time equity, bad time debt. Clear, please.
Okay. Sell more or buy more?
Buy more any day.
Lovely. Keep us, on your
Any
speed
day,
dial.
any day.
On your speed dial. Yeah, I'm there.
Any day.
Yeah, okay. For you, by the way, okay, another combo blockbuster. Do you want another combo blockbuster in Bangalore or Hyderabad? Which one would you sign tonight?
Hyderabad. Any.
Hyderabad.
Any.
We discovered that too.
Yeah.
Absolutely. What a market. Ladies and gentlemen, what growth in that market. And the office stock there is absolutely mind-boggling. The absorption trend is fantastic. So if you're not doing enough in Hyderabad, look at Hyderabad. Cut to 2027. Where do you see Sammy? A listed company? Number of hotels?
Well, as Rajni said, will be more than what we are today for sure. Listed company, time will tell. We had filed for TRHP. Everybody knows about it. COVID kind of hit us badly, but yeah, we'll see.
No, but that way is from a corporate governance perspective, from a programming perspective, you're very much there.
Mr. Dang, I am.
It's time's up.
Yes, sir.
And so is rapid fire.
Lovely.
Yeah. Thank you very much, ladies and
Everybody
gentlemen.
once for them and the timing that they just matched.
So I keep saying this, Jaideep, just stay there. If not what he's doing, what else? Maybe a film star, right? Yeah, handsome dude. Yeah, and fantastic at his job. Ask. Huh? Huh? नहीं ऐसे ही आ जाओ. हाँ.
ड्राइवर गाड़ी निकालो अब हम घर जाएंगे.
The day is done. Yeah, day is done.
A picture, please, gentlemen. Also, Mr. Dang, I'm supposed to ask you, whom would you choose? Deepika, Katrina, or your choice? I mean, your audience ne kaha hai पूछने के लिए. This rapid fires come from there. Your wife? So you're supposed to tell me that. How would I know? He chooses his wife. The best husband award goes to Mr. Jaideep Dang, everybody. Once for him, please, for moderating this session. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Khanna, please. Also, a quick reminder that Herman is holding a lucky dip gift for all the attendees. If you've not placed or dropped your visiting card in the designated box at the registration counter, please do so, because we'll have the winner chosen through a draw at the close of day 2, which is today, before the awards.
What session is this?
Veterans View.
Veterans. All right. So now this is a great panel that I've been really working on, and some of my loved ones here. All right. Can you change the screen? Yeah. Yeah. Ajo Leo.
You want to, or should I?
No, you do.
Okay, our next session is on Veterans View, how to tread the road ahead. Please join me in welcoming our panelists on the stage, Mr. Farhat Jamal, Chairman, Travel, Tourism and Hospitality Committee, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Rajiv Kaul, former President, Leela Hotels, and Mr. Yatendra Sin, Principal and YS and Associates, Saal, Switzerland. He'll be joining us virtually. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Veer Vijay Singh, CEO and MD, Trans Hotels. I guess their experience altogether deserves a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Bhuvnesh has already told me that we have a tight schedule, half an hour, and so we will try and do it within that. To Mr. Amarnath, we tried to sit down as per our pictures so you can know who's who. I think they call this the veteran session. It could have been the people who retired, retiree session, or it could be some of us, people like Rajiv and others who are legends. So it could be a session of that. But it's wonderful. I think we are 3 of us here, and I think we'll be joining Yatendra will join us soon. Between us, we have a combined experience of over 150 years. So it's wonderful to be moderating the session. Suresh was supposed to be doing this, and unfortunately he had to go for some work, and so I've been asked to do these honors. Coming to, I think, as we don't have much time, and I'd like to start. I only hope. Yeah. Hi, Yatendra, welcome. Can you hear us? Yeah, at least he's smiling. So, can you hear us, Yatendra? I'm not too sure.
Yes, I can hear you. My apologies. I'm just parked at Geneva Airport. So please excuse me for talking to you from a car. And I'm not
So-
wearing the bright suits and red ties that Rajiv and Farhad are wearing.
So Yati is the only one who's the young veteran amongst all of us, but it's lovely to have you also in this group. So I think we all know these two gentlemen and Yati very well, but still, I think it's important for me to say that Rajiv and Farhad both started the career in 1978, as was informed by even Bhuvi. I started my career in 1976 with the Taj. So we're nearly the same, I think, vintage. And I have great memories, Rajiv, when you were the general manager of the Oberoi in Delhi. And I used to be the food and beverage manager at the Taj Mahal, Delhi. Ronnie was our general manager. He took over from Mr. Ravi Dubey. And we were very lucky to have to host the leading hotels of the world convention. And it was extremely prestigious, 350 hoteliers from the leading hotels of the world coming here. And of course, the Oberois and the Taj both wanted to outdo ourselves and see how we can impress this entire group. But I want to just share that even at that time, the kind of fraternity and comradeship, the camaraderie that we had. I remember very clearly that there were some wines that we wanted to give to the executive committee. And I called Rajiv, and I think Ribhu was there that time under you, if I'm not mistaken. And within a few minutes, they could give wine to the Taj. And vice versa. There were times when they wanted certain salmon and they didn't have it. And so the kind of, the camaraderie that we had during that time.
We didn't exchange guests. We exchanged supplies.
Exactly. So there was competition. There was healthy competition. But yes, we were supporting each other. So those were the days. Rajiv, after that, I remember moved to Egypt, the Oberoi Mina House. And I had the privilege of going and seeing him there. A beautiful hotel where he's sitting on the swimming pool. You could see the Great Pyramid. And I think you had a very exciting opportunity in Egypt. Later on, of course, we are very happy to see Rajiv coming to the Taj Bombay as Vice President and General Manager of the Taj Bombay for 18 months, as you just informed me. And later, of course, Rajiv did some extremely great job with the Leela Group. It became one of the most well-known luxury group under Rajiv's leadership. So that was great interacting with Rajiv, and in many more forums we've been together. Farhad and I go back to Pusa Institute. I was 2 years senior to 2 or 3 years senior to Farhad, and so we were very, very closely working. He always was with the Taj, and if he was in Bombay, I was in Delhi. I remember when Farhad opened the Orient Express restaurant at the Taj Palace, and Mr. Sherwood, the owner of the Orient Express, was called here to inaugurate that restaurant. Farhad traveled on the Orient Express from London to Vienna. So he was Venice, sorry. And so we had some great opportunities. Farhad, of course, worked in great properties in Chennai, in London, in Land's End, in the Taj Bombay. And finally, he moved to the Lalit as the CEO. And I think the great experience that he had, which he was sharing with me, was working with an international company like the Shangri-La. So working with Indian companies and then moving to Shangri-La and being able to take the best from both these companies. And finally, he opened a great hotel in Bombay. And we were happy to have him back finally coming to the Taj. And he did some great job and retired from the Taj. Now, of course, Farhad wears 2 caps. So he's, apart from being a hotelier, he's also the chairman of the Maulana Azad Trust, which has a lot of colleges and universities, and one of them, of course, being the IHM Aurangabad, and also runs the Aurangabad Hotel. So I think he sees from the 2 different perspectives. So great to have both of you here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yatendra, of course, he's my Rajput brethren, and it's wonderful to see some Rajputs doing so well, and he's been in with the Oberoi background and has been in Switzerland for a long time. My son, Suryaveer, joined Lausanne And I must say that Yatendra played a very important role as a mentor. Not only did he teach him hoteliering skills, but he also taught him how to play cricket, which he still continues to do so. It's wonderful to have Yatendra also in this, this team today. So I think as I would like to start, I think one of the most critical things that happens, and I always talked about, for me, I know it's been discussed, most of the subjects have already been discussed, but from the veterans point of view, I want to ask Rajiv, leadership is seen major changes. Bob Davids says that leadership without ego is the highest level of leadership. There are different types of leadership, we all know that. So I don't want to get into all that. But you know, he talks about Mahatma Gandhi, Martin King Luther, Lee Kuan Yew. We also had some great leaders, Mr. M.S. Oberoi, Mr. Ajit Kerkar, Captain Nair, Major Rahman. So I don't want to name too many, but we can't forget them. For me, my personal great leader is Mr. J.R.D. Tata. We've had Mr. Ratan Tata doing some great things. So I wanted to just ask Rajiv, you have been a leader, so has Farad and Yatendra, for many years, and you led large teams. What are some of the changes that you are seeing in this new hospitality and new age hoteliering that's taking place, and what are the new types of leaders that are coming? Are there new challenges that they're facing, or you're finding that there's anywhere change happening in people? I would really like you to hear from you on.
So we live in a VUCA world, so clearly there's tremendous amount of change. But to me personally, I think the essence of leadership is, we have worked with some great people, great mentors and great leaders, and seen firsthand how some people get an above average performance from average people. And there are some people who get an average performance from above average. So it's the reverse. And I think that's the real essence of leadership. How do you get the best out of every member from your team? How does the sum become greater than the sum of its parts? That's really what it is. At the same time, you're a leader only if you have followers. So you have to look back to see who's following you. That I think is one clear reality check that needs to be done. Now, in our era, we were brought up on a diet of tough love. That's how it was. Now, how relevant it is today would be an interesting question. My children tell me, and some of my younger colleagues tell me that time has passed. Tough love is not there. Now, my question is that if you see an uncut diamond, how are you going to polish it? Can you ever polish a diamond gently? It has to be tough love. There has to be friction. So if you really want to achieve that greatness, and when you see it in one of your team members that he can or she can achieve something great, you would love to. I think it's your duty to polish it. And there will be pressure and friction and tough love. So that's one thing. I think that yes, clearly, maybe you need to have different strokes for different folks. So in our we've all been leaders. We've also seen that you cannot be the same person. You have to. Leadership is basically reacting to a situation. It's situational leadership. Correct. I mean, there is wartime leadership, and then there is peacetime leadership. Both that flexibility and that bandwidth is required. So while we keep saying that, oh, much has changed, I think that fundamentally people do not change. And you need to, and I think that you need to have the wisdom to know what should never change and what should change. That, I think, is the key to a great leader. Because we keep hearing about the new gen, the millennials and the Z generation, right? The Gen Z and all that thing. I don't think they are so different. I mean, we are behaving as though they're coming from another planet. I think that we need to speak to them a little longer. We perhaps need to change our vocabulary, maybe use more emoticons than less words, but they are from the same, they come from us. And it's something which I was thinking about this morning. I do my best thinking in the shower. So the thought came to me this morning that, we keep saying in hotels, oh, it's not the same. People have changed. That love for service is gone. It's a different generation, instant gratification. While all of that is true, I was just thinking that you have the same people, the people from the same generation who are joining the armed forces. They have the same, love and for glory and valor and motherhood, motherland. It hasn't changed. It's the same generation.
Thank you. I mean,
it's the same generation. Now, I think it is really incumbent upon us and today's leaders. How do you connect with? Because maybe the bridges that were relevant yesterday are perhaps not the best bridges today. So how you have to connect is perhaps where you need to think.
Interesting. Thank you, Rajiv. To further, I'm saying, I know that they say that the managers today you can make managers in various IIM colleges and IIT colleges and various other, but leadership is something that's very difficult. It's got to be either you're born to be a leader or you learn to be a leader. What is your view on that?
No, Viru, my take on this is that this whole myth of either you're a born leader or not a born leader. If there were born leaders, then we wouldn't have so many hundreds and thousands of leaders that are there today. The problem today that I see, because we have really paucity of time, so I'm going to be very, very specific, is the fact that today's generation of middle managers to senior manager to middle managers to, I won't call them senior managers, but general managers level, are they having enough more role models to look up to? Are they having enough people to look up to? Are they having enough coaches and individuals who can guide them, who can actually help them with the challenges that they're going to face in the transition that they're facing today? Today, we are living in a very transitional world because this transition from being a functional head to a GM is a big shift today. If you just look at a hospitality GM, you are a functional head, you are a director of rooms, or you are an F&B, you become a GM, then you haven't had that skill set of being a journalist at all. You constantly get drawn to your functional skill. And that's where the fault lies in terms of the way you want to develop people. I think the focus for the industry today, all groups actually, not just us, not just, when I say us, I mean not just for Indian hotels, just for all groups is to coach and mentor individuals when they grow. Because if you're not going to coach and mentor, you're likely to have not a very high success rate. Then the second point that's very important is how do you retain talent today? Because you have, the talent, the amount of investment that you make in individuals today is actually is not quantifiable. You can't measure it in money, actually. So those people who leave you, for whatever reasons they leave you, whether it's lots of people, theories go, they leave because of the managers, is the fact that once they have gone, to replace them, to train another bunch of people is very, very expensive. So I think there's a constant training, coaching, making sure that their motivation levels are high. And the most important part today is how do you upskill them? Upskilling is a very important part. Today, I know for a fact there are many groups today, I'm sure, who are sending their people for revenue management programs. They're sending them for other digital programs, for example, and trying to make them future ready. Because you got to understand that while one space which I feel, I think there is a bit of a disconnect, Rajiv, you might comment on this, is the customer connect today. Is the manager on the shop floor at all today? Was it the same as it was in the past? I don't know. I have my reservations on that, because the manager on the shop floor was like you are on the stage all the time. And you had that relationship with people. You were the mayor of the city in some cases. You literally behaved like one if you're not one. Because you were seen in that reverence, because you cared for the people. You cared.
You didn't want that business. You cared for the people. You cared for the customers. You stayed late nights for them, and you wanted to deliver excellence, and you wanted to deliver that love to them for the brand. And people never left you for that. No one, the customer never used to leave you for that. So Rajiv, I don't know what am I making sense to that?
No, I think we'll go later to that into it.
So Farad has
the role of a general manager.
Yeah. So Farad has also covered a couple of other points. He talked about talent management. He talked about general manager. But I think I'll come to that. Before that, Yatendra, back home in Switzerland and being in one of the best institutes, you worked for many years with École des Hôteliers Lausanne. Do you have something like specialized leadership development programs that you do for your students there?
So yes, absolutely. So first I'll go backwards and reminiscence a little bit. We had tough love as a statement from Mr. Cole. I've received the tough love because I was a waiter when we were doing that LHW event, and he was our general manager. So, the past was leadership by compression. The modern paradigm of leadership, the language has changed, the purpose hasn't changed, is much more leadership by support or servant leadership. And that was said by the two colleagues on the panel in any case, is how do you encourage people to jump higher? And then what we tend to do is that in education, we try and drive that by giving students opportunity in the classroom and outside of the classroom. So there are moments that are pre-designed where they are encouraged to express that leadership. Modern day leadership is no longer an expression of how many people follow you, but it's also an expression of what purpose you lead, what project you lead, what knowledge you lead. So you can lead through multiple paradigms because today you could be leading a team which is virtual and it can be in any part of the world. So you can then lead by a particular topic or a subject or a technology. And the way we work it in education is giving students opportunity, but it's pre-planned, it's designed. It may not be obvious to them, they may not be graded on it directly, but they're graded on it indirectly.
Great, thank you, Yatendra. I think I'll have to move a little fast. I think a lot of us are sitting here just now today with many general managers here, and I think all of us have been general managers for 15 to 20 years. So I would like to maybe ask Rajiv, this new, if I can call him the general manager, the animal, is he changing? Is he a different breed today than what it was during our times? And what are the new challenges these people are facing? Are they changing for the right? Are they all becoming more and more sitting in front of the laptops? Are they connected to the people? So just if you can give us your views.
So I think we need to understand how much in the last 30 years the hotel landscape has changed in the country. Earlier you had, and I'm not trying to make this an Indian versus a foreign brand. That's not the context, but I'm just saying that basically you had the Oberoi, the Taj, then later on IDC and Leela, who owned their hotels and developed their talent. That's the way it was, And then you had the advent of international chains who, really came, and today they are the dominant forces. Why I'm saying this is because there is a lurking danger here. The danger is that, to me, this is my personal viewpoint, how is the industry even, what is the nomenclature that is used for this industry in the West? It's called the lodging industry, whereas we call it the hospitality industry. And I think that explains everything. So I fear when I see sometimes our footsteps progressing along the pathway of lodging industry. And I think that is something which today's leaders must safeguard. I think we can manage it very well, but that I think is the first duty, And as the general manager, he sets the tone. So it's really for the general manager to manage senior management, but everybody to, but that is the key. The second thing is that I think for many of us in the room of a certain vintage and probably beyond that, you know, a luxury hotel general manager was the greatest job in the world. I don't hear that being said by anybody. I think we need to reaffirm that. We need to just tell these guys how lucky they are. It's always been spoken about, oh my God, look at the long hours, look at this, look at the pressure, look at the, you know, there is joy. This is the only, I mean, if I had to do it all over again, I would not change anything. Because we have a magnificent world. Chandeliers above, you know, soft carpets below, beautiful flowers around. It's an ocean of positivity and happiness and joy. And you're curating special moments for people. So I think you need to, you know, you need to focus on that is exactly what, and that is what will ignite the passion, the pride, and the joy. And I think that is what needs to be transmitted to our associates, you know, how fortunate we are to be in this profession.
Sure.
I don't know why people have to apologize for this.
Yes. So the passion that the general manager used to be, I remember I met Mr. Kurt Waxvital, the general manager of the Oriental Bangkok. And he was about 65, 75 years old, and he didn't want to do anything as just be a general manager. I met this lady, the PR manager at the Bon Rivage Palace in Switzerland. And she was 75 years old and she was the PR manager. But things changed. And I know one of our leaders told some of our young general managers that if you're seen after 7 p.m. in the hotel, that means you've not developed a number 2. So things started changing a lot. So as rightly Rajiv said, there's a difference between the hospitality or the lodging industry, as they call in the West, and the hospitality industry, as we call here.
It is true that we also had, you know, what they used to call the cock sniffing general manager. You know, you needed to go beyond that. So you clearly need to have a full repertoire of business skills.
Sure.
Correct. Then you need to know your hoteliering skills.
Sure.
Correct. And then you also need to be able to play big brother or daddy or whatever is the family culture of that particular organization. Sure. So these are 3 things that you need to really span. You know?
Yeah. But Rajiv, you know, the central point of this industry at every level actually is about people. Central point is people management. There's no other industry that is actually so intense in terms of your ability to manage people, to manage circumstances which lead to, you know, various experiences that happen in a hotel. And I think that is a very, not many people have kind of, I'm not saying they don't have the skills, but how good they are at managing people.
Yes, but Farad, this is something which is born out of, not out of attending a degree course, but really through life's experience.
No, but what I'm saying is that people who join the industry today, are they comfortable? Are they enjoying being with people? That's what I'm trying to say. Are they enjoying with people? Is their motto? My motto is to serve. So serve people, to serve humanity, serve my family, serve in my new avatar as my students and my principals and what have you. My motto is to serve. That's my motto in my life, right? If that is my motto, is to serve people, I thought I fitted in very well with this industry because that's what I wanted to be, and I wanted to make the best of it. And it didn't matter how many hours it demanded for me to be there. I wrote a small piece, Rajiv, on the Queen's visit to Chennai when I was Taj Coromandel GM. She stayed with me at the hotel for 3 nights. Can you believe that? 3 nights, the Queen staying in your hotel, who just passed away. And as a general manager, it was not just a great honor. Of course, the fact is that it was an experience of a lifetime because the kind of preparations that you had to do as per the instructions of the palace and the rituals and the formalities of a Queen's visit was enormous. Where would you get a job which you're so intensely involved with any VIP or any important person in life, and to understand what goes behind to make those events a success? What goes behind? There's so much that goes behind to make an event a success. We are sitting in this room and I know what goes behind to make this event a success. It's a huge amount of effort that goes behind to make the success. And that is the passion that hotel general managers need to have. And that's where the people skills come in. People skills come in. Yeah.
So thank you, Farad. To Yatendra, I know the EHL and many other good institutes, I believe 85% of the people are not joining hotel industries. So that's my question to you is that what should we be doing differently as an industry to try and attract more people from catering colleges to join us and to become good general managers?
So the battle is on, right? What happens is similar to what Farhad said, that you want people who like people. And other industries have also realized that liking people is an exceptional trait, and they can use that in their businesses wherever they have customers. So what we face in schools and graduates that come out of schools is that there's an equal demand from other industries, automobile, insurance, finance, banks, etc. And we're now competing for that talent on an equal basis. Earlier, we were competing on an unequal basis because the other companies or organizations or industries had not realized that this talent exists, and it's pre-prepared available for you. What we'll have to do is we'll have to fight with them a battle on their terms sometimes, and sometimes on our terms. So sometimes we'll have to say, hey, what's the joy of working, just as Rajiv said, that you're working in an environment which you can control yourself. Whereas when you go work for banks, you can't control the environment. You're obliged to work to the IT regulations of the bank. And you're straitjacketed there. So instead of just saying, listen, they offer you 5 days a week and they offer you weekends off, we can also offer you 5 days a week and certain weekends off. But the rest of the time, you've got a lot more freedom in our trade as compared to going into insurance or going into vehicle dealerships, because you only become one small part of the trade. You are not the core of the trade. The core is still engineering or finance or other aspects of their business. Whereas here in hotel keeping, if you join hotel keeping and you're trained for hotel keeping, you are running the core of the business. And that needs to be better explained to young graduates.
For sure, for sure. I think we have little time. I want to ask one more question. Today, the entire industry is having the talent and manpower woes. Difficult to get good people who are trained. People are finding alternate jobs in different industries. Our salaries are not matching. The work-life balance is one of the great concerns. So what are some of your suggestions, Rajiv? How are we going to be kind of fighting this problem?
See, majority of the problems are of our own making. You know, we are guilty of it in the sense that it was tough love, right? So that was the era. You can fix it. I mean, we already talked about 5 days, 5-day weeks. You've got to have a work-life balance. Hotels will have to, food and beverage has to run 2 shifts. There has to be lunch and dinner, but you have to work your way around it. So I think that, you have to pay people better. If you want to have better talent, then you'll have to pay better. So these are not really difficult things. But I think some of the other things that have been talked about, we have been disrespectful of our institutes. There has been an unhealthy gulf between industry and academia.
Colleges.
So I think these are some of the self-goals that we have successfully scored over the decades that have to be now reversed. And it's doable. I mean, I'm totally confident that the industry can fix it. I think it is simply a question of willpower. We don't fix things until it really comes to pass, So.
Thank you.
I think as far as education is concerned, I'm very much part of it now, and Dilip is sitting here, and Pansab, I don't know where he's gone. I think we are facing a challenge in terms of the intake of students. But I think, to me, it is a bit transitionary. I think it's not going to last for long. The industry, I think, has enough potential. The headroom for the kind of supply that is required in our country for hospitality industry itself is huge, huge. Absolutely. Over the next 5 years, a decade, thereabouts. So I have absolutely no reasons for concerns that our institutes are not going to be full to capacity. They will be full to capacity. Yes, concerns are there. The compensation packages need to change. There has to be a greater connect with the industry professionals, with the industry itself. Today, I think there is a far less connect with the industry. There has to be much greater connect. I have my son-in-law who's in Booth in Chicago, and where Raghuram Rajan teaches. And he said that amount of industry professionals who come and teach there, 1 year off, taking 2 years off and go and teach there. I think that's the kind of thing that we as professionals owe to the institutes, to give our 1 year off, give our 2 years off, and say we will spend time with our kids for the future, inspire them, share the knowledge that we have. And I think it's the paradigm shift is going to happen then. Yet that is, onus is on us to do it, all of us, including myself. And I think that doesn't happen. Today we are leaving only to the academicians. Pansa baithe yahan par. Lots of the professors and Dilip is sitting here, they only left it to them. We are not getting our professional managers to say, okay, we are giving you 1 year off, go and teach in ISH, go and teach in IHM, and you come back to us. We will pay you still.
Absolutely. I think
we will pay you.
We
will compensate you also at the same time. I think there needs to be greater synergy between the industry and the hotel management institutes, and the future is bright. And from the applications that I saw, I have to say on the closing remarks, one thing that I saw very evident, which the general managers, particularly the general managers, who wrote about sustainability and the concern for environment. Very, very heartening efforts, without the corporate office interventions, their own passion of making a difference to the communities they're living in. Aman sir, you sitting here, and exactly the same feelings that I got from a lot of the GM applications that I got. They have done an amazing job to help the community in times of trouble and continue to do so, to amalgamate them into the culture, give them jobs, give them the opportunities, give them a future to them and to the children.
Thank you for
So that's a great thing that the GMs are doing. So I have to, on a positive note, I have to say that we must respect that. And I think we'll have more individuals like this.
I think our times is up. So I thank you so much, Farad. I think the only one more thing that we need to keep in mind is, as a lot of our staff have moved to other sister industries, this is also an opportunity for us to get back staff from other sister industries. If it's airlines, if it is different industries where they've gone to, let's try and get them back and see that, the good people are always embraced and don't let them go. So thank you so much. I do not want to take more time, but thank you, Farad. Thank you, Rajiv.
Thank you, Viru.
Thank you, Yatendra.
Thank you, Viru. Thank you. Thank you, Yati. Thank you. You stay on. Yati,
Thank you, Viru.
Stay on.
Yati, stay on.
And stay in the car.
Yati,
Don't
stay
go
on.
It's quite embarrassing to have such a large image.
I know, and we have to do a group picture, and I'm also transmitting a gift to you.
No, I know, unless we get Farad in the middle. No, Farad, I think if you come in the middle. Okay. The things we do for you, Yati.
Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Thank you, Farad. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Everybody for them, please.
So these three gentlemen, between them, carry up between 120 to 125 years of experience. Beat that.
Okay, moving forward, you know that this industry, this lovely and beautiful industry, it's made by people like you. And moving on, our next session is on people and talent, challenge or opportunity. When you look down next 10 years, please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Ms. Sangeeta Gandhi, VP, Oberoi Center of Learning and Development. Mr. Kamal Kant Pant, Principal and Secretary, IHM Pusa, New Delhi. Mr. Sanjay Bose, Executive VP, HR and L&D, ITC Limited Hotels Division. Mr. Zubin Songadwala, Area Manager South and GM, ITC Grand Chola, Chennai. Mr. Natwar Nagar, Founder and CEO, The People Network and The Job Plus. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Dilip Puri, Founder and CEO, Indian School of Hospitality.
Okay, I see our session has already been cut down, so we'll get down to it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Stimulating 2 days, coming to the end of it. We'll try and make the session stimulating. My own sense was that the session was almost hijacked by the previous panels because there was so much of discussion on talent and people. And I guess we'll just try and endorse most of the things they said. It does amaze all of us, right? That this talent challenge has taken center stage when for years, all one talked about was growth and development and profits and top line. But now no conversation is complete without talking about talent or the lack of it. So you can see there's a very diverse panel. We have two educators here, Kamal Khan Pant and Sangeeta Gandhi. We have senior HR leader of our industry, Sanjay Bose. We have a very senior operator from our industry, Zubin. And then we have, the most prolific recruiter I've known and now an entrepreneur in his own right. I figured out a name for your business. Would it be correct to say you're in the talent tech business in some ways? Yeah, okay, so talent tech, that's a new word. So we summarized, we had discussions over the last few days to put together what we want to talk about. And about 4 themes we'll try and bucket this into. The student challenge, young graduate challenge, and why aren't they joining our industry? The whole pay parity, work-life balance issues, the whole area of skilling, which clearly is Natwa's area of expertise. And then around the fact that while we talk about young talent and the industry not doing the right things, a lot of it is about how even middle managers and senior managers in our industry today are not upskilled enough to recognize this demographic divide, which is ever widening. So let me start with perhaps Kamal, you, and then Sangeeta, in terms of when you think of young students who come into your college or young graduates who come into your center, what is it that they're coming and what they're aspiring to do, and why aren't they coming to our industry? Has this changed recently, post-pandemic, always been there? What's been this journey for the student, Kamal?
Thank you, Dilip. It's a very engaging kind of question. What I feel is the trend became evident in last 10, 15 years. 20 years back, 25 years back, probably not many competing industries were there in the service sector, so to speak. And people in the schools, hospitality education was kind of aspirational. People had made up their mind quite early on that this is the kind of education they would be pursuing. And they had a plan for their career, where they would start from and where they would go on. But in the last 5, 7 years, what I see is, I'll give you a small example. I've been in Pusa for past 5 years. I was in another institution, for another 6, 7 years before that. The number of schools, public schools, who were inviting our faculty on their career days or counseling days, the requests kept on dwindling, over the years. The school, I was in Gwalior, we had opportunities, we were going to Sindhya Kanya Vidyalaya and the Gwalior Glory and the Little Angels, and those kind of schools inviting us. And that started, going down. And in Delhi, you had DPSs and Springdales and all those kind of schools. One after that, they would be inviting us over. And it so happened that the team of faculty and a group of students, who were supposed to be doing that job, their job became, very less. So from 30, it came to 20 requests, and from 20, it comes down to 12, and then 5. And so that is something I feel people are not as, enthusiastic about careers in our industry. And that is showing in the enrollment. In many panels, we have learned that the enrollment in some of the institutions has not been as impressive as it has been in the past.
Is it a correct stat to say, and most of you should know this, that on an average year, about 30,000 students sit for the common entrance exam? This year, they were what, 8 or 9,000?
It was about 15,000 plus, but that is like we were seeing a number which was growing every year, or it was stagnant for a long time. But from 30, 35, it came down to 25 previous year, and this time it was 15,000.
Yeah. Here's the point which we all must take back. If young students from high schools don't see hospitality as an attractive career, then it suggests that those who even come to study are fairly mediocre. We were always faced with that challenge. It's only become more acute now. When we move this to the graduate space, Sangeeta, and people coming into OCLD, similar challenges, what's different there?
So it's similar challenges, definitely. And over the years, and particularly, I would say the pandemic has only aggravated it. And we've all been talking about it in various forums and even otherwise. One of the things that we have noticed is that a lot of the youngsters are getting influenced by a whole lot of success stories that they get to hear from young entrepreneurs. Everybody hears of the success story and they're enamored and they want to establish something on their own, not realizing the, the toil, the sweat, the hard work that goes behind it, the years that it takes in planning. What also happens is that when everyone comes with that aspiration and all your television channels and media channels, etc., is flaunting the so-called lifestyle aspect of the industry, everyone is surely attracted, but when they suddenly realize that they've got to roll up their sleeves and work, that is where reality comes into play and they figure out that this is not what we want to do. And
you made a comment earlier about we ourselves have become cynical.
Very, very.
So could you just elaborate on that?
I'm sorry if I've upset anyone by saying this, but the reality is that as an industry, we go around talking of all the, what I consider, it's my personal opinion, as the negative. Long hours of work, for example. We all, in all our recruitment strategies, many organizations talk about long hours of work in the industry. I'd like to know which industry, which vertical, which job exists today which doesn't do long hours. Whether it's a school teacher, whether it is a doctor, whether it is an airline, whether it is a banker, whether it's an entrepreneur, whosoever. Everybody's putting in long hours of work. Why is it that we as an industry only talk about, oh, but this industry means you've got to be on your feet for long hours? You know, that's just to give you an example. And so we are ourselves probably creating that cynicism and negativity, that perception, which is not right. And I see an opportunity when we talk about talent challenge or an opportunity, I see an opportunity where collectively as an industry, we start projecting ourselves more positively and talk about the fun part, the real excitement that exists in this industry, which no other industry has. And all of us in this room know that kind of excitement, the high that you can get in this place is something you can't get in any tech, in any other kind of a vertical or an industry.
So then let's come to this issue, right? Pay parity, work-life balance. Sanjay, you are at the vanguard of HR leadership for our industry. And I think every panelist talked about it. The industry seems to suffer from an image perception issue, right? That the first thing you say is it's a low-paid, overworked industry. Are there any genuine efforts being made to change this perception? I know individually as organizations, brands, all of you are doing stuff, but it doesn't seem to be having any real impact on these young kids. They still don't want to join hotels. And if they want to join hotels, they don't want to join operations. So what are you doing in ITC, number one? And number two, what do you think needs to be done by the industry as a whole?
Thanks, Dilip. So I'll come to ITC in a while. Let me actually share how I look at it. I think we are living in a time capsule. When I started my career 25 years back, more, you had this page 3 general manager who was, the person in town, and therefore business used to come through his network, through his operation skills, etc. We saw it moving gradually to the person who was a finance person, a business manager who would read his P&L, concentrate on what's the flow through, etc. And then came the era of the development GMs, right? So you have seen the industry migrate from a page 3 innkeeper, talk of town general manager to someone who's extremely savvy about acquiring properties and using networks, etc. If I look at that and I look at what we have done for people, I think we are doing exactly the same what we were doing 25 years back. We haven't done anything else. Right? So our expectations are the same. We look at talent coming in who should work for 18 hours like we did, and we did actually 20 hours. So it's not wrong of us to expect them to work for 15, 16 hours. right? We slogged because the money which we were paid was very, very limited, but we did it because of passion. Now, the thing is, all that is fine. You know, in HR, we have this term called mirror neurons, where we want to see images of ourselves in the people that we want to select who we think are good talent. The problem is the world has changed, right? Our priorities have changed, the world has shrunk. There are a lot of options. Even in India, service industry in itself has so many options, like Mr. Pant was saying. We need to be cognizant of the fact. That's the first thing which I think as an industry we need to figure out. The second problem that I see is we are very, very, taken with this issue of numbers. We focus on numbers. So as long as I have the requisite number of people in my hotel, I'm good. That's a fallacy. It's about the quality of people, right? So now I'm coming to the cost conundrum. When you're focusing on numbers, what happens is you need to pay a certain amount of money and need to keep your payroll cost in a certain proportion. When you're increasing the numbers, you're actually paying per capita less money to the people. So there goes your attractiveness, right? If a person is talented, you would need to have more per capita money in his kitty. So the first thing which I'm saying is, even before we look at pay parity, even before we look at work-life balance, we need to look at how we run our hotels and how we can do it with lesser people, but who are more effective, more potential, can do more. From our side, are we deploying the right processes and the right technology? I think the answer is there. Okay. Second is on mindsets. 25 years back, 12% payroll cost was a good thing to have. Today, everybody agrees that it's 25%. 25 years back, in the West, in developed countries, the payroll cost was 50 to 60%. Today, it is 60 to maybe 65%. I think while we are all concerned with the flow through and our responsibility to our shareholders, we need to figure out how do we pay more and get more out of people.
Have you figured it out in ITC?
To a certain extent. I mean, if I take the last 2 years, I think ITC was the only company which believed in increasing salaries rather than reducing salaries or reducing numbers. So we have experimented, we paid the cost, right? It was not easy to manage our P&L when there was no business and we are thinking of giving bonuses and increasing salary hikes. But I think now when the business is coming back, we are seeing the returns of that philosophy, So we are not as challenged for talent.
Yeah, and would it be correct to say that we've never really looked at benchmarking, whether it's pay scales or working hours, with other sectors which are adjacent to us and where our talent goes away? We still keep benchmarking ourselves. Does Oberoi pay more than Taj, than ITC, than Marriott, right? I think that's a mentality which, don't you think the industry should get away from, given that these other sectors are where the young people are going?
Yeah, exactly. So the same time capsule thing. We have this diminishing pool of people and the diminishing pool of talent. And we are all trying to manage within that, rather than trying to see where we have a more expanded pool and become competitive there.
Right.
And I have a theory for that, Dilip. See, when the BPO started coming in, the hotel industry went through a transition, right? Everybody who was worth his salt wanted to go and do a job in the BPO, late 90s, right? Because they're paying double, triple, and so on. The fad went away because you had more job satisfaction here. You got your talent back. I think we still think something like that is happening, not realizing that this is here to stay. The markets have opened up. Retail is going to be here. Your financial services are going to be here. Service in India is booming, right? So we need to expand our net outside hotels to see how competitive we are. Our problem is we are only looking at hotels.
Yeah. So Zubin, as the operator here, you have a great responsibility towards meeting expectations of young people, which clearly there seems to be a gap in the industry. You also talked about the students seeing a return on investment in coming to work for our industry. Where's this coming from? Is it something more recent? Or is it something we should have been doing long time back?
The subject that I wanted to talk about is something close to my heart, and it's not recent. It's always been something which has played on my mind. I graduated from hotel management in 1989. My parents paid 1,500 rupees a year for a 3-year diploma course that I did. 4,500 is what the investment was in my hospitality education. I was fortunate enough to get a job as a management trainee, top dollar salary of 1,800 rupees. Investment returned in 2.5 months. So I was just reconfirming again with Sripan what was the fees, and I had a ballpark of about 1.5 lakhs per year in IHM, can go up to 2 lakhs. So we are talking about 5 to 6 lakhs spent for a hotel management degree now, with an entry-level salary, if you're lucky, a good salary of 15,000, or you could be a management trainee and get a higher salary as well. So when is that kid going to, or when is that kid's parents going to get a return on that investment they've made in that hospitality education? Oh, I'm not getting a good job. You know what? Let's take a loan. Let's send our kid abroad. He'll get a better education and maybe he'll get a better job. Or confident that they'll, what job is waiting for them when they come back? Nothing, there's nothing special there waiting in the market saying, oh, you've studied abroad, we'll give you a great job, give you a return on your investment. Not going to happen. So the parents itself, I think, are the ones who are now getting a little worried, because I've had so many parents come to me saying, our kid is graduating or finishing 12th. Now what do we do? Do you think hotel management is an option? He wants to become a hotel management graduate. And I say, you know what? Let that kid do what he wants to. It's our responsibility as parents to educate them. But then as an employer, I think it's our responsibility to give back to that kid monetarily. I'm not going to be able to give you a return back on that investment in 2.5 months. But at least let's give back to those kids what we got. We slogged. We worked 18 hours a day. I don't believe that that's an option anymore. But at the same time, we had a lot of fun. We had fun. We used to shut down our restaurants at 12:30, and that's when we used to meet in somebody's house or the other, or go to that Rajesh Khanna dhaba behind ITC Maurya when we were management trainees. You know what? Kids don't do that anymore. How do we create an environment which will help them do that? That is what's important. At the same time, when we started skilling, and I'm talking about again and this happened even before I joined the industry, we started skilling and we started manning our hotels with people who needed jobs. They weren't hotel management graduates. They probably weren't even 10 standard pass. But we trained them from the beginning, or they were trained and they were skilled. I started as a trainee at ITC Maurya next door. I worked in some other legacy hotels where people weren't even, graduates. So just about 12 standard pass, but they were the finest maitres that the industry produced. When a person comes out of a hotel management institute, his expectations are high. If you're hiring from there, you have to be sure that you're able to manage those expectations. I don't have the answers.
Right. No, fair point. I think it's an issue which everybody confronts. So let's talk about the whole skilling arena. Most of you here would know Natwar Nagar, a freshly minted entrepreneur, and very passionately talks about skilling and what the challenges of the industry are. Go for it, Natwar.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just to give a very quick recap, I started my firm called the People Network about 18 months ago. We are into executive search across sectors. And about 6 months ago, I started a company called the Job Plus. Job Plus is India's first service hospitality platform. We've got some amazing response from the sector. We've got about 600 hotels right now, about 620 jobs listed. And we are trying to create a new revolution in the hospitality skilling in the country. We believe that the future, just to give you some statistics, we are looking at about 10 million jobs to be created by 2000 in the next 9 years. The pass out from the hotel schools right now will not even cover possibly anything in this region. So at Job Plus, we've started 3 programs, and I'm very, very passionate about skilling, because I feel that the future of the hospitality service sector would lie in skills, not on knowledge. We are very fortunate that we've just started a program called the Plus Initiative, which has been started by Marriott in Rishikesh, where we are picking up the first pilot project is of 30 kids, where we've gone ahead and picked up the kids from the local community, which is 2-kilometer radius. And we have asked the industry to invest in the education of the kids. I must say that I've been in this beautiful industry for 25 years. We have never invested in our people, okay? So it's high time that the industry, if they have to survive, it's no longer a question whether you'll be able to do business. It's a case of survival because there are no kids coming into this business. And skilling is the future. I'm not liberty to say few things because my team, both Divya and Anupama, have told me not to share. We are announcing two very, very big ventures with two of the largest and the most admired companies in India, which I believe would be a revolution in this industry for a long, long time to come.
Well, we wait for that.
Not what you mentioned about skilling the people in local communities. I worked in Agra in the 90s for 3 years. 80% of our F&B talent came from a place called Gobar Chowki, across the street from where ITC Mogul is. And we took them, we trained them.
Yeah.
And they're still there. They're retiring from there as, maîtres or executives or whatever they have become.
So, Sanjay, I want to come back to you. This may sound a little counterintuitive. We're talking about young people, talent, industry. But the reality is that people who make decisions, middle managers, department heads, general managers, there is no continuing education for them. We're expecting them to manage this widening demographic divide. Year after year it goes. You already mentioned that we look at them in our mold. They need to be educated too, and not much is happening in that space. No investment is really made by companies, brands, hotels in actually continuing to educate and upskill their middle and senior management as well. Is that something which is as critical a requirement in the industry today?
Yeah, I think that's another blind spot that we have as an industry. If you look at statistics, our industry invests less than 1% of its revenue in upskilling people, especially in managers. Okay.
Say that again, invest?
Less than 1% of the revenue in upskilling people, especially at the managerial level. If you look at other industries, let's leave aside the born digital companies because they work only on investing in upskilling and developing people. Let's take even FMCG and so on. They would invest anything between 2 to 2.5% on growing the capability of their managers. Now, this is a realization which every industry has because the world is changing very fast. There's technology coming in every day, and you need to keep upgrading your managerial talent to keep pace with where the world is going. I think that's another ask. The good thing is I can see that at least most of the leading chains today have somehow come around to that fact and they have started investing. So you'll see that every hotel chain is investing in upping their mid-management talent to areas which are not there in hotels, or to build business acumen, or to even look at the digital space and build the overall awareness and talent there. I think that needs to be accelerated a little because that's another way of upskilling. You started by saying we get very mediocre talent into your industry today, but mediocrity can always be upskilled to a very high level. It's then up to us in terms of how much we want to invest in upskilling that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. Clearly, we don't have enough time, so I'm going to ask one rapid fire question to all of you, starting with you, Sangeeta. If there was one thing you could do and have the authority to and the ability to make that decision to change this whole talent landscape as we are experiencing it today, what would it be?
I think actually, since it's a rapid fire, I'll limit it to only one point, but really there are many answers to that one simple question. And I'm sure my co-panelists will come up with the rest of it. But if I had to look at one area which I believe is going to make that difference, is that number one, we need to collectively as an industry be clear about the kind of messaging we want to give to the youth, to the younger generations. And what I've already stated in terms of making it exciting and fun and not long hours of work and less pay.
I think it's an image perception issue, which is what we cannot address as any one company, one brand, right? It has to be done collectively as an industry. Literally, I keep saying it, almost like a PR campaign to bring back that attractiveness. Kamal, what would be what you would do?
Like, I would like to support what Sanjay has just said, investment in the mid-level managers. But rather than doing it for your own captive managers, one group, one company, probably the institutions like us, they must float, programs for upskilling wherein diversity of people could come in, people from one group, other group. And the learning would take place not only from, the facilitator as such,
but peer learning.
But peer learning would be there. So probably, and I think at every stage, like in the army, in the previous veterans, this thing they have said, before a person gets promoted to the greater role, there is some kind of training. You don't get promoted unless you have been through that.
To staff college.
That is very, very important thing our industry must learn.
Sanjay?
8-hour shifts. 8-hour shifts.
8-hour shifts.
If there's one thing.
Fantastic. 5-day week also?
If there's one thing which we need to do today, which is going to be more powerful than training, compensation, everything put together. If you want to get that generation in today, commit 8 hours a day to them so that they have the balance to themselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Zubin, you'll be able to run with your guys doing only 8 hours?
2 points. One is picking up from what Sanjay said. Upskilling, training, teaching the staff and managers is what we are talking about. But for 8-hour shifts, and like how it happens very well abroad and in international markets, you need to train that guest as well. They need to know that their party cannot go on indefinitely till 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay? I mean, I know of hotels in Australia where they start packing up at 12 o'clock. You want an hour more, you pay for that hour more. You want an hour beyond that, you pay for it. So 8 hours, sure, great. But my other thing is that find your own gobar chowkis, find your own set of people who you can train, who you can skill, who you can get as your workforce to sustain this industry going forward. Industry, hotel management institutes doing great job, but what I'm hearing from what Natwar is saying is fabulous. I think that is definitely what the future is going forward.
Natwar, what would you do? One thing which...
I would say that please treat your employees very well when they're entering into your industry. I don't want to quote, I wanted to address this. We just had a brand asking for 30 kids and they were willing to pay 3,000 rupees for a 6-month internship. And I refused to send the kids there because month. So it was not a daily. So I just said to the guy that you're trying to pay 3 rupees per day for a labor for 10 hours. So this is ridiculous, absolutely.
Would you like to disclose the brand?
No, sir. No. I can't, but the only thing is what I say, this is a beautiful industry. We need to revive it. We have to re-energize it. I think so the only solution lies with training and skilling people across for functions. And I think so that's where the future of India lies.
Okay, we have time for one audience question. I know Ratan's been putting up his hand. Somebody give him a mic.
Hi, I'm Ratan Keswani. So I'll just make a comment, actually 2 comments. And Rajiv would remember this part too, so would Dilip. So just to quote Rai Bahadur MS Oberoi, when he was opening the Oberoi in Delhi, or that time Oberoi Intercontinental, and as somebody said, we don't market ourselves very well. He went to homes of ladies and met their parents because hotels was just, nobody wanted to work, ladies didn't want to work. And the one thing he sold to them is, I will look after your daughters and sisters. It was his way of marketing the business. And the key point to market it is, trust me with your daughters and sisters, we will look after them. And today it's all about the fact, do we market the success stories within catering colleges or even within graduate colleges, that these are the people who originated from here. This is how they made it. Because people then try to look at that example with confidence, and that becomes the ambition. I don't think we do that. The second part that I've seen is, and it's for all of us classical hoteliers and classical habits, and I'm glad you're saying what you are. In the multi-skilling, special skilling, different skilling, all of you are going into asset-light models. All of you say we want to go to tier 2, 3, or 3 cities, but you aren't investing, like you said, for Agra, enough within that to pick up kids. How many catering colleges are there in tier 2, tier 3 cities? How many organizations educate people in tier 2, 3 cities? And therefore, you don't market yourself because their people want jobs and they don't have concern about hospitality except safety of their kids. But we don't do that enough. The third part of the skilling is I would request all brands from a number 2 level onwards to do special skilling, because your owners want the best jack of all trades. But you send somebody from revenue into general manager, the owner's expectation, he knows how to read a drawing, he can help him do a bit of a renovation, he should know about social the social media piece to market it in the local piece, or food and beverage. The guy doesn't know. But as a brand, he's trusted you to give him the best person, but you haven't skilled that person. And more as you grow, more and more your people are lesser experienced, and therefore the requirement gets very, very complicated. And I just think if these things could be taken, the answers would come to you.
Thanks, Radhan. Our time's up. I think the last point I'd like to make, and Natwar actually sounded this as a warning the other day, where he says there's a genuine belief that the talent pipeline for our industry will dry up completely in the next couple of years if some very systemic changes are not made in terms of work-life balance and pay parity, despite all the great things and good things that are happening now with individual brands. So that's a caution which all of us hoteliers need to carry out of here as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, panel.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We request Mr. Khanna to please present a token of love and appreciation to all our panelists. I'll just Well, while this is happening, a quick reminder, because this is the last one, that Herman is holding a lucky dip gift for all the attendees. If you've not dropped your visiting card in the designated box outside at the registration counter, please do so, because we have a lucky gift for a lucky winner, of course. And the winner has to be here. Yesterday, there were 2 of them who couldn't be here. And then the third person whose name was drawn out won the gift. We'll have the draw at the end of the last session, which is going to be now. Mr. Khanna, you had something to say?
All right. Harsh Champawat, where are you? All right, come here. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Harsh Champawat, Director F&B. It's his birthday today. If all the food that you're having here today or yesterday, it's all put together by Harsh and Chef Rajesh Wadhwa, right, and their teams. Happy birthday, Harsh. Can you get a back? Thank you so much.
This is the largest gathering that Harsh had called for at his birthday. Or he had not called for, but never mind, surprises. Thank you. Happy birthday, Harsh. And thank you so much. Okay, and now for the close of IHA 2022, it's time to proceed towards the last session on ProcureTech. And the subject is procurement, Engineering, and Housekeeping. Let's welcome on stage our panelists for the same. Ms. Indira Paul, Corporate Executive Housekeeper, South Asia, Radisson Hotel Group. Mr. Rotin Banerjee, Area Director of Engineering, Delhi NCR, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, and J&L IHCL. Mr. Joseph Francis, VP Procurement, Oberoi Hotels and Resorts. Mr. Sudhir Gupta, Head, Procurement, ITC Limited Hotels Division. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Nitin Nagrale, founder of HPMF and CEO of Quality NZ India and Emerging Markets.
A quick announcement here for everybody. The advanced team, security team of the LG is already here. This session will get over by 7. We will all break out so that the room can be redressed. We'll come in here sharp. Everybody will be seated by 7:20 p.m. 7:20 p.m. sharp. Everybody will be seated. The doors will close at 7:25. 7:30, the LG and his team security entourage will be here. All right. So take your seats, but carry your belongings right now. So be here sharp at 7:20. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for barging in.
Good evening. Thank you. So first of all, thanks, Mr. Khanna, BW Hotelier, and everyone present here for giving us this opportunity to talk about the not so talked about departments, which are the procurement, housekeeping, and engineering. I'm taking this opportunity to showcase what we are, and I'm thankful to the panel who are here. This is the last session of the event. 2 days have been really brilliant. In fact, I must confess, I have been attending BW Hotelier for all the events which has happened of BW Hotelier in past several years. This is so far the best BW Hotelier Summit which I have attended. So thanks, Mr. Khanna and the team. So namaskar, I'm Dr. Nitin Nagrale. Today, we will understand what we have to do for the organizations and for India. India has been emerging as a leader in last few years. We have seen what the current government has done. And I have been watching a lot of these TV shows, in fact, in last 2 days also, a lot of industry leaders talked about India being the next big thing. And so today, all of us collectively, let's see what we can do and what we have planned for the country as such. Pandemic has taught us many things. We also have gone through many issues, but in those 2 years, what was working was the supply chain, the housekeeping, and also the engineering. Engineering and housekeeping were involved in not just maintaining those properties, though there were no guests, but then you all were really, really working hard. And what was working was the supply chain, wherein the staff or the guests or whoever were there in the organization and the hotels were taken care of. So we have a great panel consisting of experts from these 3 departments, and we'll take it forward from here. So it's going to be a common question, which I'll be asking first, and then we take it forward from there, ma'am. Tough times make tough men or women. I want to ask you, all of you, a first common question first is, what have you done differently in pandemic, which was not done before in, say, into 2020 and 21? What did you do differently, which was not done ever in your career? Should I come in? So it's all of you can answer one by one. I'm starting with you.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for choosing to be here. I know it's much more pleasant and exciting to be outside right now. So I'm really grateful that you have stayed back to listen to us. So thank you for that, first of all. I think, of course, I don't want to take away all the sadness and what the pandemic, brought upon us, humanity as such. But from a hoteliering point of view, and especially for housekeeping, I think there is a lot of good that has been brought forward. And the first and foremost is the fact that there's an extra, importance, and the focus has come back on hygiene and sanitization. We've always had that, but pandemic has very much shown to the entire hotel industry that housekeeping as a department And all of us, all hoteliers is equal to a housekeeper. I do not think, and I'm a passionate housekeeper, and I always believe that every hotelier, starting from the doorman to the housekeeper, to the FME, and all of us are housekeepers. So the most important thing that it is shown to all of us is to focus on hygiene and sanitization. Along with that, a few other things I think is also, it has taken away the frills that we've had in the rooms, which were probably not required. We've all done away with the collateral that we did not need. And I think most of the brands have not now brought them back. So that's another good that has happened. We have gone lean on our staffing, not to take away, to say that we become less, but I think we've been very, very fortunate that we were able to turn the pressure that all of us felt at that point of time into some kind of a passion. And this is something that I always talk about, that when we look at something like a pressure, it becomes overbearing. But I'll quote Kapil Dev in one of his interviews where he said that, when we all fall in love and there is a lot of pressure to please the other person, to look good, but we never take that as a pressure. We always take that as a passion. And I think it's the same at our workplace. We turned around during pandemic, the entire pressure. We turned it into passion to perform with the team that we had. And I think that these are so many good takeaways that we had from the pandemic.
Oh, that's brilliant. Mr. Banerjee?
Yeah, thank you everyone. And thank you BW Hotelier for choosing us as a panelist. What is we learned during this pandemic and post-pandemic is that we have a challenge of the manpower unavailabilities during those days. And we need to brought back the things back to the normal for the users, for the our customers. So everything has been done in a such manners. This has taught us, if you do not have manpower, sometimes you do not have a space available, but you need to go back to your my engineering course. When we go back to the books, so what we have done, we learn, we go back to our system back and regenerate entire engineering system back to the normal. And that was a great learning, and it taught us this can happen anytime. So we have to be mentally prepared for those things and be ready for such. And it was a great learning for all of us as an engineering fraternity to redone back to the normal. That is one big challenges for us, because the system was almost redundant for almost 1.5 years. 18 months, there was no preventive maintenance was in place because of the manpower, there's no occupancies. But we as a team all have come back, learned from the things and put it back to normals. So it is possible we can do the things with the minimum manpower, minimum spares, things can come back to normals. That also was a great learning for all of us.
So in fact, before I move on to Mr. Francis and Mr. Gupta, both of you must have got an opportunity to do your maintenance and cleaning and hygiene and sanitation, which was planned for the other period. I'm sure you must have done that as soon as you got the opportunity.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there was a good demand from the customers. Things should be all touchless. So we have tried to indigenize all the things, like lift cannot be touched. So we made the panels with the foot operated kind of thing. So these all been done by all of us.
Brilliant.
That was great learning.
Mr. Francis, over to you.
Good evening, friends. Thank you for having us. As Nitin said, being the panel between the festivities beginning and now, I think it's worth your time to hear what we have to say. Answering Nitin's question, I think the first thing that we learned is that how low can things go? You look at the pandemic starting in and you feel that, this is going to blow off in a few weeks. Then you feel that it maybe not a few weeks, but a few months. And then you really see how things can get bad and you have no idea. I mean, all of us now have an idea, but at that point, looking in, we have no idea how worse things can get, how business can evaporate, not in months, but not in weeks, but in days. And you are looking at ground zero, literally. And then when things start looking up, you start celebrating, you start removing your mask. Out comes Delta and says that I've still not done. I still got my time in the sun. And it's more worse. Things are much worse. So the next time when Omicron comes around, we feel that maybe it's another Delta. So let's prepare for that, but it gives a pleasant surprise. So I think that, you cannot predict anything in this world anymore. Everything is volatile, everything is uncertain. And one thing that the pandemic has learned is that resilience is the only characteristic probably that will keep you alive. The second thing we learned is that cash is king. You might have receivables, you might have payments to give, but on those days, if you have cash in your hand, you are going to be king. So do whatever possible to conserve it. Do whatever necessary to make sure that you have the runway to survive what is an uncertain horizon. The third is teamwork. There is no point blaming each other because we are all in it together. So the question is always, how can we as a team emerge from this better? And sometimes you have to look beyond your department. You have to look at other functions and see what they can add to you. For example, we work with a finance function very closely to see what are the things we can do so as to make the little cash that we have stretch and stretch in such a way that it still remains viable. So hopefully when things come back, we are in a better place. And the last thing is, I think our actions affect an entire supply chain behind us. So we have suppliers who are dependent on us. We have our suppliers who are dependent on us. And I think the one thing that we wanted to keep open for whatever we influence is to keep the communication lines open and say that, this is what is happening. So you don't have surprises which kind of destroy them in a day. A lot of suppliers closed down, but whenever things came back, we always gave them first preference. And lastly, I mean, to just sum it up together is that, somebody has said, live today as if it is your last day. So if it's going to be a last day, what is it that you're going to do? And do all those things that you want to do. Okay, tall statement, but I think that is the general direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Good evening, and thanks, Nitin. I think almost everything has been said, but some of the key learnings I would just encapsulate. There has been a very sharp focus on the business deliverables. So this period, these 2 years have taught us to see everything with a lens eye. The way it's going, we should not be delighted, and we should be looking at beyond on the alternative paths. So there has been a lot of focus on collaborative working, the second point, internally as well as externally. So the way we were working before, 2 years before, the normal way, and the way we learned during these 2 years, you can see a lot of collaboration happening between the inter-functions within the hotel, within the company, and also simultaneously with the business partners. So the whole thing about looking at a buyer or a supplier concept is totally vanished. It became just like a family. So the each critical, both of us became like hub and spoke, and it was just like a very collaborative working. Third thing is a lot of focus came on the technology. Before this, people didn't think about how to improve, how to invest into innovation, how to have a touchless kind of experience for the guest journey, how to have the reservations, which could be without any human contacts, how to have some kind of IoT coming into the picture, into the room, so guests can have a independent, touchless kind of experience. So those things, people start thinking, a lot of investments, a lot of time was spent on looking for those kind of technologies to give that kind of touchless experience. And lastly, there has been a lot of focus on the risk management as an organization. We never thought about, there was laid down policies and processes where the risk was being assessed, but this 2 years time made us to think much more deeply on the risk, enlist the risk, and have the action plans for the mitigation for each one of them. And one more point could be on digitization. A lot of automation came into the picture. So a lot of meetings happening. Previously, it was a norm to have a face-to-face meetings, but these 2 years have taught us too much that even the work can be done without any face-to-face personal meetings. It became like a norm. Even today, when the things are getting normal, a lot of work is happening through the Zoom calls or electronically. So I think these are some of the key learnings which we had, and this paves the way to think forward in the times to come. Thank you.
Yeah. So what's good is we learned a lot during the pandemic. We learned new things, new techniques and new technologies. We revamped our departments and revised our own SOPs and manuals, started reworking on the processes and procedures Today, we have two people representing the user department and two representing the procurement department. Every time, why should we have a panel which is very amicable? Let's have a little bit of masala and spice to it now. Ma'am and Mr. Banerjee, I have a question for both the gentlemen sitting on your left. You work in your departments really hard. You work for several hours. But there is a frustration which comes in when the procurement doesn't supply you products on time. You also many times are not very happy with the product which is coming or from where it is coming or the budgeting which has happened. What are your expectations, ideal expectations from a typical procurement department? What are the deliverables which you would expect from them? So this question is to both of you. Please feel free to answer.
Sure, I'll go first. So I think that's a very a question which Yusuf and I was just walking up the stage and we worked together for many years. And he mentioned, should we debate like we used to always? So yes, we've on many occasions, we've agreed to disagree with regards to our work, but we are great friends of the workplace. In terms of the kind of expectations that are there, I think from a housekeeping point of view towards procurement, it's very reasonable, as always. We expect that the knowledge sharing in terms of procurement is done while the process is on and not after it is done. For example, let's say if any item, let's say linen is specifications are being drawn and you're looking for a vendor. So it is good that you discuss it with your housekeeper to say that these are the vendors, these are the sizes that they're giving. Are they pre-washed? Are they washed? What is the kind of, the piping that you would want, so on and so forth. It is always good for both of the departments to have this kind of continuous and open communication. And I must say it should be both ways, not just one way. There's the open communication, sharing of knowledge while the process is on always is beneficial. With regards to the product after the procurement is done, and there's another thing that I must mention is the lead period on in the products. There is always a slip between the lip, right? Because what the vendors promise and the delivery, oftentimes there is a change of dates which keeps happening. So I would always request, and we would always have talks about ensuring that we have a proper lead period which is justifiable as well as reasonable. And of course, once the product comes in, the product how it is needs to be validated and checked on arrival, whether it is a lab testing for the linen or the procurement or the batch testing for amenities, so on and so forth. So there is a lot of expectations, but I'm sure there's expectations from the other department as well, which is justified.
I'm hoping that Mr. Francis and Mr. Gupta are making note of this. You will have your own turn to talk about them. So Mr. Banerjee, over to you.
Yeah, from engineering point of view, I must thanks procurement because without them, without their supports, we are not successful, and they always back up the house. But for us, without them, nothing is possible. So please, from my side is the things, and what we want from procurement. One is in our engineering words is called MTTR, mean time to repair of any equipment. Same things we want mean time to arrange. That should be very minimum. Like we cannot put the equipment out of order if space are not available. So we want that has to be minimized, that duration. Things should be available. Same thing with the guest rooms. One day, if it is not available for the sales, there's a big losses for us. So that is a very important which we want. If we can get a help, it is there always, but sometimes, and plus, like my colleague rightly said, any equipment which we are buying, there should be some shelf life of 10 years or whatever it should be managed. Plus, if we are buying some major equipment like chillers and other things, there should be a warranty should be included on those minimum 5 years or 3 years, which will help us to reduce the R&M cost if the AMC included on those things. That is all my.
So thank you, sir. So these are not specific to any particular brand of the hotel. These are generic requirements from both of you. Mr. Francis and Mr. Gupta, now over to you. You have an opportunity to take the revenge now. And please tell us, what do you expect from the user department?
No, there's no revenge. Indira is a very dear colleague, and we have our shares of disagreements. But at the end of the day, we also realize that we are working towards a common goal, which is guest satisfaction. If we have guest satisfaction, then at the end of the day, the guest will come back. If the guest comes back, then we are in business. Otherwise, we are, we are not. A lot of the problem sometimes is that the departments are separate, engineering, housekeeping, F&B, kitchen. But the purchase person who does all of that in a lot of situations is the same. So today he might be buying a chiller. So he's talking about a certain aspect about engineering. Tomorrow he's buying a linen. So he has to kind of do a completely different flip and understand what is he talking about. So subject knowledge becomes a lot of issue. Why does subject knowledge become a lot of issue? Because if you look at the engineering function, our country has got a very efficient engineering education system. If you look at housekeeping, then again, for example, at the Oberoi and at a lot of the other institutions, you have institutes which polish you, which train you, and then only, you are given the keys to the empire. What about procurement? In procurement, generally what happens is that anybody can be in procurement. There is no special skill that is required. So if you cannot do a lot of things, then you can at least do procurement. So usually the minimum benchmarks becomes that if you're a graduate, you can do procurement. Common sense का ही तो काम है, इसमें दिमाग क्या लगाना? 3 कोड लेके आने और जो cheapest है वो देना है. So when you start measuring at that lowest level and you aspire to have all the things like product knowledge, you aspire to have things like specification, the person generally gets lost. So he or she fulfills the main thing is that कि 3 कोट है तो life is good, that then there's nothing else to be seen. So we also have to emerge from this paradigm that we are not the 3 coat guys. Okay, we are the people who can stand hand in hand with engineering. I think there are very few procurement managers who can stand hand in hand with the chief engineer and have a discussion with the vendor. What does the procurement guy will normally ask? Ki lead time kitna hai? Advance loge ki nahi loge? Or warranty kitni hai? GST number ye hai. So that is generally the procurement contribution. They can't stand hand in hand with either housekeeping or engineering. So we need to upgrade their level, get them to a point, and then they will also be able to contribute in that manner. That is my feeling. I think the stature and status of the procurement needs to rise from a pure, really back of the house kind of an operation to somebody who impacts guest experience and comfort in a similar manner, in a similar setting. Then only, that contribution will. Otherwise, most procurement and 99.9% are basically firefighters. They start their day by getting a whole tank load of water and, dousing fires one after the other. So at the end of the day, you have nothing else to do. So the other day you get another tank load of water and you start dousing fires. So which means that every time, because you're dousing fires, you're basically the guy who is at the very last end of a crisis and you are sometime avoid the crisis. Sometimes all the water in the world doesn't douse a crisis and then the blame game starts. So the guy needs to be empowered. He needs to come up to that level, which means that we all as hoteliers need to look and see what we should do to improve that. Then that kind of an experience will happen.
Thank you. Mr. Gupta.
Yeah. So in general, I'll say there is a lot of need to, recognize the team spirit. End of the day, as Francis was saying, all of us are working for a common goal, which is the guest delight. So as long as the team spirit is there and there is a common understanding of each other's working processes, I think a lot of issues get resolved. And also the user department need to understand that the purchase people or procurement professionals are also, they are dealing with thousands to 10,000s of items. And the product knowledge is not necessary. They might be good. They might be, somebody said in the previous session, you need to have jack of all trades. But when you are procuring very high-tech items, some of the technology items, or even the food items for that sake, you need to be knowledgeable. You need to be understanding, and they can't have that knowledge. So one of the good things what we have realized is we, at our office, what we have done is to form a committee. And a lot of interaction in the beginning to understand the specifications happens as a team. So somebody is good in if technical products, some is good in those kind of products, they are able to define the right specification requirements for the first time. A lot of times we do realize that, the specifications are not clear. And there are a lot of back and forth happening and you get the codes, as you said, 3 codes, and then you come and then suddenly you realize that the product is something else which we require. The model has to be different. A lot of time is wastage, and then we talk about responsiveness, right? Where the responsiveness will be coming. And end of the day, even the vendor, we need to realize vendor has got, they are also not making everything by themselves. There is a kind of manufacturing process. They are dependent on so many raw materials which are coming from so many countries, or maybe from so many sub-suppliers. So the whole lead time, of course, it has to be very responsive, but needs to be understood by the user department. And hence comes the need for the materials pre-planning. My colleague Rotin was just mentioning about the AMCs. Yes, very good. Spares, yes. But today when you buy any kind of equipment, even the manufacturer OEM tells you these are the critical spare parts which should be kept. And many times they give you some of them, as spares. And when the life is getting over for the parts, one needs to understand that we need to reorder on time. But some emergencies can be dealt with, but every time if that becomes a norm, it becomes very difficult. So I think a lot of focus on teamwork, collective kind of explanation on the requirements, a material planning tool that is very critical. So we plan in time and we order on time and appreciate the lead times which are possible. And please do understand that procurement professionals, they might be engineering background, there might be food technologists, whatever background they are, they will be good in that particular area. Nobody can take a particular department's expertise. He can't be or she can't be that expert that is a particular department chef is or engineer is or XYZ. So it needs to be much more collaborative, much more planned way, which can ease out the things and foster this relationship and deliver a better value for the organization.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Brilliant. So that really talks about two major points, which is knowledge sharing and seamless collaboration. So, ma'am, you also talked about the collaborative efforts in your last answer. How important it is? It's knowledge sharing. Like today, you have a junior purchasing professional sitting, or now you are in the central purchase, hence you have the senior people. But imagine purchase professional, say a assistant manager or an executive sitting there, he doesn't know the product. So how important is knowledge sharing there? Means how can you ensure that the deliverables, what are expected by you, are bought in through knowledge sharing? How does it help?
So I think there are two things to this. One is, of course, the knowledge sharing. And the second part is, I think, what was mentioned by my co-panelist, the specifications and the clarity of communication. So whenever you're asking for something, I think there should be, the specification should be so detailed that it should be foolproof. So it does not matter who's on the other side. If your SOP is so detailed, or if what you're writing in your requisition is so detailed and so specific, it makes it easier for the procurement team to get it. When it comes to knowledge sharing, I think knowledge is power. So it is always good to, and it goes both ways, right? We do not, I think I will disagree with Usuf when he says that, the procurement guys is a poor fellow who knows nothing, but I think they definitely have a combined knowledge of so many departments put together. And I empathize with them because I understand that all the departments are rushing onto them. And there's one poor fellow sitting there trying to appease all the departments, and like he said, firefighting all the time. Yes, so I think knowledge sharing both ways, communication both ways, and clarity of communication in terms of the standard that you expect and specifications should be able to fix the problem if there is any. Thank you.
Do you also maintain specification sheets for every product which are there in the organization?
Yes, that is the basis and the basic that not only works towards product, but as well as processes. Okay. So any good organization will definitely have that in place. And I think that's the basic that needs to be there to make life easy for all of us.
So that brings in the consistency also of the product in chain of hotels, which all of you work in. Mr. Banerjee, question to you. We have 7 minutes and I've got 3 questions. We'll close it quickly. How do you satisfy and deliver to both internal and external customers in this new era post-pandemic? Now expectations have gone up. Just in time has come in, quantity has got down, the MOQs have gone down. and also the pricing expectation and the staff expectation has gone down. So how do you do it? Is there any specific procedure do you follow, or what do you do in the new expectations?
See, today's case, the guest who's coming to us, he's well aware, he's very social media kind of person. He knows what is expected from the hotels. So he goes each and every detail. So that is why we ensure once he's coming to us, we should give him defect-free product to him. For that, we will having a robust PM preventive maintenance rules for our equipments, for our rooms, so that we try to. And secondly, nowadays, the customer is very focused about the quality of the air, which is very evident because they want to, we have the system in place. We lobby, we have been pressurized. There's a filter system, ESP filter systems are in place. And we have a display in our lobby. What is the air quality, PM 2.5 we are maintaining. So those things very important, which is helping us. And we can see when the customer come back to us through our trust you feedback, though they are appreciating all our initiatives.
Brilliant. Mr. Gupta, you talked about technology and digitization. Can you elaborate a bit what has happened and what's going to happen next now, at least in procurement of hospitality industry?
Sure. In the last 2 years and the era of this, post-COVID next times, which is coming now and which is going to be there in the future, I think a lot of focus has come on the technology. During the COVID times, we have seen a lot of R&D and innovation happening on the contactless things, a lot of equipments which we work together with the business partners to have disinfection or to have touchless elevators or to have UV radiation equipments, to have. Now, taking forward from there, the expectations now are arising because disruption can happen anytime, anywhere. And you can't be just sitting delighted that the way you are working, it's fine. It's not fine. So right from the room reservation, for example, when the customer wants today, his journey of the room reservation to outlet reservation is touchless. So you require those kind of software in form of the technology. Once he enters into the hotel, then again he wants that, can I enter into the room without any physical key? So touchless again. And then there comes the most important factor, which is IoT. We have already, some of the hotels we implemented IoT. Now, IoT again takes out a lot of botheration and burden from the mind of the guest, right? Whether it's operating the in-room kind of services, what we have from TV to AC to lighting, etc., or whether to even book some of the facilities and services within the hotel. You want to go to a restaurant, you want to book a particular slot without calling them, you can book on a kind of online, or app has become the way. So on the app, you can book, you can go to the spa, you can have your appointment done, etc. So these are some of the factors, though the techs are there, these are expensive, but I think a lot of innovation will be happening and a lot of it will become, kind of the common way, the common facilities which most of the hotel groups will be having. Apart from this, there will be a lot of focus, I think, on trends and analytics. So digitization will become the norm. Lot of kind of e-procurement solutions, especially for supply chain management. Those will empower you to have a lot of analytics and take away and improve the efficiencies within the team and for the business. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. So today, from a classical procurement, housekeeping, and engineering department, we have really moved on. Not just we are called the profit-making departments because we not just save cost, but we are able to add into the profitability, the EBITDA and the bottom line of the organizations. That's because of these people. And all of you, the owners of the organizations, the management people need to recognize that. Many times there is no support, many times there is no recognition. It's expected that what we are doing is our job. But if you give a little bit of pat on the back, I'm sure the results will be much better. So thank you for your participation panel, and thank you for listening to us. Mr. Khanna, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and Doctor for moderating that. Mr. Khanna is here. A picture first, please. A picture first, yes. Thank you. And with that, we come to the end of our sessions for today. Thank you so much, everybody, for attending this. Sir's here.
Yeah. All right. First of all, a big hand for Aditya Malik. I think he's he's young and he's made a lot of effort. So we should encourage all these youngsters. They should go far in life. मतलब ये ताज पैलेस से लेके कम से कम आगरा तक तो जाए. All right. Okay. Now this finishes the summit part of both the days. Now we get into the last part of the BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit, which is the awards part. We are going to vacate this hall. Please carry your belongings, your mobile phones, your bags. You can give your cash and credit cards to, no, don't give me your credit cards, right? So carry them along. Now, remember, this is a formal occasion. The dressing will be formal. Only people who have straps for the awards will come in. If there are any issues, I may not be able to take any calls. There are bouncers outside. Get clicked with them. All right. So we are vacating now at sharp 7. 7:20, the entry will start. 7:25, it'll stop. Don't take the first tables. They're meant for dignitaries and other people. Take all the other chairs. There'll be a lot of chairs. LG will enter sharp at 7:30. 7:25, the lobby will be vacated. They will not allow anybody to be in the lobby. It has to be vacated, right? So you're either inside or you're outside, right? And the LG will be in the VIP room. He'll come in from there. They have their own security bandobast. That's how the government works, and we respect that. All right. Now, last but not the least, the lucky draw for tonight. Leo, kahan bhi? Golgappa. आजा मानवी आजा तू कार्ड मैं अपना कार्ड डाल दूं JBL का सिस्टम है 50 हारमन इज JBL हरमन नहीं है हारमन आजा छेती आजा तेरा नहीं निकलना आजा Vivek Kumar Rajput, are you there?
The first one today.
All right, let's please move out now, everybody. All right, 7:20, the entry will start. 7:25, it will close. So you have to move in very fast. हाँ? कोई भी चला यार मेरे से क्या पूछ रहा है आइए.
To effectively manage your business.
Please, everybody,
including
up.
contactless guest-facing
Divya.
features. Our revenue-generating tools and built-in channel manager allow you to
Rothen,
integrate with
Rothen
online
da.
travel agents, enable direct online bookings, and maximize your business profit. RMS can increase efficiency by automating day-to-day operations, giving you more time to focus on your guests and enhance their on-site experience with safe, convenient, and contactless options. Our mobile-friendly application is great for boosting staff productivity on the go. And to top it all off, we make the transition to RMS easy with guided training sessions, online resources, and 24/7 global support. Committed to supporting you in the new normal and beyond, RMS continue to innovate to meet your rapidly changing needs. Join us at the forefront of hospitality technology. To maximize your business potential, you need smart hospitality software. RMS is an innovative property management solution tailored to your business strategy that lets you customize the right tools to effectively manage your business, including contactless guest-facing features. Our revenue-generating tools and built-in channel manager allow you to integrate with online travel agents, enable direct online bookings, and maximize your business profit. RMS can increase efficiency by automating day-to-day operations, giving you more time to focus on your guests and enhance their on-site experience with safe, convenient, and contactless options. Our mobile-friendly application is great for boosting staff productivity on the go. And to top it all off, we make the transition to RMS easy with guided training sessions, online resources, and 24/7 global support. Committed to supporting you in the new normal and beyond, RMS continue to innovate to meet your rapidly changing needs. Join us at the forefront of hospitality technology.
Can you please vacate the hall, please? You'll have to vacate the hall. Everybody. Everybody has to vacate the hall. You stay here. Everybody has to vacate the hall, please. ये वो दरवाजे बंद करा देना जी. सब खाली कर दो. Sponsors, you can stay here. You stay here. BW staff, and that's it. Can you close the door, sir? You'll have to stay out, please. Jaldi karo, sir. Can you close those doors, please? सुरेंद्र जी दरवाजे बंद करो. वो दरवाजे बंद कर दो बस. Vivek, you will stay in.
maximize your business potential, you need smart hospitality software. RMS is an innovative property management solution tailored to your business strategy that lets you customize the right tools to effectively manage your business, including contactless guest-facing features. Our revenue-generating tools and built-in channel manager allow you to integrate with online travel agents, enable direct online bookings, and maximize your business profit. RMS can increase efficiency by automating day-to-day operations, giving you more time to focus on your guests and enhance their on-site experience with safe, convenient, and contactless options. Our mobile-friendly application is great for boosting staff productivity on the go. And to top it all off, we make the transition to RMS easy with guided training sessions, online resources, and 24/7 global support, committed to supporting you in the new normal and beyond. RMS continue to innovate to meet your rapidly changing needs. Join us at the forefront of hospitality technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated immediately. Everybody be seated. We are closing doors now. So, Anurag, we have to go out. All right, please be seated. Sorry for the trouble. We had to get you out and get you back in, but then these are the rules of the game. They have their own security bandobast. So, okay. Suparna, over to you.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And I never thought I'm going to be on this platform ever again, but here I am, and I guess never say never. Moving forward to an enthralling evening. This has been quite a show for the past 2 days. You all have been an engaged audience, is what I am told. And for the little sessions that I attended, I did see a lot of important and pertinent topics being discussed as far as your industry is concerned. It's wonderful and it's heartening to see all of you all out in such large numbers. Thank you for being here. And of course, the evening promises to be as grand because after all, it's a culmination of the last 2 days of your industry. Moving forward from the enthralling discussions that we witnessed in the last 2 days of the Indian Hospitality Summit 2022 to the highlight of the evening tonight. I welcome you all to the 6th edition of BW Hotelier Hospitality Awards 2022, the 6th year in running, recognizing excellence that you all bring to the table, celebrating achievements, your achievements as an industry as a whole and as individuals. And of course, the hospitality industry's dawns and bellwethers are going to be recognized here tonight. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live, as was the last couple of days, all at BW Hotelier platforms, including the social media channels. That's www.bwhotelier.com, the website's name, where we're being streamed live tonight. Join in the celebration of the evening. You can use the hashtag IHA2022. I'm sure you've been using that all throughout the last couple of days, but continue to do and build the excitement. And before we begin the celebration of the evening, I just want to measure how excited is the industry here. If you can hear me out loud at the end of the rows, give me a hey. Hey, that's like, oh, imagine you guys have been working so hard all throughout the year and this is what you get. Hey. This is how the trophy is going to be presented to you. Hey, yellow. Is that how it's going to be? Let's measure the energy of this room, guys. Give me a hey. Better, maybe this side of the room now. Give me a hey. All right, the front rows are never actually boisterous. It's always the last one, so I'm not even going to bother with the front rows. Unless, of course, you want to prove me wrong. Give me a hey, guys. All right, all together. Are you excited for what's in store? Are you going to be holding that trophy tonight? All right, now without much further ado, we begin the celebration of the evening. By the way, my name is Suparna Chadda, or simply Suparna. I've been with the media for the past 2 decades, and I have been associated in some bit with Exchange for Media in those 2 decades and business world as well in the past. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna, as we can see that he is there in each and every element that you witnessed here in the past 2 days. I mean, somebody who's so passionate about what he's doing. He definitely, I think, you know, can do with a loud round of applause. I don't know if you've been applauding him or not, but you definitely should. So he's outside. No, of course, we were clapping for you, Mr. Khanna. You've been doing such a lot of hard work, and we can see your element in each and every of these nooks and corners. And so that's maybe he didn't hear it. Can we hear it out loud for Mr. Khanna? As fashionably late as we normally say, that stuck in traffic, and the Delhi traffic always takes the beating irrespective. All right, so we'll start off with the AV, please. That's how you want me to do it? Yes, the jury AV, please.
Good morning to all of you. It's really an honor for me to chair the national jury to select BW Hotelier Awards for 2022. Had it not been the hard work of BW Hotelier team, particularly Mr. Bhunesh, Ajit, and the entire team of BW. A special mention for Mr. Dilip Puri and the entire ISS team, who did a fantastic job in analyzing each and every application. This was very ably done, and whosoever has been selected, It's been unanimous, and our approach has been very, very transparent.
As usual, it is a pleasure to be a part of the iconic annual BW Hoteliers competitive award ceremony, especially the process. And I must say that the process was lucid, it was intelligent, it was smart, and there was, I think, a shared purpose. Remember to keep engaging with the processes, remember to keep engaging with the people, both internal and external customers, and please keep engaging.
It was a wonderful experience to be on the national jury for the BW Hotelier Hospitality Awards. I have been a part of the jury before. What was really unique this year was that, firstly, my institution, the Institute of Hospitality, had the privilege of being among its partners. Our students and our faculty worked tirelessly to create the rubrics, to send out the nominations, to bring back all the results, to tabulate them, collate them, shortlist them, filter them, and then present them to the various juries for their own finalization of the award.
BW Hotelier Committee for inviting me to be part of the jury. It has also been my pleasure to be working in collaboration with senior leadership of the industry. I would like to congratulate the winner of this competition, and we would also like to congratulate all the participants who have been part of this competition.
It's wonderful to be back as part of the national jury for the BW Hotelier Award, and it's delightful that the awards are happening as a physical event, and I'm really looking forward to meeting everybody after a fairly long time. These awards have also been special because the industry has come back from a very, very difficult and trying time. A great experience going through all the achievements that have been made by the various participants in these awards. Great moment for all of us in the industry as the industry has bounced back, and this, I think, is going to be the golden period for our sector over the next 4 or 5 years.
I think each year the experience has been more enchanting and more invigorating. It's also been extremely challenging as the task got more difficult. We saw a lot of candidates getting very close marks. Last but not the least, it was a great experience sharing the platform with my old colleagues and hoteliers. A great experience from all over the world. It was a year when we had a pandemic, so to be comparing the sales with the previous year was not so easy. However, we noticed that some individuals performed exceptionally well.
It has been a pleasure and honor to be associated with IHA BW Hotelier. The second edition of the awards has been truly exciting, and I've enjoyed the journey to spot young professionals and bright stars of the hospitality industry, along with many distinguished jury members, both at the national level and at the in the Western region. And to see the kind of response the BW Hotelier Awards has received. We want it to be completely fair, objective, and authentic and honest in our evaluation process, and follow basically the laid down guidelines by the BW Hotelier team.
And I was honored to be part of the national jury this year for the BW Awards. My absolute delight in conveying my appreciation to the entire BW team that put the awards together. My congratulations to all the winners. Some people just fell short by a couple of marks, and I'm sure they'll make it again.
We at the national jury relatively had an easier job since we had to pick the winner from the regional winners. So BW Hotelier is always a pleasure. My heartiest congratulations to the winners. Well done. They are a shining example to the industry, and
really are beacons of excellence. The quantitative aspects are important, but of course it's necessary to know the story behind the numbers. And to use a cricketing metaphor, two people score 50 runs, but one scored them on a batting wicket and the other one scored it on a turning wicket. Now you have to make allowances for that.
It was really heartening to see the responses that came along, and to gauge who's the best out of the most talented in our industry. Really an honor to be a part of this esteemed jury. The candidates are very, very special, they're extraordinary, and there are so many stories that have come out of this national jury process.
It has been wonderful interacting with some of the best and brightest in the sector. We also had some very spirited discussions at the national jury as we have sliced and diced the candidature of each candidate to arrive at a consensus decision. We have discovered the massive opportunity of our domestic tourism sector. This, plus the continuing tailwinds of the demand-supply mismatch, are presenting us with once-in-a-decade growth.
To be a jury member for the BW Awards, BW HOTELIER Awards 2022 is an honor. There's no other way to describe it. You sit on a panel where there's superstars of the industry, icons, people who've seen it, done it, been there, can explain any dimension of this trade to you, can analyze any dimension of this trade to you. And you just sit there in awe with these people on the same panel as you. You don't want to speak. You just want to listen because they're just amazing people on that board. So what stood out for me about the candidates that we reviewed this year for this year's awards was that they were forthright and they were focused. This is New India. This is our new batch of hoteliers. The dossiers are well prepared. The candidates were excellent. So they were just good candidate dossiers.
The process of filing nominations and finally selecting winners and runners-up, cutting across all categories, as in the previous time, has been sharp, focused, clear-cut, and unbiased. Candidates who stood out most, if I have to say about that, most candidates filed in their candidature with vigor, but I distinctly recall certain candidates, especially in the category of HR and rehearsals, particularly who were exceptional, despite such downturns and difficulties which had enveloped the industry in the recent past. Best of the industry publication, friends, is recognizing the best of the industry performance. This itself is a wonderful feeling of achievement. Coming from a jury comprising the tallest of industry veterans, an eminent level of academics and professionals, this is a proud moment for all of you. Kudos, congratulations, and keep your flying very high.
It was a very interesting and fulfilling experience to be the grand jury member for the BW HOTELIER Award 2022. I would like to give a big congratulations to all the winners of BW HOTELIER 2022 awards. I am extremely impressed with the winners of these competitions. This is used to say.
Wow, that's a heavyweight jury right there. In fact, equally heavyweight were the speakers that you saw and you heard in the last couple of days. One thing that definitely kind of stood out was that you all want the upskilling, upliftment, motivation, all of that packaged together for the industry that you all are so passionate about. Of course, there have been initiatives like how the Lemon Tree has involved persons with disabilities as part of their staff. One thing I'd definitely like to mention would be that even if I look around the audience here tonight, I can see probably just about 15% of women. So maybe there could be something that can be done to include the fairer sex also as part of your industry, or maybe get them into higher positions that they can come in here and attend shows and take back trophies like the ones that you all are going to be taking back tonight. We're also going to go and acknowledge the partners for the last 2 days here. Presenting partner, Daikin host partner, Taj Palace, New Delhi, Platinum Hospitality Partners, Radisson Hotel Group, Chalet Hotels, Gold Hospitality Partners, ITC Hotels, IHG Hotels and Resorts, Silver Hospitality Partners, Royal Orchid Hotels and Resorts, Rover Hotels and Resorts, Tourism Board Partner, Madhya Pradesh Tourism, Associate Partner, RMS Category Partners, Lucaris, FPG, 11 Inc., joytravels.com, Knowledge Partner, Indian School of Hospitality, Audio Partner, Harman, I believe there's a speaker to be one here tonight as well, Beverage Partner, Beanley, William Grant, Monkey Shoulder, Hendricks, Four Cousins, Proust, Preferred Airline Partner, Go First, supported by Incredible India, HPMF, Awesome, GHTP, Hot Remai, APHA, PHA, IWH, ICF. I bet you all, if you can give me the full forms of this, there's going to be another speaker given out for this. IFCA, NRAI, MEPA, and of course, Leclerc Dior. Could we have the partner AV, please?
To maximize your business potential, you need smart hospitality software. RMS is an innovative property management solution tailored to your business strategy that lets you customize the right tools to effectively manage your business, including contactless guest-facing features. Our revenue-generating tools and built-in channel manager allow you to integrate with online travel agents, enable direct online bookings, and maximize your business profit. RMS can increase efficiency by automating day-to-day operations, giving you more time to focus on your guests and enhance their on-site experience with safe, convenient, and contactless options. Our mobile-friendly application is great for boosting staff productivity on the go. And to top it all off, we make the transition to RMS easy with guided training sessions, online resources, and 24/7 global support, committed to supporting you in the new normal and beyond. RMS continue to innovate to meet your rapidly changing needs. Join us at the forefront of hospitality technology.
I'd like to formally welcome our chief guest for the evening, Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena ji, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. Thank you so much, sir, for taking the time for being here with us. Request you to please come up on stage. We will start auspiciously by the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. And for that, I'd also request Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna, CEO BW Communities at BW Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-Chief of BW Business World and Founder Exchange for Media, and of course, our very special chief guest here tonight, Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena. Request you all to please welcome him with a loud round of applause. I'm going to be reciting an old Sanskrit verse, essentially in obeisance to goddess Saraswati. Essentially, Saraswati is the goddess of wisdom. And by lighting of the lamp, we are requesting her to dispel the darkness that resides in our hearts. with the wisdom of knowledge. So Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Deva Sarvakareshu Sarvata. Of course, we start with paying obeisance to Shri Ganesh ki Nirvigna Rahe ye hamara samaro, and as promised about the Saraswati Vandana, Ya Kundendu Tushar Har Dhavila, Ya Shubhra Vastravrita, Ya Veena Varadanda Manditakara, Ya Shweta Padamasana, Ya Brahmachutta Shankar Prabhutibhi, Devai Sada Vandita, Samam Patu Saraswati, Bhagavati Nishesh, Jadyapaha. Also, without much further ado, I'd request Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna from BW Hotelier to give his welcome address and formally welcome you all.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar. Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Mr. K.B. Kachru, Chairman Emeritus, Principal Consultant, Radisson Hotel Group, and distinguished members of the Hospitality, Travel, Tourism, and F&B fraternity, all of you who are here today for this amazing occasion. Welcome to the 6th BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards, the IHA 2022. We're deeply honored, sir, by your presence here today as the chief guest to meet and address our industry at this auspicious moment of the BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards. I won't take long. Let me conclude my welcome to begin proceedings immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khanna. We'd also request Dr. Anurag Batra from BW Business World to give his introductory address and formally welcome our chief guest.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to welcome an eminent scholar, a corporate practitioner, a leader of the civil world, and now the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Honorable Shri V.K. Saxena ji. In the last many decades, this is the first time somebody with a corporate background has donned the mantle of the LG of Delhi, and it augurs well for Delhi because Delhi is the pride of India. It is the capital of India. So thank you, sir, for being here and honoring the presence of these corporate leaders from the hospitality world. Please give Mr. Saxena a big round of applause. I also want to say, you must have seen the jury AV, Honorable Lieutenant Governor Sahib. All our awards are done through a jury process, and the jury chairs are here. I must salute them and thank them for their time. We're a process-driven awards, we're an industry-driven awards, and we do it with absolute passion, knowledge, and most importantly, integrity. The leaders of the Indian corporate sector are here because hospitality is a very important segment. It employs almost 15% of the people directly or indirectly in the country. It contributes tremendously to the GDP. And sir, the hospitality industry mirrors the bounce back of India that through the work by the government through vaccination brought back India. The hospitality industry in the last 6.5, 7 months has experienced that bounce, and it in some way augurs well for the whole country. I just want to say that if I started taking names of everyone who's sitting here, I would cut from your times. I don't want to do that, but I do want to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Karthik Sharma, who is a hotelier, but is now a young member of parliament from the Rajya Sabha, and he comes from Haryana. Mr. K.B. Kachru, who again is a doyen of the industry, Mr. Rajiv Kaul. I happened to meet him today and a chat with him. I met many other leaders, and as I said, my friend Mr. Rohit Khosla, who I met as a guest, and I met a lot of you today. I can only say that the hospitality industry, as yesterday Mr. Kachru spoke in his session, and some of you spoke during the day, needs more manpower. And finally, again, individuals and families, because at entry level, families do play a role in the selection of the career, are looking at hospitality again, because what happened in the last 27, 28 months did cast an aspersion. But I think the hospitality industry needs people. And I hope today's winners inspire enough people to be, the right people to be in the hospitality industry. Mr. Ratan Kaul, you can certainly start another institute and supplement what some other leaders in the room are doing very well, because the more the merrier. I don't want to stand between you and the awardees. I must say that our awards have been done in a regional category basis. There are jury chairs from the regional round. There is a national round. And what you see has been selected through this 3-layered process. We are grateful to all the jury members, and please applaud for the jury members because they spend so much time. Thank you, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Ji, for being here. And we look forward to your speech and your felicitating all the winners. Thank you.
Thank you. It is indeed an honor to have the chief guest for the evening, Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, with us here tonight. May I request him to kindly address the audience of the hospitality and travel and tourism industry. Saxena ji, आपसे निवेदन है कि आप इस August gathering को please address करें.
बिजनेस वर्ल्ड के चेयरमैन डॉक्टर अनुराग बत्रा जी, सीईओ बिजनेस वर्ल्ड श्री उमेश खन्ना जी, फ्रेंड्स फ्रॉम मीडिया, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, सबसे पहले तो मुझे आज बिजनेस वर्ल्ड के अनुराग बत्रा जी को धन्यवाद करना है कि उन्होंने मुझे यहाँ बुलाकर इस हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री के सामने रूबरू किया। ये वो इंडस्ट्री है जो देश को बहुत बड़ा सपोर्ट देती है। अगर हम इन टर्म्स ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट की बात करें तो यही इंडस्ट्री है जो लगभग 300 से ज़्यादा मिलियन लोगों को इन्होंने अलग अलग तरीके से इंडस्ट्री से जोड़ा है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट दिया है। हॉस्पिटैलिटी, ट्रैवल एंड टूरिज्म और F&B इंडस्ट्री एक ऐसा सेक्टर है जो आज देश को एक नए पैदान पर लेके जा रहा है। अगर मैं कहूँ कि सबसे ज़्यादा फॉरेन एक्सचेंज इस इंडस्ट्री से आती है तो शायद गलत नहीं होगा। एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन अगर इससे होता है तो शायद गलत नहीं होगा। इस इंडस्ट्री की जो सबसे बड़ी खासियत है वो ये है कि जहाँ बहुत क्वालिफाइड लोग भी इस इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए हैं, वहीं पर एक ऐसा व्यक्ति भी जुड़ जाता है जो बहुत ज़्यादा क्वालिफाइड नहीं होता, या कह सकते हैं कि क्वालिफाइड नहीं ही होता है। इस इंडस्ट्री की खासियत है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी ने भी बहुत सारी कोशिश की है कि टूरिज्म को इस देश में बढ़ाया जाए। उसके बहुत सारे प्रयास हो रहे हैं और मैं आज जिन लोगों को अवार्ड मिलने वाला है उनको मैं ज़रूर ये कहना चाहूँगा कि पैंडेमिक के बावजूद भी उन्होंने जिस तरीके से इस इंडस्ट्री के फ्लैग को हाई रखा और उनका सिलेक्शन हुआ इस अवार्ड के लिए, वो बधाई के पात्र हैं। अगर मैं FDI की भी बात करूं तो सबसे ज़्यादा ये कोशिश होती है कि इसी इंडस्ट्री से FDI आए। और आज जब मैं दिल्ली को देखता हूं तो ये देखता हूं कि यहाँ पर जो हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री है ये काफ़ी चैलेंजेस को फेस कर रही है। यहाँ लाइसेंसिंग राज है, बहुत सारी तकलीफें हैं, जिसकी वजह से इंडस्ट्री को जितना ग्रो होना चाहिए था वो ग्रो नहीं होती है। मल्टीपल एजेंसीज, मल्टीपल डॉक्यूमेंट्स, रिपीटिशन ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट्स, ये सारी चीज़ें जो हैं दिल्ली की जो हमारी इंडस्ट्री है फेस कर रही है। अगर किसी को कोई रेस्टोरेंट खोलना है तो उसको पिलर टू पोस्ट एक्सरसाइज करनी पड़ती है, वो सारी तकलीफें झेलनी पड़ती हैं, जिससे वो एक बार वो थक कर ये कहता है कि शायद हम इंडस्ट्री में जाएं या ना जाएं। कुछ समय में मैंने बहुत सारे ऐसे एफर्ट्स किए हैं कि इस इंडस्ट्री को एक लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड मिले। अभी हाल ही मैंने एक कमेटी अपॉइंट की है जिसमें वो ये इस बात को एसेस करेगी कि हमारी जो हॉस्पिटैलिटी से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, ये जो इंडस्ट्री है, होटल्स, रेस्टोरेंट्स, उनको कितने डॉक्यूमेंट्स सबमिट करने पड़ते हैं और किन किन एजेंसीज को सबमिट करने पड़ते हैं। ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में कैसे उनको लाया जा सकता है और सारे प्रोसेस जो हैं ऑनलाइन किए जा सकते हैं। 15 नवंबर तक इसकी रिपोर्ट आ जाएगी। मैंने कहा है कि जो इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं उनको भी इस कमेटी में जोड़ें, जिससे कि उनका भी इनपुट हमें मिले। मुझे यकीन है कि इस रिपोर्ट के आने के बाद जो हमारे दिल्ली के लोग इस बात को बहुत मुश्किल फेस कर रहे हैं, उन्हें कुछ राहत मिलेगी। 2016 से बहुत सारी ऐसी इंडस्ट्रीज थी जिनकी एप्लीकेशंस गवर्नमेंट में पेंडिंग पड़ी हुई थी, और मुझे बताने में खुशी है कि करीब 314 ऐसी एप्लीकेशंस को मैंने क्लियर किया है, जो अब 24/7 सर्विसेज अपनी दिल्ली में दे रही हैं। ये हमारे लिए बड़े दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि जो इंडस्ट्री हमें इतना एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करके देती है, जो हमें फॉरेन एक्सचेंज ला के देती है, उसको इस्टेब्लिश करने में इतनी तकलीफें आती हैं। मैं यहाँ क्योंकि होटल और हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री के स्टॉलवर्ड्स बैठे हुए हैं, उनको ये एश्योरेंस देना चाहता हूँ कि दिल्ली में उनको मैं एक ऐसी लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड दूंगा जहाँ उनको कोई तकलीफ नहीं होगी। मेरा विजन है कि दिल्ली में नाइट इकोनॉमी को बढ़ाया जाए, इसकी वजह से उसको ओपन कर दिया गया है। मैं आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि एमसीडी से ऑनलाइन एप्लीकेशन फाइल करें और रात में रेस्टोरेंट्स को चलाने की परमिशन लें। मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहता हूं कि पिछले हफ्ते जब मैंने इसको अलाउ किया था, तो अब तक करीब 84 एप्लीकेशंस हमारे पास आई और उसमें 79 लोगों को अलाउ भी कर दिया गया है। हम इसी स्पीड से काम करेंगे और ये कोशिश करेंगे कि हमारी जो इंडस्ट्री है वो ग्रो हो। आपको मालूम ही होगा कि अभी G20 की समिट इस देश में होने वाली है, और ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज भी है, और ख़ास तौर से हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। मैं आपसे ये गुजारिश करूंगा कि आप हमारे साथ मिलकर दिल्ली में इस समिट को एक ऐसा पैगाम दें कि जो G20 के लोग यहाँ पर आएंगे, जो लाखों में होंगे और लगभग ये 1 साल तक चलेगा, वो जब अपने देश में लौट कर जाएं तो उनको एक मैसेज मिले कि इंडिया हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री में नंबर 1 है, और यहाँ पर हम जो आते हैं, हमारे जो मेहमान नवाजी होती है, उसका कोई सानी नहीं है। मैं आज ये भी कहना चाहूँगा कि छोटे छोटे से कार्यक्रम चल रहे हैं। प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने देखो अपना देश एक कार्यक्रम चलाया हुआ है, जिसके माध्यम से लोगों को ये रिक्वेस्ट की जाती है कि आप अपने ही देश को पहले देखें। आप फॉरेन में टूर करते हैं, जाते हैं, पैसे खर्च करके आते हैं। इस स्कीम ने भी बहुत फर्क डाला है। लोग आज अपने ही देश को अलग अलग जगहों पे देखने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। मैंने भी दिल्ली में जो हमारी करीब 11 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं, उनको इंस्ट्रक्शंस दिए थे कि आप कम से कम 100 बच्चों को देश के कोने कोने में भेजें, उनको बॉर्डर्स पे भेजें या किसी और टूरिस्ट प्लेस पे भेजें, जिससे कि उनको वहाँ क्या हो रहा है, क्या डेवलपमेंट है, किस तरीके का कल्चर है, इसकी जानकारी मिले। मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ दिल्ली की इस काम पर लगी हुई हैं। बहुत सारे बच्चे गए हैं। ये भी टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन को टच करते हैं, तो ये भी टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देंगे। ये छोटे छोटे से जो स्टेप्स होते हैं वो हमारी इस इंडस्ट्री को बहुत हेल्प कर सकते हैं। तो मैं आज, मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि बिजनेस वर्ल्ड ने यहाँ इतना बड़ा ये प्रोग्राम किया है, और इस प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से हमारी कोशिश होनी चाहिए कि हम इस इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं उनको तो रिकग्नाइज करें, उसके साथ साथ ये कोशिश करें कि हम कैसे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों को इस इंडस्ट्री से और जोड़ सकते हैं। जैसा मैंने कहा कि मैं दिल्ली में नाइट इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा देने के पक्ष में हूँ। मैंने बहुत सारे लाइसेंसेस की परमिशंस देना शुरू कर दी है। मैं चाहूँगा कि यहाँ पर बैठे हुए लोग जो दिल्ली से जुड़े हुए हैं वो इस स्कीम के भागीदार बने, इससे जुड़ें। मैं एक बात और भी कहना चाहता हूँ कि यहाँ रेस्टोरेंट्स बहुत सारे हैं दिल्ली में जो बिना लाइसेंस के भी चल रहे हैं। आज ज़रूरत है कि उन रेस्टोरेंट्स को भी हमारे रूल्स रेगुलेशन के साथ जुड़ना चाहिए, जिससे कि जो म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशंस दिल्ली के अंदर काम कर रहे हैं उनकी इनकम हो। जब उनकी इनकम होती है तो वही पैसा सिटी के डेवलपमेंट में यूज किया जाता है। मैं एक बात और कहना चाहता हूं कि फायर सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स जो हैं वो भी होटल इंडस्ट्री के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज बने हुए हैं और वो बहुत पुराने हैं। मैं आज आपसे इस मंच से शेयर करना चाहता हूं कि उन नॉर्म्स को भी बदला जा रहा है। ऑलरेडी 3 मीटिंग्स हो चुकी हैं और मेरी कोशिश होगी कि हमारे जो फायर सेफ्टी के जो नॉर्म्स हैं जो आज से 50 साल पहले बने हुए हैं उनको आज के मॉडर्न युग में तब्दील किया जाए और उसी लिहाज से बनाया जाए, उनको चेंज किया जाए। मैं समझता हूँ कि शायद 15 दिन के अंदर वो नॉर्म्स भी आपके सामने आ जाएंगे, जिससे होटल इंडस्ट्री, हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री और भी इससे भी छोटी छोटी जो इंडस्ट्री जुड़ी हुई हैं उनको बहुत फायदा होगा। मैंने जैसा आपसे कहा कि मेरा पूरा प्रयास है, मेरे एफर्ट्स हैं कि हमारी जो हॉस्पिटैलिटी इंडस्ट्री है, जो F&B इंडस्ट्री है, होटल्स हैं, इन सब को एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म दिया जाए दिल्ली के अंदर जिससे यहाँ की इकोनॉमी बढ़े, लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिले और उसके साथ साथ जो इस बिजनेस या जो इस इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं उनको भी इसका फायदा हो। मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ कि आपने मुझे बुलाया। मुझे यकीन है कि हम इस तरीके से मिलते रहेंगे। मैं एक बात और कहना चाहता हूँ कि होटल इंडस्ट्री से रिलेटेड अगर दिल्ली में आपकी कोई प्रॉब्लम है, आप मेरे पास कभी भी आ सकते हैं, मिल सकते हैं, अपनी बात कह सकते हैं। मैं आपको ये एश्योरेंस देता हूँ कि हम हर कोशिश करेंगे कि आपकी प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करें। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
श्री विनय कुमार सक्सेना जी, आपने बहुत ही जरूरी पहलुओं पर रोशनी डाली। आप हमारे समक्ष हैं, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आपसे निवेदन है कि कुछ पल और हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए। Now we are going to commence the award ceremony. Our first award is a hallmark award of BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Awards, the Hall of Fame Award. It is presented to an individual who has spent a lifetime towards the service of the hospitality industry and is someone who is looked upon as an inspiration by the members of the industry. I would request the team to play the AV to show our audience who has made it to the BW Hotelier IHA Hall of Fame this year.
I have known Mr. Kachru for almost 4 decades now. And what a personality, what a human being, what a professional. a man who became general manager of the legendary Ashok at the age of 27, heading the hotel division of ITDC in his early 30s, a man responsible for bringing an international brand or a company to India and establishing its brands in India or Indian subcontinent as if those brands were made in India, getting those brands presence in secondary, tertiary, second tier, third tier markets, whatever we want to say. And last not least, a man with all the possible Qs. His IQ, his EQ, his LQ, his PQ, and his SQ. We all know IQ, the intelligence quotient, the EQ, the emotional quotient. But his LQ is probably the highest in our sector today, and that is his likability quotient. The performance quotient as the PQ is also second to none. And a lot of people who don't know him, but I have had the honor and the privilege to get to know him closely, is a spiritual quotient. His thinking about elders, his thinking about his community, his thinking about his contributions on the Vaishno Devi trust that he's on the board of, and many other such things that he does.
Dear KB, I'm delighted you're being honored tonight by BW Hotelier with the prestigious Hall of Fame Award, which is richly deserved. You've truly been an amazing institution builder, a powerful force for the growth of our industry and whose contribution to Indian hotels is most remarkable. And of course, you mentored several generations of hoteliers. But for me, what stands out is how you showed us how scale can be achieved. I remember when you first talked about 100 hotels for Radisson brands, there were several skeptics because nobody had done this thing before. But you pretty much wrote the playbook, which I think others have followed and successfully used. On a more personal note, it's been an absolute joy knowing you for over 3 decades. I remember the first time we met when you were a 29-year-old or 30-year-old general manager of Ashoka Hotel. I just want you to know how much we all admire you and look up to you. You're truly one amongst the finest ambassadors for Indian hospitality.
Dear KB, big congratulations on this well-deserved recognition. Many of us have watched with admiration of the incredible work you've done in developing the brand Radisson and growing it across the country and in South Asia. And more importantly, to me, it's these great relationships and friendships that you've made that will last you forever. I speak to many of our partners who know you and speak so highly of you more as a person before even as a professional. You are a thorough gentleman and somebody who we've admired for years.
A hotelier par excellence, an ever-smiling person, a boss who is loved by all, a professional who had so much to give to the industry and continues to give. That person needs to be celebrated. That person needs to be known worldwide. Not that he needs any of this, because this person has been quietly giving to the industry forever. Forever, I have known him. Mr. KB Kachru, I have been a beneficiary of your smiles, your professional help, your guidance all my life.
Mr. Kachru has been my mentor, my guide, philosopher, friend, and partner over the last 7 years of my journey at the Radisson Hotel Group. I have known Mr. Kachru to be a person of the highest ethical values, of a person who has held his grit in the most difficult of circumstances and situations, and someone who has, to me personally, been my sounding board and my moral guide. We have come together a long way, and he has truly taught me the value of relationships in life. Someday, I wish I could be a little like him. Thank you.
A unanimous and unchallenged decision by the jury, ladies and gentlemen. May I now call on stage the Hall of Famer himself, Shri Kulbhushan Kachru, Chairman Emeritus and Principal Advisor, South Asia, Radisson Hotel Group. With a loud round of applause and a standing ovation, much deserved for his lifetime of service for this industry. Requesting Honorable Vinay Kumar Saxena ji to felicitate Shri Kulbhushan Kachru. We can keep the applause rolling. We've only gotten started. A mentor, a guide, a doyen, someone who truly deserves this accolade and has truly served the industry at large, as we could see by the sentiment of the jury. Congratulations, sir, one more time.
I really don't know how to start. I'm extremely touched after having received this award, the PW Hall of Fame Award. I know what it is, you know what it is. And I really can't express, I feel choked with the affection which has been showered on me. I'm earnestly grateful to you, Mr. Saxena, our Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, for having taken time out, for personally handing over this prestigious award to me. Thank you so much, Mr. Saxena. Friends, it's a huge honor for me to receive this award as a recognition of my contribution to the industry. When I received a Lifetime Achievement Award previously in, I think it was 2016, I thought industry felt that I had already achieved whatever I could at that time, and maybe it's time to hang my boots. But friends, here I am, still eager to contribute, to learn, and give back to the industry whatever I can. First of all, I like to recognize the hard work, which was immense, of all my team members from the day I started in the hospitality industry to what I am today. When you have the team I have, it's really not impossible to achieve the set targets. There were many challenges, many roadblocks, but we have people who really helped me achieve all this. I want to especially thank Zubin and his team who really made it possible for me to go on working like this. I'd like to dedicate this award to my family. First and foremost, my parents. I am what I am today because of the upbringing I have had. To my wife, Neelam, who is here today, for always supporting me and even sacrificing her own career for me to go ahead in the industry. I want to thank my children for their encouragement and my grandchildren who have really made me feel a complete man. My seniors who have had a major role in my success, who trained me at all levels, they had a profound role in my skill development and contribution to my growth at different stages of my career. My industry colleagues, friends, without you, I don't think this would have been possible. Your warm company has always been a source of great inspiration in my life. Your support and trust has been most valuable in encouraging me to work hard, even harder. A special thanks to Mr. Anurag Batra, Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna, and the entire BW team who made this happen, who considered me worth being here today. Thank you, both of you. I also want to thank the entire BW team for supporting the selection of all the awardees who have actually worked on the ground and made it possible to keep the industry flag high. I want to thank my industry colleagues for giving me so much love and affection. When I saw this AV, I just couldn't hold my tears. Just couldn't. I mean, if you receive love and affection, that's much more and beyond anything you can get in your life. Thank you so much. I'm grateful to all of you, and let's celebrate this. Thank you.
Absolutely. बहुत बधाई एक बार फिर कचरू साहब आपको. A very well-deserved trophy, and for sure the industry is going to celebrate with you tonight. Are we not going to celebrate this tonight with a loud round of applause? Please acknowledge all the eminent guests on the stage. And of course, our chief guest also requests Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna from BW Hotelier to express our sincere gratitude to our chief guest here tonight. Mr. Khanna.
The LG is actually set into motion a lot of expectations that the industry can have fulfilled. He's truly a man of action. He's been moving very, very fast, all for the better and good of not just Delhi, of all Delhiites and the industry. Delhi, of course, is the capital of the world's second largest country by population, right? And of course, it's populous. And if we can showcase our best face via hospitality, travel, tourism, and F&B, we have a lot coming over here. Thank you, Mr. Saxena. आपका बहुत आभारी हूँ. आपने अपना वक्त निकाला हमारे लिए. This means a lot for us. Your encouragement, your support. I remember I just reached out to Saxena Saab, and I must tell you, I got an appointment the next day. मेरे पास फोन आया, मेरे को पता नहीं था. I said, कौन बोल रहा है? मैं so and so बोल रहा हूँ. LG साहब आपसे मिलना चाहते हैं. And he was gracious. And he said, I will be coming. My colleagues will be in touch with you. Please move forward. That's the man of action. Thank you, Mr. Saxena. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. Grateful. All right, let's stand up and bid farewell to the LG as he moves. All right. Thank you, Mr. Saxena.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time finally what we all have been waiting for, the build-up of the last couple of days. But before we actually get on with the first set of awards, we would like to formally thank our eminent jury panel who helped BW Hotelier in the process of identifying the winners tonight that you'll see here, both national level as well as the regional level, after an intensive jury deliberation, as you all saw through the AV here tonight. I think the perspective can be set right by Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna, whose passion we can see in all that he does. He can introduce the knowledge partners, the jury heads, the jury members, and the nominees. Do we have him in the hall, Mr. Khanna? So till the time we wait for him to come in and hold the mic, just a hygiene announcement, of course, phones to be put on silent mode, and we're not requesting you to switch them off because we want you to talk about tonight using the hashtag IHA2022. Let me remind you, we're being live streamed here on all BW Hotelier platforms, including the social media channels and on the website bwhotelier.com. Join in the celebration of the evening. Continue to use the hashtag IHA2022. And I also would like to request all the winners to get down from the left side of the stage for the photo op for the magazine, and also to stay back till after the ceremony because there's going to be a group photograph of all the winners here up on stage. So mobile phones on silent mode, not switched off, use them. Use the hashtag IHA2022 in case there are some friends of yours who couldn't join in. Well, we're streaming live and getting down from the left-hand side, staying back till after the ceremony. Of course, a lot of champagne bottles are going to be popped here tonight, and we have Mr. Khanna back into the room. Request you to please come up on stage and not to sit there, and introduce or actually talk about your jury heads, your jury members, and the nominations. Mr. Khanna.
So now I can breathe easy, right? Protocol is behind me. All right, and I can do my own thing with a lot of freedom. Okay, so now the evening actually begins. Kachur Saab, congratulations again. All right, truly, truly father of the industry. Okay, so we've had a lot of nominations. We in fact had just a shade under 1,000 nominations. Strong nominations. We had 4 regional juries. We had the North headed by Suresh Kumar. He needs no introduction. The West headed by Faraj Jamar, who's here. Raise your hand. All right. Okay, we had the South headed by Veer Vijay Singh. All right. And we had the East headed by Sandeep Mukherjee. Where are you, Sandeep? Ovora, Dure. And all these gentlemen, they had strong teams under them. All right. So if I was to give you an example, Deepa Harris and Hemant Oberoi were part of the West jury, right? There was Kunal Vijayakar, There was Antoine, Louis, or kaun tha Bharat? Ha, Timmy Kandhari. So they were all there. And if I was to tell you about, do you have the regional juries here? No. All right, so we had the South jury, we had the North jury, extremely strong regional juries. We had almost 40 plus of them. And all the winners and all the applications actually went through 2 to 5 levels. The winners actually went through 5 levels of scrutiny and processing. And the final round, the 5th round, was actually a video interview with the general managers, right? That was 1-on-1. So the jury wanted to talk to them, wanted to see what they were presenting. And then they dovetailed it with their submissions and the results that were culled out. So I must tell you, for me, the cornerstone of my existence is ethics, right? Integrity and morality. I've had a few calls where people have actually offered, right? Wish I'd taken them. That won't happen. So that doesn't happen. It doesn't work. So what we've done is we've banned them for life. They will never ever go through BW Hotelier. So all of you who've made it and all of you who've just missed it by a whisker, by it's barely, like I would say, Ratan was saying, by the skin of your teeth. You know, it's like cricket parlance, they would say, oh, the ball just missed the stumps by the skin of his teeth. So, you know, hold on tight. You will be winners soon. So tonight is the night where we should celebrate all the winners and the runners-ups, all right? And we'll go through all the categories, regional and then national. I don't think I should stay any more here. My time is up. Suparna's actually done some brilliant shows with me. We both traveled through Islamabad and Lahore, and she was moderating over there, and she had the Pakistanis jump up, right? Okay, come. All right, Suparna, over to you.
Thank you so much. It's only because of you that I'm here. I thought never ever, but I guess one can never say never. All right, please stay back because we request you and also Mr. Batra and our Hall of Famer, Mr. KB Kachru, to do the honors for this first set of awards. We're starting the evening tonight, what we've been waiting for, what you all have been achieving and striving towards, the very first set of awards, Spa Manager of the Year. Could we have the ABPs? So we have the regional awardees. Ritika Baba, Hyatt Regency, Delhi. Leila Natarwala, Taj Wellington, News, Mumbai. Dr. Mamta Ismail, ITC Grand Chola, Chennai. Vishwajyoti Dilip Kumar Goswami, the Leela Palace, Bengaluru. Request you all to please come up on stage and accept your accolades and trophies. As you accept your trophies and move on towards the left side of the stage for the photo op for the magazine, we'll request you also to stay back after all the winners have been acknowledged and felicitated for a group photograph as well. As elucidated earlier, the regional trophies led to a national winner. Let's find out who the Spa Manager of the Year National is. Could we have the AB, please? Vinaya Jadhav, he could not be here with us tonight, but we congratulate you nonetheless. Thank you so much. Mr. Kachru, thank you so much. And to do the honors for the next set of awards, may I invite on stage Mr. Partha Basu, Vertical Sales Group Manager, India and SAARC, Harman. And also to join me, I'd request Aditya Malik to come up on the podium.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Everybody, I think welcome back to you and me as well. It's so good to see all of you. Mr. Kachru, congratulations, sir, on the lovely journey that you've had. Moving on, our next category is Procurement Manager of the Year. Up first, the regional winners, and the winners are... North, Siddhartha Das Oberoi, New Delhi. West, Madras Side, JW Marriott, Mumbai. Juhu. South, Samba Shivuru Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Hyderabad. East, Vishal Rai, The Ferd, Densong Hotel and Spa, Gangtok. We request all the regional winners to come on the stage together. We'll first have the words and then a collective picture. All the regional winners together, please.
So you do realize we hail from the land of karma. If you're not going to acknowledge the gentlemen and the women that are here on stage, nobody's going to be acknowledging you. It's also good for your heart. Clap out loud. It's good for the circulation. And I'm sure these guys have done a lot of hard work to be here tonight. So they definitely deserve that kind of an applause, isn't it?
Okay, and the National Procurement Manager. We are left. Samba, sir, are you not here? Okay. And the National Procurement Manager of the Year is... Rajesh Nair, Grand Hyatt, Kochi. Mr. Nair, sir. So congratulations, sir. How does this one feel?
Oh, it's really overwhelming to receive such an award in front of such a jury, and happy to receive this in front of all the procurement managers and giving value for the procurement managers. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Everybody wants for him. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
All right, thank you, Mr. Basu. For the next set of awards, we'd like to invite on stage Mr. Hemant Mendirata, Senior Partner, FPG. Request you to please come up and join these fine gentlemen. The next set of awards are for the Chief Engineer of the Year. Essentially, these are the backbones of your industry. I remember when I used to host a show on radio, everybody used to think that it's only the RJ or maybe the anchor, but it's actually the team behind that has been slogging so hard. And that's what BW Hotelier is doing tonight for your industry, recognizing the backbones. Chief Engineer of the Year, let's find out who the regional winners are. Congratulations to all the winners. I'm calling out the regional winners' names. Chief Engineer of the Year, North Gurmeet Singh, Raina Taj Ganges, Varanasi. Glenn J. Henriques, Taj Wellington, News Mumbai. As I'm calling out the names, request you to please come up on stage in the interest of time and enjoyment later on with the wine bottles opening up. South Regional Trophy goes to Ramakrishnan from Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Hyderabad, Banjara Hills. And to accept the trophy on his behalf, we have Simi Sood, PR and Marketing Communications Manager, Radisson Blue Plaza Hotel, Hyderabad, Banjara Hills. Also, the regional trophy in the east goes to Protir Datta, The Park, Kolkata. So request you all to please come up, yes, for the photo opportunity. Center stage. Congratulations to all of you. And we'll move on to the national trophy winner. Let's find out who the Chief Engineer of the Year national is. Could we have the AV, please? Can we hear it out loud from Mr. Sandeep Madhukar, Padnekar, ITC Maratha, Mumbai. Request you to
Sandeep,
please
sir.
say a few words.
The national winner, congratulations. How does this one feel?
Well, thank you, BW, for honoring me with this prestigious award. I want to dedicate this award to my entire technical services team back there at ITC Maratha, Mumbai. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations to you and your team, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mendiratha. For the next set of awards, may I invite on stage Mr. Rajiv Kaul, former President Leela Hotels, and also to all the winners, request you all to please come up on stage together for the photo opportunity. Of course, you're going to be getting the trophy individually. Over to you.
So the next category is Executive Housekeeper of the Year. And in this, the regional winners are Sunil Kumar Alila Ford Bishangarh from the north, Rajni Mahadas Radisson Blue Hotel Ahmedabad from the west, R. Vignesh Raj Conrad Bangalore from the south, and Shaikat Basu Radisson Blue Hotels Guwahati from the east.
Request you to please, all of you, to stay back.
Rajni ji, can we? She's moved on to the next photo already. This one first, ma'am, then that one. Let's have a group picture. All the recent winners, please. Everybody, the regional winners of the Executive Housekeeper of the Year trophies. Congratulations to all the winners. And now moving on to the national category. So the Executive Housekeeper of the Year national is Indra Pratap, Fortune Select Global, Gurgaon. Mr. Pratap. So fortune's coming your way for the fortune. What do you have to say?
Thank you so much for the BW and all the leaders over here. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. The national winner of the Executive Housekeeper of the Year.
Thank you, Aditya. Moving on to our next set of awards. Thank you so much, Mr. Kaul, for joining us on stage. We're moving on and inviting Mr. Stephen Martin, Chief Sales Officer, RMS, to join us on stage. Let's find out who the regional winners are in the category IT Manager of the Year. Can we hear it out loud for Paresh Ashok Parab, IBIS New Delhi Aero City, regional winner in the north. West region Umesh, Gajanan Salvi, Radisson Blue Hotel, Ahmedabad. And south, Santosh Kumar Naik, Sheraton Grand Bengaluru, Whitefield Hotel and Convention Center. Request you all to please come up on stage. Paresh, Umesh, and Santosh. Very well deserved IT managers of the year. No struggling with the laptops in their hotels, connecting to the Wi-Fi. Yeah. So rest assured, IBIS New Delhi, Radisson Blue Hotel, Ahmedabad, and Sheraton Grand Bengaluru. There's no problem as far as Wi-Fi's and internet connectivity is concerned. Thanks to these fine gentlemen, Paresh, Umesh, and Santosh. Let's have a group photograph with all the winners of the trophy of IT Manager of the Year, North, West, and South, before we announce the national winner. All right, moving on to figure out who the National IT Manager of the Year is. Could we have the AB, please? Can we hear it out loud for Vikash Kumar Parida, Lemon Tree Hotels, Whitefield, Bengaluru. Congratulations, Vikash. Would request Vikash to please say a few words.
Now, I'll come to you, sir. I'll come to you. This is your moment. The mic will come to you today. Congratulations. You love the smile. How does this one feel?
It is feeling glad to the one of these things, and thank you the BW hotels and all, and thank you my whole IT teams.
Thank you. Thank you to the all IT team. Congratulations. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen Martin, for doing the honors. We're moving on to the next set of awards and would request Mr. Veer Vijay Singh, CEO and MD Trans Hotels, to please come up on stage.
Also, Mr. Kachru, we request you to please join us on stage. Please, please, sir. And while sir is walking up, our next category is HR Manager of the Year. Oh, already? All HR sitting there? Is it? Or you're just excited? New joinees probably. No. Okay, the next category, HR Manager of the Year. And the regional winners are... Dharavi Singh Indore Marriott Hotel from the north, Amit Jha, the Fern Residency Rajkot from the west, Sugandhi Whip Holiday Inn Cochin from south, and Prabhakar Singh, Taj Bengal, Kolkata from the east. All the winners, please, for a group picture. Congratulations and thank you. And from regional, we move to national. Probably the employee's favorite. HR Manager of the Year National is... John Paul D'Souza, W, Goa.
Aditya, I think you must ask Mr. Paul D'Souza if people like to get recruited in Goa or not. Is it like a difficult destination to be in?
I was going to ask him the secret to happy people. Okay, this also works. John, so we have two questions for you. How do you keep people happy? And the second, sabko Goa jana hai?
Well, how do I keep people happy? Is I put people first, and that's what I think every one of us should do. Yeah. Thank you.
What you've skirted is a good holiday at the W Goa.
Super. And it has nothing to do with the destination for sure.
The GM's here. Congratulations to you as well. Congratulations, John. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Veer Vijay Singh, for doing the honors. For the next set of awards, may I invite on stage Farhat Jamal, Chairman, Travel and Tourism and Hospitality Committee, IMC Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Jamal, request you to do the honors for the Front Office Manager of the Year. Let's find out who the regional winners are. Can we hear it out loud for Arun Kumar Gupta, Regenta Central Kasia by Royal Orchid Hotels Limited, Zirakpur in North, Fernando Amaral Fernandez, Ginger Goa, Madgaon, Monish Lal, Grand Mercure, Bangalore, Anurag Saigal, ITC Royal Bengal, Kolkata, Northwest, South and East Front Office Managers of the Year. I'm told there were over 900 nominations that came in all over for these awards, and there are just about 75 trophies that are being handed over tonight. So it's a tough competition, and these people that you see here definitely deserve a loud round of applause for all the hard work that they've been putting in all round the year. Can we hear it out, please? आदित्य, तुमने नहीं सोचा कभी होटल इंडस्ट्री ज्वाइन करने के लिए?
They rejected me in the first go itself. So I couldn't, that's why I came here. I mean, not that this is bad enough, this is of course good. I get meet everybody together.
Basically, तुम सिर्फ एक्टिंग कर सकते हो.
But वो भी मैंने वहाँ बहुत बुरी करी. Assumably.
मतलब ये बहुत स्मार्ट है सारे के सारे. They'll see through all your acting. Congratulations, Arun, Fernando, Mohnish, and Anurag. Request you all to please stay back for a group photograph as the front office managers of the year, North, West, South, and East. Mr. Khanna की बात कौन नहीं सुन रहा? We're moving on to the national awardees for the Front Office Manager of the Year. Let's find out who the trophy goes to. Can we hear it out loud for Dilpreet Singh Vivanta, New Delhi, Dwarka, Front Office Manager of the Year, National. Congratulations, Dilpreet Singh Ji. This is one of the few categories.
I was going to ask him that Delhi has a lot of character. So being a front office manager, you experience a lot of things, sir. Being in Delhi especially and being the front office manager, you get to see a lot. And now that you won this. Mike, chhod de, sir. We moved to a dry state. But okay, I mean, how do you feel? Let's change it.
Well tried, Aditya.
I think, first of all, thank you everyone for showering your blessings upon me. And I got this award today. Extremely thrilled and excited. And it's a great responsibility to be a front office manager, but I think with the team support, guidance of your mentors, colleagues, and team members, I think you can do a great job day in, day out, keeping the teams motivated. So they have the execution energy on the floor to deliver. I think that's mostly required to be a big hit. And thank you to my colleagues, seniors back there, and IHCL. And thank you to BW team and the jury for this amazing recognition.
Congratulations
Thank
one
you so
more
much.
time,
Thank you.
Mr. Singh. This is one of the few categories where the jury could not resist giving the trophy to another very well-deserving candidate. Let's find out who the next joint trophy goes to. And the winner is Mohammad Rafiq Dar, RK Sarovar, Portugal, Srinagar. Congratulations. Front Office Manager of the Year, National. Such wonderful nominations, both of them. The jury could not decide on one, and hence a joint trophy for the National Front Office Manager of the Year. Congratulations one more time, sir. Request you to please share your sentiments on receiving the trophy and what it takes.
Thank you very much. I'm very delighted. Thank you.
Man of few words, as we can see.
Short and sweet.
Moving on to our next set of trophies. Thank you so much, Mr. Farhat Jamal. We request Dr. Uday Verma, Executive Director, Customer and Channel Development, Lucaris, to join us on stage.
I believe the next category is everybody's favorite F&B manager of the year. And you're already clapping before that. Wow. Okay. So F&B manager of the year, the regional winners are Neeraj Sharma of Fairmont Jaipur from the north, Ajay Jawahar Sharma, W. Goa from the west, Navroz Arora, Taj MC Road, Bengaluru from the south, and Vikas Toksia, Radisson Blue Hotel, Guwahati from the east.
That's quite a lot of camaraderie that we see here as an industry here tonight, acknowledging each other's achievements because we know what it takes to get here. Congratulations to all of you.
A group picture, please, all the winners. Congratulations, congratulations, gentlemen. Our regional winners of F&B Manager of the Year. And now, the National F&B Manager of the Year is... Arnav Gupta, Taj Falaknuma Palace, Hyderabad. Should I ask him for the biryani? Is it Hyderabad, food, F&B, all coming together? So cliche, actually. But have you had it?
Hyderabad is famous for a lot more than the biryani, I'm sure.
What else? Should I ask him for Irani chai? Charminar la
Why
ke
do you
de.
ask him?
Gupta साहब से जानते हैं. So I had a very cliche question to ask about the biryani, but they said they didn't approve that. That's not in the budget. How do you feel?
No, it's actually a great privilege and honor to be among all of you, all great industry leaders. Thank you, BW Hotelier. A lot of you have been my mentors and part of my learning and growth journey. And it's a great industry to work with. And I'm very passionate and about my job. I love my job. Again, with God's grace, I'm very fortunate to have a great team to work with and a very caring family. So they all part of equally, be part of this recognition. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mr. Gupta, and very well acknowledged along with the family, because a person is really nothing without their families and their team's support. Thank you so much, Dr. Uday Verma, for doing the honors. We're moving on to the next set of awards, and for that, I request Mr. Rahul Pandit, CEO Horizon Industrial Parks, to please come up on stage and give away the trophies for the DOSM of the year. Let's find out who the regional winners are. All right, can we hear it out loud for Pradesh Sharma, ITC Grand Bharat Gurgaon, Irfan Khan, Intercontinental Chennai, Mahabalipuram Resort, Prakhar Dhyani, the Leela Palace Udaipur, and Agnijit Ghosh, Lemon Tree Premier Kolkata. North, South, West, East, DOSM of the years, Brijesh, Irfan, Prakhar, and Agnijit. We must recognize that this initiative is quite an exhaustive one in terms of the delineating of the categories that we are seeing here, the detailed amount of work that has gone in, and every aspect of your industry is being recognized. So great job done as far as the BW Hotelier team is concerned. DSM of the year, North, South, West, East, Ritesh Sharma, Irfan Khan, Prakhar Dhyani, and Agnijit Ghosh. Request for a group photograph. The regional DOSMs of the year. All right, we're moving on to the national winner, the DOSM of the year. Let's find out who the trophy goes to. And the winner is Karan Kishore Godwani, Taj Resort and Convention Center, Goa. Very well deserved. National DOSM of the Year.
Congratulations, sir. How does this one feel?
Feels good. A lot of gratitude. Thank you to the jury members, esteemed jury members for this. Thank you, BW Hoteliers, and the entire team of Taj Resort and Convention Center that opened only 1 month before the pandemic. So the entire team worked towards, whether it was operations, it was sales coming together and working cohesively under the mentorship of Mr. Vincent Ramos. Of course, my family, my wife, mom, everyone is watching this right now, but thank you to them. They've been really, really supportive. And we hoteliers must thank our family because they put in a lot for us. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
What a challenging time to open a hotel. And rightly said, congratulations not just to you, Karan, but also your family who's watching in here. You receive an acknowledgement for your efforts. Thank you so much, Mr. Pandit, for doing the honors. We're moving on to our next set of awards. And to do the honors, may I invite on stage Mr. Sandeep Mukherjee, Professor Emeritus and Advisor, Hospitality Academics. Request you to please join us on stage.
And the next category is Mid-Scale Hotel Manager of the Year. Now we have a national winner in this, there are no regional winners. So the national winner of the Mid-Scale Hotel Manager of the Year award goes to Vijay Upadhyay and Rise by Sayaji Indore. Vijay, Vijay hai. How does this one feel?
My father known me that since I was born. So thank you to the team of Sayaji. Thank you to BW Hotelier. Congratulations to Mr. Khachru as well. I have been, there are industry toddlers around. I have worked under them. Many of them are around. And thank you once again, Butterflies in Stomach, first award ever. So thank you, Aaron. Thank you. Cheers.
And Mr. Bachchan says, as he says, कि पहला हमेशा बहुत special होता है. So congratulations, Vijay. Congratulations to you. Okay, and the next category is Upscale Hotel Manager of the Year. And
request
sir,
you to please stay back, Mr. Mukherjee.
Mr. Mukherjee, please. Thank you. The next category is Upscale Hotel Manager of the Year, and इसमें भी हमारे पास सिर्फ national winner है. So the national winner of the Upscale Hotel Manager of the Year award is Mukta Khanna Holiday in Mumbai International Airport. Gupta ji, ma'am, we can't let you go like that. How does this one feel?
It feels absolutely great, thrilling, exciting. I would really like to thank BW Hotelier, the jury who's taken so much of pain deciding out of 900 people, selecting this 75, I'm sure wouldn't have been easy. So thank you for taking that time out for us. And of course, the credit goes to family. 2 families, 1 family back home, and the other one is extended family, which is IHG. So, and I love my company, I love working for it. And thank you for keeping this stage so active and exciting. Yes, a lot of energy that I see. And thank you everyone for being here. Thank you.
How does it feel to be a Khanna?
Great. And yes, can we have a Khanna's picture, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Now the next category is upscale hotel manager of the year. And continuing the tradition, इसमें भी हमारे पास national है. So the winner of the upscale hotel manager of the year award is Suresh Kala Aloha on the Ganges, Rishikesh. Suresh, sir, congratulations. How does this one feel?
It feels great. It feels great. Thank you. And, I would like to just thank BW Hotelier for this wonderful and successful evening. I would like to express my gratitude to the jury members, to the management of Aloha on the Ganges, and to my family for their continuous support, love, and care. I would like to dedicate this award to the entire team of Aloha on the Ganges right there at Rishikesh, who are creating the great experience at every moment of truth. So this is for you guys. Thank you so much. I'm just a face of it today. Thank you.
Congratulations, a man who believes in his team. Congratulations, Suresh ji. Moving on, our next category is Luxury Hotel Manager of the Year. And in this as well, we have a national. So the national winner of the Luxury Hotel Manager of the Year award is Chalaj Rohatgi Intercontinental Marine Drive, Mumbai. Chalaj, congratulations. Part of a culture that never sleeps. Mumbai, how does this one feel?
Oh, this one is very special. Has been a couple of very, very difficult years for the industry, and to get this is just a testament of how the industry works. Special thanks to BW Hotelier, to the jury, family, for all the sacrifices that they've done for us, friends, colleagues. This one is actually for the team who makes it looks better. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. तो उसमें हमारे पास एक नहीं, हमारे पास 2 national winners हैं. To the second award of the Luxury Hotel Manager of the Year. Now this one goes to Procurement and Engineering, Taj of Water, Guada Resort and Spa, Goa. Mr. Rathore, congratulations. Love the outfit. How does this one feel?
I think, it's coming on the stage, it's always be great, but I feel I'm just a reflection of 3 parties here. A wonderful team, what I have, a sensational boss, Mr. Ahluwalia, and a lovely family. And I think they all support each other, and that's the reason I'm happen to be here. Without being, it's not possible. But thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Congratulations, gentlemen.
सच्ची सच्ची बताओ आदित्य, तुम्हें पता था इतने वर्टिकल्स होते हैं होटल इंडस्ट्री में, जितने अवार्ड्स ये दिए जा रहे हैं?
I need the rooms, I need the front manager, I need the restaurant, that's it.
That's it. और पता है कितनी कैटेगरीज हैं इसमें जितने अवार्ड्स दे रहे हैं हम लोग?
Learning, new
और
बच्चा.
कितनी मेहनत करी होगी BW Hotelier
You're
ने?
taking my class. What happened? Did I say something wrong?
All right, we're moving on to the next set of awards. Thank you so much, Mr. Mukherjee, for doing the honors for the last few trophies. And to join these fine gentlemen on stage, may I request Mr. Samiyesh Khanna, co-founder Beanly. And this is a very, very special award that we are doing. This is the Chef of the Year. And this particular award is being given in the loving memory of Mr. Anil Bhandari. Can we please hear it out loud for Mr. Anil Bhandari? This is being conferred posthumously, and his family, Anuj Bhandari, is going to be taking the award, the trophy, on his behalf. Request Pamela Bhandari ji and Anuj Bhandari ji to please come up on stage. This trophy has been instituted in the name of Mr. Anil Bhandari. The trophy is the Chef of the Year. And the family is here to felicitate the winners in the North, West, South, and East regional areas, as well as the national level trophy. Request Mr. Samiyesh Khanna, co-founder Beanly, to please come. Okay, he's here. Great. Let's find out who the winners are in the BW Hotelier Anil Bhandari Chef of the Year, North, West, South, and East. Can we hear it out loud for Mr. Anil Bhandari, in whose name and whose memory this particular trophy has been instituted?
There's one person who has done so much for chefs of India that collective power of chefs probably have not contributed so much for their betterment than what this person has done for all of them. And that person is Mr. Anil Bhandari. Someone I was very closely associated with, somebody that I benefited so much from. He guided me. He told me what to do, what not to do. So much that every time he would speak to me, there would be words of wisdom that even today I use them. He made sure that I shine, and through that Chefs of India shine. He started working with chefs from very early age. He had an illustrious hoteliering career, but not being a chef did not stop him by doing so much for chefs that he kept on contributing, meeting chefs, telling them what to do, telling them what will make them shine, not only in India, but globally, that he gave his entire life, dedicated his entire life towards upliftment of chefs. Now, did chefs need that? I think yes. Chefs in India were an oppressed lot. Chefs of India needed someone who could lift them up. Thank you from my side, from all chefs of India, Mr. Bhandari. We owe you a lot. And this award is aptly named after your name. A chef of India, someone who is the best at his job, would have this distinct opportunity to call that award has been given by name of Mr. Anil Bhandari. Thank you.
And we're starting with the national winner in the very first BW Hotelier, Anil Bhandari Chef of the Year. And the trophy goes to Udipan Chakravarti, President Mumbai, IHCL Selequtions. Request us all to give a loud round of applause to the very first Chef of the Year, a very special trophy instituted in the loving memory of Chef Anil Bhandari and being presented by his family, Anuj and Pamela Bhandari. A very proud moment indeed. Would request you to please say a few words on this momentous occasion.
This one brings in legacy, a lot of weightage also, I believe. I don't know how to say it, but how does this one feel?
Yeah, it feels awesome. And, I must thank, IHCL and my seniors to give me a platform, and BW and the jury who has really chosen me. There's so many talented people. In between that, they have chosen me. I'm really honored and really thankful to my family, my extended family, my friends, my team. Without them, it won't have been possible. This award goes to my team because they have done it all. Thank you so much.
Over and over, we are reminded of the fact, the amount of hours that these professionals put in their work. They can't do it without the support of their families at all. These are not 8-hour shifts. These go much beyond their 24 hours, right? Congratulations, very well deserved. We're also recognizing the Northwest Southeast chefs of India. Let's find out who the trophy winners are. Mr. Alok Tiwari, Natraj Sarovar Portico, Jhansi, Mr. Jason Fernandez, Novotel Mumbai, Juhu Beach, Robin Batra, the Oberoi, Bengaluru, Amit Bose, Lemon Tree Premier, Bhubaneswar. And Mr. Tiwari is not here with us. On behalf of him, Ankush Sharma, General Manager, Development Sarovar Hotels, is going to be accepting the trophy. Also, Robin Batra isn't here. So Fatima Abbas, Senior Communication Manager, the Oberoi, is accepting the trophy on his behalf. Robin Batra, the Oberoi, Bengaluru, South Chef of the Year. Congratulations to all the chefs. For a group photograph, please. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for doing the honors. For the next set of awards, may I invite on stage Mr. Jaydeep Dang, MD Hotels and Hospitality Group JLL.
And the next category is Budget Economy GM of the Year. And for this as well, we only have the National Award. So the winner of the Budget Economy GM of the Year award is Rahul Bhatt, Holiday Inn Express, Ahmedabad. And we have Vaibhav Jain, Area General Manager of Holiday Inn Express, receiving the award on behalf of Mr. Bhatt. Please, sir. Congratulations, Mr. Jain, and to Rahul as well. Congratulations.
Thanks.
You wish to say something?
All I'll say is that Rahul made us extremely proud, and it's a bit of a, coming home of a concept that we all started with. It's a new brand in the country, although it's one of the largest hotel brands in the world. And when we started in 2019, there was a lot of skepticism about how India will receive it. Today, we can proudly say that it's come home. Thank you.
Congratulations, it's come home. Congratulations. Our next category is Mid-Scale GM of the Year. And the regional winners in the same are Rahul Chaupe Yog Wellness by Amritara Masuri. From the north, Brajesh Soni, the Fern Satwa Resort, Polo Forest, Vijayanagar. From the west, Arindam Sarkar, the Fern Residency, Yashwantpur, Bengaluru. From the south, and Shitanshu Bhargava, Sterling, Puri. From the east.
Very hearty congratulations to Rahul, Brajesh, Arindam, Shitanshu. Mid-scale GM of the year, North, West, South, and East.
Congratulations. A group picture, please. It's a group picture. Also, while they're having the picture, a quick announcement to all the winners, the team members, the jury members, the partners. Please stay back, because in the end, we also need your pictures for the magazine. Request you to kindly stay back. We're almost nearing the end now. After that, the pictures. Congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations. And now the national winner of the Mid-Scale GM of the Year award is Manish Yadav, Fortune Select Forest Hill, Mahia. Manish, Mid-Scale GM of the Year. Congratulations.
Yeah, good evening all. Thank you, BW, for having this stage. It's much needed for us hotelier. We do thankless job, it's been said. And thank you to the jury for all the hard works behind this. Thank you to Fortune Hotels for giving this platform to perform, and this always go to the team. We GMs are just the face. Thank you so very much. Good evening.
Congratulations.
Congratulations one more time, Mr. Yadav, Fortune Select Forest Hill, Mahia. And thank you so much, Mr. Dang, for doing the honors for the next set of awards. And we're literally at the last leg of the awards here now. May I invite on stage Mr. Ratan Keswani, former Deputy MD, Lemon Tree Hotels. And the category that we are acknowledging now is the Upscale GM of the Year. And before we announce the winners, there is an important announcement for the winners. There is a special gift by one of the partners, Lucaris, and you can collect that gift from the right-hand side of the stage after the group photograph is done here. All right, moving on to the winners in the regional Northwest South District Upscale GM of the Year. Let's find out who the trophy goes to. Can we hear it out loud for Jai Chuk Doubletree by Hilton Gurgaon, Bani Square, Ranju Singh, Novotel Goa, Candolim and Novotel Goa Resort and Spa, Vikas Kumar 4 points by Sheraton Kochi Info Park, Ajay Sampige, Hotel Royal Orchid, Bangalore. Mr. Ranju Singh couldn't be here tonight with us, and on his behalf, Mr. Rajiv Kapoor, General Manager, Fairmont, Jaipur, will be accepting the trophy. Remember, trophy winners, there's also a special gift waiting for you on my right-hand side after the group photograph. Do remember to claim what is rightfully yours, besides the trophy and the acknowledgement, of course. Jay, Ranju, Vikas, Ajay, Upscale GM of the Years, Northwest and South. We also have a national winner. Let's find out who the Upscale GM of the Year National is. And the trophy goes to Monideep Jas, Grand Kakinada by GRT Hotels. Congratulations and very well deserved Upscale GM of the Year National. We would definitely love to hear a few words from you, Mr. Jas, Monideep Jas.
Namaskaram, all of you. I'm extremely honored and privileged to receive this precious award. My heartfelt thanks to BW Hotelier, the honorable jury, and all of you, the fraternity here. On behalf of GRT, I'd like to thank all of you. This award definitely belongs to the team at Grand Kakinada, who are not only their associates, they are magicians. They are creating moments for internal and external guests at every moment. So I invite all of you to visit Grand Kakinada and see the magic moments that you're creating there. Last but not the least, I would have not been here without the immense support of my wife, Momita, daughter, my mother, and my family. Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Congratulations, team Grand Kakinada, and of course, a very loud round of applause for Monideep Jas's family, without whose support, as he mentioned, he couldn't have been here. And that goes for all of you all and your families, as well as your team, with the taxing work that you all do. Thank you so much, Mr. Keswani, for doing the honors. And we're moving on to the last leg of the awards, and to do the honors for the next set of trophies, may I invite on stage Mr. Dilip Puri, founder and CEO, Indian School of Hospitality, to join these fine gentlemen on stage.
Okay, and the next category is Upper Upscale GM of the Year. And let's have a look at the recent winners first. Ashwani Kumar Goyda, Radisson Blue Plaza, Delhi Airport. From the north, Ashok Vasudevan Vivanta Goapanaji. From the west, and Napadita Lahiri Srinivas Taj Daikin, Hyderabad. From the south. Also, a quick announcement for all the winners. Once you're done with the group picture, we request you to please collect your gift from Lucaris from stage right. After your group picture, our team members here, they'll help you with the same. Thank you. A group picture, please. Congratulations to all the winners. And the National Upper Upscale GM of the Year is Sanjay Gupta, Limerick, Gurgaon, Delhi, NCR. Sanjay ji, congratulations. How does one feel, sir?
Oh, I feel at the top of the world. But before I leave this stage, a couple of people to be thanked. So before I leave the stage, a couple of people to be thanked. Thank you, BW Hotelier. Thank you, Bhuvi. Thank you, Mr. Batra, for this honor. I'd like to thank the jury, Mr. Keswani, Mr. Veer Vijay Singh, Mr. Gautam Anand, who we had a very, very nice session, and they thought that I should be this winner and sharing the stage. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Merit International, my bosses, right from Raj to Neeraj to Ranju to Gaurav to Arun. They've been my mentors and been in my journey all throughout and would be for the next of my journey. This really, really goes to the Meridian Gurgaon and everyone who really worked with me for this award. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations, Mr. Gupta, and what a wonderful opportunity to get to know the people behind the brands that are there as far as the hotel industry is concerned. So many verticals are being acknowledged, but we're here finally at the last set of trophies, the Luxury GM of the Year. Let's find out first who the regional winners are of the Luxury GM of the Year, North, West, and South. Could we have the AV, please? Mr. Rishi Mattu, ITC Rajputana, Jaipur. Tanveer Quatra, W. Goa. Srijan Vadera, Conrad, Bengaluru. Madhav Sehgal, the Leela Palace, Bengaluru. Congratulations to all the luxury GMs of the year. Request Mr. Sudeep Jain also to join these fine gentlemen on stage. Also, Srijan Vadera, Conrad, Bengaluru is not present here tonight with us, and to accept the trophy on his behalf, we have Mr. R. Vignesh Raj, Executive Housekeeper, Conrad, Bengaluru. Request you to please, all of you, to come up on stage. Mr. Kodwatra, W. Goa, West Luxury GM of the Year. We've acknowledged Rishi Mattu, North, ITC Rajputana, Jaipur. And what is left is South. Srijan Vadera is not here with us tonight, and Mr. R. Vignesh Raj, Executive Housekeeper, Conrad, Bengaluru, is accepting the trophy on Srijan's behalf for the Luxury GM of the Year, South. Congratulations to all of you. Request you all for a group photograph, please.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ ये लग्जरी जीएम ऑफ द ईयर करें ही ना, करें या ना करें? करें? क्या बोलते हो?
भाई इतनी मेहनत करी है तो बिल्कुल करो। उन्होंने भी मेहनत करी है, आपने भी करी है, क्यों ना करो?
चल तू बोलती है तो कर लेते हैं।
All right. We all already know who the luxury GM of the year is, but let's find out through the AV, the last particular trophy, the last acknowledgement of tonight, luxury GM of the year national. Let's find out who the winner is. No guesses there. Madhav Sehgal, the Leela Palace, Bengaluru, luxury GM of the year national. A very well-deserved trophy indeed, and we'd love to hear what Madhav has to say on receiving this particular accolade from BW Hotelier, Luxury GM of the Year National.
Also, Simran, are you here somewhere? We request your presence on the stage. Please.
Thank you so much. Simran, darling, I love you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm indeed humbled to be here, honored. It's been a fantastic 2 days, an incredibly successful 2 days, and full credit to you, Bhuvnesh, and your team for putting it together. Stupendous success, and the audience, it's been packed session after session after session. I've been listening and watching, and probably one of the best awards. But more importantly, I think the 2 days of entertainment and conversation and questions and Q&A that we've enjoyed. So thank you so much for doing that. I also want to thank you for, over COVID for 2 years, you built a platform online, week on week, creating a conversation about the challenges that we were all going through and kept the spirit alive. And you did that so successfully, more than anybody else that I saw out there. So congratulations to you for doing that. And thank you very much for doing that for 2 years through the toughest times of our lives. Yes. Everybody who's been receiving awards as great leaders have been thanking their teams. I am indeed grateful to everybody out in Bombay in the Leela corporate office, Anurag and Ravi and everyone else. Thank you so much for your unconditional support and the freedom to let me do what I do day in, day out. And at the end of the day, most importantly, this has my name on it, but it should be not GM of the year, it should be leadership team of the year. I want to name all of them who I love so much, from Subrat to Sriraj to Hempal to Ankita to Vishwajyoti and Pradeep and Zafar and all the stars in my team who come together every day, and Ritu and Surinder and Rajesh, and I don't want to miss any of them, but I love them all. They're all extremely talented, and I'm grateful to them for the energy they bring to work and bring to life at Leela Palace, Bangalore, one of the best luxury hotels, which I fall in love with every day. And thank you to all of them.
Indeed, congratulations to the team, Leela Palace, Bengaluru. And we've all heard everybody acknowledging their wives. We should also hear what Simran has to say as a wife of the luxury GM of the year. Let's hear what her thoughts are as well.
Ma'am, also, we can't let you go. Something from you?
Extremely proud, very proud, delighted. And I actually met Madhav here in Taj Palace about 12 years ago. And this is exactly, this is a nice homecoming. Thank you everyone who's been part of our journey. I've also been a hotelier and I'm doing my own stuff now. So thank you everyone for being part of our journey. And so proud of you, Madhav. Very proud of you.
So how's it? Is it difficult being the wife of the luxury GM of the year, or is it smooth sailing?
It's not difficult being Madhav Sehgal's wife.
Well said.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Well, also one more important thing to do before we have the winners group picture. You know, this wouldn't have been possible, the summit and the awards, without the support of all our partners. So you want to thank them. We have something as a token of love and appreciation. If the teams are here, I request you to please come up on stage. Our presenting sponsor, Daikin. Do we have someone from the team of Daikin here? Yes. The team of Daikin. No, I think we'll move on to the next one, then we'll come back if there's somebody. Our host partner, Taj Palace, New Delhi. Nayan Seth. Seth साहब, आप यहाँ पर हैं? No? Okay. Anyone?
Who's from Harsh?
Harsh? Mr. Khosla?
रोहित को तो बुला ही लेंगे रोहित आ
रोहित ने कहा आपस में कर लो.
Rohit is here. So what we'll do is they're arranging the partner trophies. So what we'll do is, can all the winners be here so that we can take a group picture? Ajit, get all the winners here for a group picture.
So first we'll have the winners group picture, and then we will have the partners and the associates and your team members and the BW team members as well join in. And after that, we request all the winners to collect their award while we request the team members to wait. All the winners for your group picture, please, on the stage. And after that, we also need your team to be here. Also request them to please stay back. All the winners. So first we'll have the winners group picture, and then we'll be requesting the partners, associates, team members to join in that picture as well. But first, the winners, please. Yeah, the photographer shall help with that. You can also sit if you want. All the winners, please, for a group picture. And after that, we'll have all the partners, associates, team members, and the BW team members join in as well, who made these 2 days happen. Any more winners left? Last call. Aye, Khanna sir, please come. The camera people are there. Okay, ready everybody? Please look into our cameras first and then your individual cameras. The tall ones can come back. जो लंबे हैं वो थोड़ा पीछे आ जाएं. First in our cameras and then Yon's. Well, after this, we request all the partners, associate team members, and the BW team members as well. Please wait, winners, please wait. Please wait. Also, all the team members, the partners, the associates, please join in this picture.
So I want all the partners, okay, winners, अब तुम लोग निकल लो, बहुत हो गया. You guys have to pick up your gift from this side, my right. Yeah, so pick up your gift, huh? Okay, all the partners, Daikin, RMS, Beanley, MP Tourism, FPG, Lucaris, Harmon, Monkey Shanky, Monkey Shoulder, Go, Sarovar, Royal Orchid, ITC, IHG, नहीं उधर अपना Chalet, Radisson, all come up here. Yeah, we'll announce. Start.
Okay. Our presenting sponsor, Daikin. Do we have someone from the team here? From Daikin? Our host partner, Taj Palace, New Delhi. Someone from the team of Taj Palace.
So the jury also has to be here, but the jury is also going to be given their trophies. Rahul Pandit, jury wale sabko bol de, Kachur Sahab, Dilip, Ratan Keswani, sare. Rajiv Kaul, Veer Vijay, sabko bol do.
Our host partner, Taj Palace, New Delhi. Our platinum hospitality partners, Radisson Hotel Group, Chalet Hotels. Please. Our gold hospitality partners, ITC Hotels, IHG Hotels and Resorts. Our silver hospitality partners, Royal Orchid Hotels and Resorts, Sarovar Hotels and Resorts. A tourism board partner, Madhya Pradesh Tourism. Our associate partner, RMS. Our category partners, Lucaris, FPG, 11 Inc., Joy Travels. Yes, sir, we have someone from Go First with us. Sir's here. There he is. Our knowledge partner, Indian School of Hospitality. Our audio partner, Harman. Our beverage partner, Beanley, William Grant, Monkey Shoulder, Hendricks, Four Cousins, Proust. Our preferred airline partner, Go First. Supported by Incredible India, HBMF Awesome, GHTP, Hotramai, IPHA, IWH, ICF, IFCA, PHA. Mr. Dilip Puri, sir. Mr. Puri, are you here? Mr. Dilip Puri, are you here, sir? I request your presence on the stage. MEPA and the Clefs DO. A big thank you to all our partners. We request you, while we hand over your trophies, all the partners, please stay back. Partners. So Mr. Khanna wants you to be here. Mr. Hemant, Radisson, Aman. Okay, let's take a picture. Let's take a picture. Thank you so much to all our partners, sponsors. Thank you so much. Thank you. Also, my name is Aditya Malik. It's been a pleasure to host for all of you. Thank you. Have a good evening. Also, may we please request the jury members to join us on stage. All the jury members, please. The jury members, please. Jury members on the stage, please. Are they going for a drink? I'll ask someone from my team to go in. I'll just. Mr. Pandit is here, sir. Ajit, someone from. Yes, please. Mr. Dang. The jury members, a big thank you to you for helping us choose the winners.